Chapter 2030. As his spiritual senses skyrocketed, Zichen's mental state naturally became better. The advancement of the world led to the transformation of his spiritual senses. At the same time, it also caused the world to undergo earth-shaking changes. The most important point was that Zichen did not need to worry about condensing heaven-defying energy in the future. This was because the advancement of the world brought another great benefit to Zichen, which was that the energy created in this world was all heaven-defying energy. On the other hand, Zichen could easily convert this heaven-defying energy into other types of nomological energy. His energy had transformed, his spiritual senses had transformed, and his physical body had also undergone a transformation. Zichen's current combat strength had reached the peak of the heaven realm. In such a short period of time, there was such a significant change. It had to be said that this was a great opportunity. It was believed that in this world, in the endless starry sky, there might not be such an opportunity again. Since his combat strength had reached the peak, it was naturally time to deal with the heart in the outside world. Letting the heaven-defying energy slip through his fingers, Zichen revealed a cold smile. His perfect spiritual sense dissipated from the sky above the heaven-defying sea. In the outside world, Zichen opened his eyes. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and a powerful aura was released from his body. The aura swept through this space like a gale. This naturally alarmed the face. It looked at Zichen, and the flames in its eye sockets jumped. At this moment, the terrifying pressure from before no longer had any effect on Zichen. His powerful physical body, coupled with the heaven-defying energy that had been integrated with the heaven-defying energy of the heavenly God, was able to withstand the surrounding pressure very easily. Under this pressure, Zichen stood up very easily. Then, he moved his body, which had not moved for a long time, and his bones made a sound like frying beans. He looked at the face and said, "Now, it's time to fight to the death." In the eyes of the face, flames flickered, and it said coldly, "Fight to the death? Very well, as long as you dare to come in." A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zichen looked up. He could not see the array that filled this place, but he knew that this array was very strong. He had already personally experienced the uniqueness of the heavenly God's energy. Naturally, he would not foolishly rush in and have a life and death battle with the face in the opponent's home ground. Although he didn't know much about array formations, he and LV Peng had been life and death brothers for over 1,000 years. Occasionally, he would be able to understand some things from a few sentences. In this formation, the sphere was undoubtedly the most important. It was mainly responsible for trapping. As for whether it was responsible for killing, Zichen was not too sure. As for the broken saber, it was undoubtedly a deterrent or a slash, but it was definitely not the main function. This was because Zichen had seen the broken saber attack before. However, it was always passive. If the broken saber was active, the saber light would appear continuously. It was only now that Zichen could finally relax and look at the array, the white ball, and the broken black saber. Of course, the scabbard that had saved Zichen's life beside the broken black saber could not be ignored. The sphere was the core of the array. Not only did it trap the heart, but it also caused the energy contained in the heart to continuously dissipate, causing the heart to become weaker and weaker. As for the broken saber, well, Zichen looked at the broken saber and then at the scabbard next to it. A question suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be that the saber corresponding to the extraordinary scabbard was this broken saber in front of him? After thinking about this question, Zichen instantly understood. It was precisely because he had the scabbard that the face had asked him to draw the saber. Obviously, the saber and scabbard were one. Ever since Zichen stepped into the heaven realm, he had killed many heaven realm experts and obtained many heavenly sabers. However, these heavenly sabers were incompatible with the scabbard. If the scabbard and the scabbard are one, then wouldn't the saber drawing technique be used again? Zichen thought of this question that he should have thought of long ago. Previously, he had been too nervous and did not have time to think about it. However, at this moment, Zichen suddenly realized that not only had he obtained a great opportunity, but he had also obtained the heavenly saber corresponding to the scabbard. The saber drawing technique was still fresh in Zichen's memory. It was too powerful, but he had been unable to use it. This made Zichun feel very regretful. You want me to save you? When he thought about the possibility of the saber and the scabbard being one, Zichun quickly sorted out his thoughts and looked at the face again. You will be kind enough to help? The face looked at Zichun and spoke calmly. However, it did not show any expectation. Can I save you if I take away the broken saber? However, this broken saber shouldn't be that easy to take, right? Zichun asked tentatively. The face did not answer Zichun because it could no longer figure out what Zichun wanted to do. Looking at the silent face, Zichun smiled faintly and said, Yes, you said earlier that as long as I take away the broken saber, you can break the seal. Since you helped me, I naturally can't be ungrateful. I should indeed help you. You really want to help me? The face looked at Zichun, its expression changing. Of course. After saying that, Zichun's figure rose into the air. Looking at Zichun in the air, the face was already a little excited. It had been imprisoned for so many years and was very clear about the array here. If Zichun rushed up rashly, not only would he not be able to take the broken saber, but he would also trigger the array and trigger the saber light of the broken saber. With Zichun's weak strength, it was impossible for him to withstand the attack of the broken saber. The slightly expectant face was soon disappointed. Even if Zichun deliberately ignored the scabbard's function, the scabbard was an existence that had recognized its master and would automatically protect its master. Just as Zichun touched the array formation, a ray of light came from the scabbard. This ray of light landed on Zichun's body, allowing Zichun to avoid a crisis. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it," and could only watch silently. Zichun, who was enveloped by the light, grabbed the scabbard in his hand and came to the side of the broken saber. Light surged on the scabbard, completely protecting Zichun. Standing in front of the broken saber, Zichun's expression looked calm, but he was very nervous. Although he had some guesses, when he really put away the saber, he became hesitant and nervous. He was a little worried that he would not be able to take away the broken saber. He was also worried that he would not be able to fuse it perfectly after taking it away, and that he would not be able to use the saber drawing technique again. If he could use the saber drawing technique again, Zichun was confident in dealing with the heart. However, if he could not use the saber drawing technique, Zichun was not confident in dealing with the heart. The array formation above had been closed, and with Zichun's strength, he would not be able to break out. Everything was as the face had said. Although his battle prowess had reached its peak, he could not leave. If the two of them did not choose to work together, they would have to fight to the death. Of course, the most important thing was that Zichun did not want to miss this opportunity to obtain the broken saber, the white orb, and the beating heart. Just 6 drops of the sky god's blood essence was enough for Zichun to taste the sweetness. Of course, he would not miss out on this complete heart. Perhaps after completely refining it, he would be able to become a saint in one step. Looking at the jet-black broken saber in front of him, Zichun took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. After repeating this 3 times, he gradually calmed down and stretched out his hand to grab the broken saber. On his hand, a golden light surged. This was heaven-defying energy. However, the broken saber did not seem to be affected by the heaven-defying energy. Even though it did not counterattack when Zichun stretched out his hand, there was a massive resistance in front of Zichun, preventing him from grabbing the broken saber's hilt. Below, seeing that Zichun had really gone to draw the saber, the face looked up. The flames in its eye sockets continuously danced, and it had the urge to curse. If it had drawn the saber earlier, it would have been confident in breaking through the array and killing Zichun. However, it had consumed so much of its energy that even if it took the broken saber away, it would only be able to last a bit longer. How could it have the energy to break through the array? However, it seemed that Zichun would not be able to take the broken saber away. How is this possible? Isn't this the scabbard? Just as the face was feeling puzzled, it saw rays of light emerge from the scabbard in Zichun's left hand. This light was like a stream of water that extended to Zichun's arm, enveloping his entire arm. After the energy from the scabbard enveloped Zichun's arm, Zichun clearly felt that the resistance in front of him had disappeared. He moved forward with ease and placed his right hand on the hilt of the saber. The energy from the scabbard passed through Zichen's hand and landed on the hilt of the saber, causing the broken saber to tremble slightly. From this tremor, there was a hint of excitement and agitation. On the broken saber, a black light shone, and it no longer repelled Zichen, who was holding the broken saber. Zichen exerted strength in his right hand, wanting to pull out the broken saber. But at this moment, in the entire space, beams of energy appeared. These beams of light were like an inescapable net that intersected with each other, covering the entire space. This inescapable net seemed to have no end, extending into the depths of the void. This was the original form of the formation. At the center of the inescapable net was the white ball. Zichen's guess was not wrong. It was the core of the formation that was connected to the inescapable net. As for the broken saber on the other side, it was just a branch of the formation. As Zichen exerted force to pull out the broken saber, the entire formation was affected and trembled. In the formation that was connected to the broken saber, some rays of light were forcibly broken. However, this did not affect the integrity of the formation. It was just that those rays of light that were used to attack gradually disappeared as the broken saber was pulled out. The trapping formation with the ball as the core was still there. Inch by inch, the broken saber left the formation. The face watched nervously. He was cursing Zichen in his heart. Why didn't he do this earlier? Swoosh. When the broken saber was completely pulled out, some of the formation patterns in the formation naturally dissipated. However, the inescapable net was still there. It was not affected at all and slowly disappeared. After pulling out the broken saber, Zichen's figure descended and landed in the space. Then, he held the scabbard in his left hand and the saber in his right hand. He was ready to merge the scabbard with the scabbard. In fact, at this moment, Zichen could clearly sense some kind of emotion coming from the broken saber. That emotion was like meeting a brother who had been separated for a long time. Unsurprisingly, the saber entered the scabbard and became one. Seeing this scene, Zichen's eyes lit up and he became excited again. At this moment, his right hand was still holding the scabbard. As his right hand slowly exerted force, a familiar feeling arose spontaneously. This feeling was the saber drawing technique. Zichen's heart was beating faster, and he was very excited. Chapter 2031. The broken sword automatically absorbed the energy in Zichen's body. The absorption was very fast, like a bottomless hole that could never be filled. Facing this situation, Zichen did not look surprised or nervous. This was because the broken sword recognized him as its master. Zichen could not wait. It was obviously not easy to make the broken sword recognize him as its master. However, Zichen had the scabbard, so it was much easier to make the broken sword recognize him as its master through the scabbard. Absorb. Absorb more. The broken sword absorbed heaven-defying energy. If it was in the past, Zichen would have been heartbroken. However, he had reached the peak of the heaven realm and had a huge amount of heaven-defying energy in his body. Naturally, he would not be stingy. The more energy the scabbard absorbed, the stronger it would be after it recognized him as its master. The face looked at Zichen from across the space. At this moment, Zichen's expression was very interesting. He kept smiling. That smile looked very silly and stupid to the face. Whether it was a silly smile or an overly excited smile, it showed that Zichen had gained a lot. No, it was not an exaggeration to say that he had gained a lot. His original intention was to stop Jiwei from obtaining the shield and kill him to see if he could obtain the shield. He did not expect such a thing to happen midway. Previously, he should have been able to escape the face's devouring, but because of the scabbard's sudden strength, he was trapped. Now, it seemed that the scabbard had intentionally given him a great opportunity. As for why the scabbard knew that there was a great opportunity here, it was naturally because of the broken sword. Now that the scabbard had returned to its original state, although it was only a broken sword, it allowed Zichen to use the sword-drawing technique. In the following life and death battle with the face, Zichen was naturally more confident. Suddenly, the silly smile on Zichen's face froze. His expression seemed to be a little stunned as he stood there without moving. The face looked at Zichen, not knowing what he was doing. After a short moment, Zichen opened his eyes, and a ghastly cold light flickered within his bright eyes. He looked at the face in front of him and said coldly, "You don't belong here, so you have to die." His expression changed slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's body glowed with a golden light as his energy surged. At the same time, the scabbard in his hand also emitted a blinding light. This light forcibly penetrated the distorted space and illuminated the entire space. As the aura was too strong, the surrounding space distorted even more intensely. For a moment, nothing could be seen in this space, only the endless light shining. Even the heart and the orb could not be seen. Only the dazzling light could be seen. The next moment, a figure appeared in the strong light. The figure was emitting a golden light and was holding a sheathed saber in his hand. The aura of a heaven-defying cultivator instantly became violent. In the dazzling light, the figure was even more dazzling. The aura surging around him was extremely powerful, as if he had displayed his peak state in an instant. As he moved forward, he displayed extreme speed. In an instant, he passed through the space enveloped by the sphere. This was the scene that the face had been looking forward to the most. He did not expect Zichen to rush in like this. However, Zichen, who had rushed in, did not do anything to the face. Instead, he rushed directly to the beating heart. As he moved forward, his left hand hung in the air while his right hand rested on the hilt of the saber. It seemed that he was going to perform an ultimate strike. He ignored the face and went straight for the heart. Boundless golden light wreaked havoc in this space with terrifying energy. Seeing this scene, the face was not nervous. It was not even surprised. In its eye sockets, the flames continued to flicker. It seemed to be very excited. Its figure dissipated into thin air, and in the next moment, the heart began to shrink. This was a violent contraction. Even its size had shrunk too much. It was as if it had suddenly lost its energy and shriveled up. However, as the heart shrank, there was a dangerous aura coming from the heart. Dong. As the heart shrank, Zichen rushed forward. Just as he was about to reach it, the shrinking heart began to expand. The entire space was filled with a thumping sound. This sound was like the sound of heaven and earth. It shook one's soul and shook one's mind. Zichen, who was moving forward, seemed to be at a loss in his cold eyes. The extremely fast speed of his attack also paused for a moment. A golden ripple spread out from the heart and swept across Zichen's body. Zichen's hand that was about to pull out the saber completely stopped. His expression was completely sluggish. Just as the golden light swept across Zichen's body, a fist emitting a bloody light appeared in front of the heart and hit the sluggish Zichen's chest. This blow was very real and very ruthless. Zichen, whose body was shining with a golden light, instantly extinguished the light on his body. His entire body became ordinary, and after the golden light disappeared, his body was instantly sent flying backwards by this punch. Seeing that Zichen was about to rush out of the light shield, the heart beat again. A large amount of bloody light rushed out and formed another light shield in the middle of the light shield. Bang! Zichen, who was flying backwards, smashed heavily into the blood-red light barrier. The entire barrier was trembling. Zichen's powerful momentum was blocked in an instant, and then he fell to the ground. Cracks began to appear on the blood-colored light barrier where his body had just touched it. Seeing that Zichen had fallen down and was motionless, the beating heart's volume had clearly shrunk. The light on the surface of its body had become increasingly dim. The blow just now could be considered its final blow. As for the result, it had instantly killed Zichen. The face reappeared. It looked at Zichen, who was motionless on the ground and had lost all signs of life in an instant. It couldn't help but laugh complacently. "Ha ha, with such little strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of this god of heaven? Even though this god of heaven has consumed 99% of my energy, I can still kill you in an instant. Although it's a bit of a loss to kill a puny heavenly stage like you at a great cost, you are still the most unpredictable rebel," the face said proudly. However, before it could finish its words, it was as if its mouth had been gagged. It abruptly stopped talking. In the entire space, the dazzling light from before was dissipating. As the dazzling light dissipated, a Zichen, who was holding a scabbard, could be seen outside the light shield. He stood there in a daze, motionless, as if he had been petrified. How could there be two? The face looked at the two Zichun. It was also stunned. The flames in its eye sockets kept jumping, as if it had seen a ghost. Swoosh! In the next moment, Zichun, who had died in front of the face, turned into energy and dissipated into thin air. Damn it, it's a doppelganger. How could it be a doppelganger? Looking at the dissipating Zichun, the face cursed angrily. It was shocked and puzzled. It had forcibly used a doppelganger to go out more than once, but all its means were suppressed. It could only use the power of its body. Doppelganger was obviously a magical ability, and it was impossible to use it outside. Moreover, it had been showing a very weak appearance before, so it was impossible for Zichun to suspect it. How could this be? How could this be? The face kept roaring. Its whole body was jumping up and down, sometimes rushing forward. When it encountered the barrier, it would bump into it. If it was a normal human, it would have been fuming with anger. Damn it, it must be you. It must be you. It's you again. The face's gaze swept past Zichun and stared at Duandao. None of this made sense, but Duandao had been with it for a long time, so it naturally knew what it was capable of. If all of this was attributed to Duandao, then everything would make sense. No matter how the face roared and how angry it was, Zichun did not have any reaction. His expression did not change because he was really dumbfounded, as if he was really petrified. After Duandao recognized him as its master, it sent out a thought. This thought clearly told him that the heart still had a trick up its sleeve, and he must be careful. Therefore, Zichun and Duandao quickly communicated with each other through spiritual thoughts. After Duandao paid a certain price, Zichun was able to use the price to successfully activate the golden body. After that, Zichun and the scabbard worked together to change the space here, causing light to fill every corner. It looked like Zichun had forcibly raised his strength to the peak to fight with the heart. In addition, there was almost no difference between the golden body and the real body. In addition, the time was so short that there was no time for the heart to think carefully. Therefore, such a show was created. However, what Zichun did not expect was that the heart, which was obviously on the verge of dying, still had such a powerful attack. In just an instant, it killed his golden body. One had to know that the battle strength of his golden body was the same as that of his real body. Since the heart could kill his golden body, it could naturally kill his real body quickly. It could be said that he had saved his life again. Hearing the banging sound, Zichun came back to his senses. He just happened to see the face hitting its head on the barrier, looking very angry. When he looked at the heart behind him, its size had obviously shrunk a lot, and its luster had become dimmer. It was completely exhausted. The heart had indeed exhausted a lot of energy. Without the threat of Duandao, it was lucky that when it attacked Zichun, it forcibly separated a part of its energy. This part of energy was enough to ensure that it could completely kill Zichun. However, it did not expect that it would only kill a clone. At this point, even if Zichun did not kill it, it would slowly dissipate as the formation here operated. Go! Exhausted as much as you can. After coming back to his senses, Zichun heard the will of Duandao. However, this will was much weaker than before. All these years, it had been maintaining the formation, and it had also consumed a lot of energy. In addition, it had forcefully paid the price under the formation just now, and it was about to fall into a deep sleep. The Sword Soul, which had paid a huge price, had already expelled Zichun's biggest threat. Now, Zichun was very confident in dealing with a severely exhausted heart of God. He held the scabbard in his hand tightly and stepped forward. As he moved forward, his body began to shine with a golden light. This time, it was the real body, and it could only be the real body. P.S. There were not enough people in the group yesterday, so there was no update today. This is the second chapter of the normal update. Group number 3987700240. Chapter 2032. Zichun held the scabbard in his hand and walked toward the space in front of him. His steps were slow but steady, and his expression was cold. The expression on the face was constantly changing. Behind it, The heart was still beating deliberately under the control of the array formation, and its energy was still flowing away. If it weren't for this damn array formation, it could have chosen to sleep. Even after tens of millions of years, after waking up, it would still be the heart of God, and it would still be an existence that no one could kill. But now, the once powerful face was very weak. It was so weak that even a small heaven realm cultivator could threaten it. It was unwilling to accept this. This was like a conspiracy, a scheme, but it took tens of millions of years. It was the scheme of dozens or even hundreds of generations. Zichen didn't know what the face was thinking at this moment. He walked into the barrier without any hindrance. Then, he looked at the face and punched out. Golden light flashed, and the dazzling fist light illuminated the space. Before the fist light landed, the face naturally dissipated. At this moment, the heart wouldn't waste any more energy. The face dissipated and turned into energy that was retracted by the heart. The light on the heart seemed to brighten slightly. Then, the heart began to beat, trying to catch the frequency of Zichen's heartbeat. Golden light flashed around Zichen's body, and his perfect body appeared. At the same time, his perfect spiritual sense covered his entire body, preventing any energy from invading his body. Thump! The heart suddenly beat. This sudden appearance was like a direct hit to Zichen's heart. Any defense was useless. Zichen's face turned slightly pale, but it quickly became ruddy. His powerful body wasn't affected at all. He took a few steps forward and punched out. The dazzling golden color carried a powerful aura as it went straight for the beating heart. Thump! The floating heart trembled slightly and moved forward. Wherever it passed, ripples appeared in the space. A powerful pressure filled this small space. Boom! Above the heart, a brilliance flashed and collided with Zichen's powerful punch. Then, a powerful force surged, and the fist light shattered. Zichen's figure retreated. Zichen, who was retreating, forcibly suppressed his churning internal organs. He raised his head to look at the heart with a face full of surprise. He didn't expect that after the previous wave of exhaustion, the other party would still have such powerful strength. If it wasn't for the fact that his body had been strengthened and transformed time and time again, the impact just now would have shattered his right arm and body in an instant. Just a simple hit from the heart was already much more powerful than the previous attack from Ericman. Brat, it won't be that easy to kill this heavenly god. A face appeared on the surface of the heart. It looked at Zichen and said coldly. Zichen remained silent. His feet flashed as he rushed towards the heart in front of him. Golden light flashed. The heart once again rushed towards Zichen, bringing with it an extremely powerful force. The terrifying power caused cracks to appear in space one after another. Zichen shifted his feet and instantly blocked the attack. At the same time, he clenched his fist and punched toward his heart. This attack wasn't Zichen's peak strength. This was because Zichen was using close-range combat. After the first attack, he had to reserve some strength for a second attack as soon as possible. Buzz. However, just as this punch landed on the heart, Zichen felt a huge rebound force pass through his fist. His figure retreated, the huge force causing him to stagger. Brat, it's useless. You're just a heaven realm cultivator. How can you shake this heavenly god? The heart naturally sensed Zichen's intention to attack. The face that appeared on the surface of its body smiled coldly. Without the suppression of the broken sword, it could display even more power. This power was somewhat beyond its expectations. Previously, it was still somewhat in despair. However, after the real confrontation, it realized that Zichen wasn't as strong as it thought. The heart still contained a terrifying power. Zichen's close-range combat was obviously useless. Moreover, if it didn't use a powerful attack, it couldn't hurt its opponent at all. Again. With a flash of light in his eyes, Zichen rushed forward again. The heaven-defying energy in his body kept surging toward the surface of his body. The dazzling fist light illuminated the surroundings as it directly hit the heart. Boom! Under the strong confrontation, the fist light shattered. Zichen's body was once again pushed back. The terrifying energy shockwave shook the space until it dissipated. Being in this space, Zichen realized that the energy that naturally dissipated during the beating of the heart didn't all turn into magma. Instead, part of it turned into magma, and part of it was absorbed by the array. Of course, the array absorbed the energy first, and then the remaining energy dispersed and turned into magma. In this way, Zichen also understood why the array was still strong and powerful after so many years. It was because the source of the array's energy was the heart. Zichen, who was in the core of the array, couldn't escape the restriction of the array. The energy in his body was dissipating on its own. This kind of consumption was quite large. Without energy replenishment, it was indeed fatal. Boom! In this final moment of life and death, the heart was no longer floating. It kept attacking Zichen. Its power was getting stronger and stronger. Rumbling sounds constantly resounded between heaven and earth. At this point, the heart began to attack fiercely. During this period, the face that kept appearing on the surface of the body was also staring at Zichen ferociously. "What's the use of you holding this broken saber? If you give it to me, I will be able to get out." Zichen was pushed back again. The difference in power between the two was still very big. Speaking of which, Zichen could walk freely under this kind of terrifying pressure, which was already very strong. Hearing the words of the face, Zichen didn't say a word. He didn't care about wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He rushed forward again and punched again. With this punch, the space seemed to be torn apart. An even more powerful force gushed out. During the attack, Zichen's left hand held the scabbard tightly. However, he didn't use the saber even once. Zichen's punch was obviously accumulating power. The face on the surface of the heart, which was emitting a bloody light, smiled sarcastically. The next moment, a golden light appeared in front of the face. The moment this golden light appeared, the surrounding space clearly began to distort. Then, an indescribable pressure filled the space. The moment this pressure appeared, the energy circulating in Zichen's body seemed to slow down. His body also swayed slightly. The power of his previous attack was directly reduced by 20%. Zichen was very familiar with that golden light. It was the energy of the sky god's blood essence. However, the pressure emitted by the one in front of him was more than 1,000 times stronger than when Zichen had first obtained it. Zichen looked at the sky god's energy in front of him in shock. "Humph, boy. You think you got my blood essence? Let me tell you, it's just some residue left for you after the formation devoured it. It's not the real sky god's blood essence." Seeing Zichen's shocked expression, the face snorted coldly and said, "Even if it's only a drop of this sky god's blood essence, it can instantly kill a little thing like you. If it weren't for that damn formation, you wouldn't be qualified to jump around in front of me." Zichen was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. The golden light that appeared turned into an energy fist and directly collided with Zichen's fist. Bang! A loud sound was heard. A terrifying energy ripple spread out in all directions. The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. The surging energy on Zichen's arm instantly dissipated. Then, the bones in his entire arm were completely shattered. His body was also sent flying backward. This blow was very powerful. Even Zichen's bones, which were comparable to heaven-defying weapons, were shattered. It was believed that even if a heavenly weapon was placed here, it would also be shattered by this punch. It was worthy of being a former sky god. Even if it only had a heart left, even if it had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, even if it had consumed a lot of its energy, it was still not a match for a mere peak heavenly realm. However, the face was not satisfied with such a blow. Because, under normal circumstances, the means it displayed were enough to kill a heavenly realm expert, not just shatter the opponent's arm. Under the suppression of the formation and the huge consumption, even the energy of the sky god's blood essence was greatly weakened. Zichen, who was sent flying backwards, did not manage to fly out of the outside world. His heart had already created a new light shield, blocking Zichen within it. After smashing into the light shield and falling down, Zichen immediately urged the energy in his body to quickly repair the damage to his right arm. The shock on his face did not fade for a long time. His right arm was almost crippled. Zichen could only use his left arm and left hand. However, at this moment, he was still holding the scabbard tightly. Once he let go, the scabbard would be taken away. Therefore, at this moment, Zichen, because he was reluctant to let go of the scabbard, looked like he had no strength to resist. The beating heart instantly came in front of Zichen. The face that appeared looked at Zichen and said, "Boy, I know you want to waste time, but this sky god will not give you the chance." As the voice fell, the golden energy in front of the face surged again. The suffocating pressure appeared again. Obviously, the face had used the sky god's blood essence again. This time, the sky god's blood essence turned into a short spear. It emitted an unimaginable power and pierced toward Zichen's heart. Puff! Zichen's heart was instantly pierced by the short spear. Facing this attack, he had almost no strength to resist. His strong body was useless. After the heart was pierced, the face appeared. It looked at Zichen and said coldly, "Everything is over. As long as I shatter your heart and soul, you will die." Zichen endured the pain. The energy in his body was still repairing his right arm. He looked at the face and said, "Maybe you don't have the strength to attack." The heart did not have the strength to attack because the face could only speak and could not attack. The heart could only attack and did not seem to have any other means. "Boy, you underestimate this sky god." As the cold words fell, a golden light flashed in front of the heart. In the flashing golden light, a golden figure appeared. It was a tall figure, but it wasn't Eric's face. It was an arrogant guy with a cold aura around him. It is the sky god's soul. The moment he saw the tall figure, Zichen's pupils shrank. His left hand that was holding the scabbard began to exert strength. P.S. I don't know why, but I suddenly caught a cold. My body is too weak. Chapter 2033. The figure standing in front of Zichen was the soul of the god. It could also be said that he was the will of the heart of the god. He was the true controller of the heart of the god. The face from before had been manifested by him, and the two Ahrimans had also consumed his spiritual sense. He was a spiritual sense, but he was also the soul of the god. Of course, he could also be called the remnant soul of the god. He looked down at Zichen, who was currently seriously injured, with a hint of arrogance on his face. Zichen was now half leaning against the blood-red light barrier. There was a golden energy spear in his chest. His shattered right arm was recovering. As long as the other party moved slightly, Zichen would die in the next moment. However, Zichen raised his head and looked at the other party. Looking at the other party's cold face, he knew that this should be the true face of the god of heaven. Feeling the aura of the other party that was still so violent and suffocating, Zichen really couldn't imagine how strong this existence was at his peak. How powerful was this existence that could take out his heart and seal it here? "Boy, it's all over. Your heart should explode. You should die." The soul of the god of heaven slowly stretched out his hand and smiled at Zichen. He grabbed the short spear in Zichen's body. Zichen's shocked expression also had a hint of coldness. He said to the soul of the god of heaven above him, "My heart exploded. I'll use yours to replace it." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light surged in Zichen's left hand. The scabbard that he hadn't used since the beginning of the battle emitted a bright light at this moment. The broken blade in the scabbard trembled slightly. Zichen's shattered right arm had unknowingly recovered. His right hand was also unknowingly placed on the hilt of the blade. Zichen's expression was cold and crazy because life and death were in an instant. Either you die or I die. The heavenly god's soul clearly sensed Zichen's abnormality, and its arrogant expression immediately changed. Even before the broken blade left its scabbard, it still felt a sense of crisis. Grabbing the short spear, it immediately exerted force, wanting to be the first to shatter Zichen's heart and extinguish Zichen's soul. At this moment, Zichen exerted force with his right hand. Swoosh! The broken saber that was previously sheathed was unsheathed once again. The saber drawing technique, which had disappeared for a long time, had truly appeared in this world after tens of thousands of years. The originally pitch-black blade suddenly flashed with a bright light. This light was like the light at the beginning of the world. It was bright but not blinding. This light illuminated the space once again, filling the entire space. The originally oppressive atmosphere seemed to have become gentler because of the appearance of this bright light. Under the illumination of the bright saber light, the heavenly god soul's expression had completely frozen, or rather, it was too late to change. His eyes were filled with fear and anger. His expression, which was almost frozen, was becoming distorted and seemed to be struggling. It was the hesitation of facing death and not knowing whether to advance or retreat. At this moment, he finally understood why Zichen was so vulnerable and why Zichen had not used this saber for so long. It turned out that he had been waiting for this moment to arrive. Everything that had happened before was to lure the enemy, and all of this was obviously because of the broken saber. He was unwilling and regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have been so impulsive. If he had not taken the initiative to devour them and allowed them to come here step by step, perhaps due to internal conflicts, he would have had a chance to escape. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The bright saber light swept past the heavenly god's soul and then extinguished. The space became dark again. The heavenly god's soul was cut in half from the middle. At this moment, the heavenly god's soul had only shattered Zichen's heart. It had not completely shattered it. The saber light flashed and disappeared. The heavenly god's soul dispersed, turning into a wave of heavenly soul energy. However, before the energy could be reabsorbed by the heart of the god, the white ball in the sky above the array, which had been motionless all this time, trembled. Then, it emitted a ray of light. The light fell on the scattered heavenly god's soul, and then forcibly took the heavenly god's soul away. After the heavenly god's soul dissipated, the golden short spear stabbed into Zichen's heart turned into energy and dissipated. After the slash, Zichen lost the strength to withdraw the saber. He had killed the heavenly god's soul so easily. In addition to the extraordinary saber drawing technique, there was also the soul power that the saber soul had given to the broken saber before it fell asleep. This soul power could only allow Zichen to slash once, and this slash had to be on the heavenly god soul. This was because the current Zichen did not have the strength to destroy the heavenly god soul, even if it was only the remnant of the heavenly god soul. Because the remnant of the soul had dissipated, the heart gradually stopped beating and floated in the air. There was still a terrifying power hidden in the heart, but it was no longer the heart of the god. Instead, it was a heart that contained the heavenly god's blood essence. It was a true treasure. This array targeted the soul, not the real energy. The heavenly god's soul had disappeared, and the remaining energy in the heart was no longer flowing away. However, the energy in Zichen's body was still flowing away. The slash just now had consumed a lot of his body, but it was all worth it. This time, not only had he obtained the broken saber, but his cultivation had also reached the peak of the heavenly realm. Even his physical body had undergone a perfect transformation. Other than that, the biggest gain was, of course, the heart. It had to be known that the heart was filled with the heavenly god's blood essence. It was a really high-level item, even if it had been greatly reduced because of the loss of energy. After a short rest, Zichen suppressed the recovery of the injury in his chest. He slowly stood up and walked in front of the huge heart. He reached out his hand and placed it on the heart. His spiritual senses entered the heart through his right hand. Before he took the heart, Zichen had to make sure that there was no remnant soul inside, because the level of the remnant soul was too high for him to deal with. After carefully probing the heart with his spiritual senses and making sure that there was no trace of the remnant soul, Zichen withdrew his spiritual senses and released waves of energy from his body. These waves of energy landed on the surface of the heart, causing it to start to shrink little by little. During the shrinking process, the color of the heart also changed. The previous blood-red color gradually turned into a light gold color, then a golden color. In the end, it burst out with a dazzling golden light. When the huge heart burst out with a dazzling golden light, it also shrank to the size of a fist. Zichen held the dead heart in his hand and sent it to his chest. Rather than calling it a heart, it would be better to call it an energy ball that contained the heavenly god's blood essence. When it arrived in front of Zichen's chest, the heart turned into a ray of golden light and entered Zichen's heart. Zichen's heart, which was already emitting a golden light, immediately burst out with an even more dazzling golden light after fusing with the heavenly god's heart. The two hearts had not been able to fuse for the time being, but the energy that emerged from the heart allowed the injury in Zichen's chest to heal quickly. Soon, Zichen's injuries were completely healed. The fused heart was Zichen's biggest gain. Following the fusion of the heart, Zichen's vitality had not only become stronger, but the heavenly god's blood essence in the heavenly god's heart had also been fused into Zichen's body bit by bit. The heavenly god's blood essence was naturally a good thing for tempering one's physical body. Just 6 drops had allowed Zichen's physical body to soar. Now that he had obtained a complete heart, the strength of Zichen's physical body would shock everyone in the future. After doing all this, it seemed like it was time to go out. Zichen raised his head and glanced at the sphere. Although his gains were not small, he naturally could not miss out on such a good thing. Although Zichen's energy was constantly being consumed while he was in the array did not suppress Zichen at all. Zichen did not even need to borrow the power of the scabbard to walk out of the barrier naturally. As Zichen walked out, the array, which could not sense the slightest soul, began to automatically absorb the magma that had been deliberately spread out previously due to the lack of energy after operating for some time. An endless stream of magma fell from above and landed on the large net of the array. Then, it was compressed and absorbed. As the magma was completely absorbed, the array could no longer absorb any other energy. However, the huge array still needed to operate, so it began to dissipate on its own. The large net that extended into the void began to shrink until it reached this place. If Zichen was in the outside world at this moment, he would definitely be able to see that when the array dissipated. The pattern above the hall had already disappeared first, leaving only a lonely hall. After losing the support of energy, the array held on for a while before completely disintegrating. Immediately after, the white ball above fell vertically to the ground. Zichen grabbed it, and the white sphere landed in his hand. He looked at the dissipating array and said indifferently, "Breaking the array is actually that simple. As long as there was no soul, the array would naturally be broken." However, although it sounded simple, it was actually equivalent to suicide. As long as one died, the array would naturally dissipate. However, who would have thought of this method? Even if they had thought of it, who would use it? It's over. Keeping the sphere, Zichen raised his head and looked at the space above his head. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from this space. Zichen's figure soared into the sky from the magma that had sunk earlier. However, there was no more magma here. Not only was there no more magma here, but all the magma in this huge space had also disappeared. "Let's go find Yue first." A cold glint flashed across Zichen's eyes as he entered the depths at lightning speed. Soon, he saw the large hall with its doors wide open. Zichen entered in a flash. The large hall was empty. Other than some blood stains, he could not see anything else. It's Qing Feng's blood stains. Looking at the blood stains, Zichen frowned slightly. When he had saved Qing Feng, he had guessed that Black Dragon and Dark Rock would help Qing Feng. The two of them had only come here because of the benefits. Since they were neutral, they naturally wouldn't leave him in the lurch. After checking the surroundings again, Zichen didn't see any other fragments of the shield. He was sure that Yue and the others had already taken the shield and left. Thus, Zichen began to return. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the Slaughtering Heaven Cave, he was dumbfounded when he heard the whistling sound of the wind. Chapter 2034. When Zichen, Yanwei, and the others entered the Tutian Cave, there were many people following behind them. Although they couldn't get the opportunity, they didn't leave immediately. Because everyone knew that although Yanwei temporarily put aside his personal grudges and chose to go in with Zichen, when they came out, only one of them would be able to survive. Almost everyone present was in the Heaven Realm. In a situation where they didn't have the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm, they naturally had too much time to squander. Except for some who chose to leave, there were still many experts who chose to stay. They all wanted to be the first to see who would live and who would die. Kunte was one of them. That fragment was really his opportunity. After obtaining the fragment, he went out with Yiqian to travel. He didn't expect to meet Zichen midway. What was even more unexpected was that in the battle between the two, he actually paid the price of losing the fragment and luckily saved his life. In his heart, he was very regretful. Now that he had been waiting here, naturally, he hoped that Zichun would die in there. Everyone had too much time. Half a month passed quickly, but their patience didn't diminish. I think the one who will die will definitely be Zichun. That's hard to say. What's hard to say? Among the 10 people, there are 4 heaven-defying. Lei Dong has a grudge against Zichun, and it's said that the 5 elements are the same. Once the 2 sides start fighting, the remaining people will naturally know which side to stand on. When the time comes, 9 against 1, Zichun will definitely die. Those who chatted so unscrupulously and hoped that Zichun would die were, of course, some of the alien races. Some other humans might have different opinions, but at this moment, they couldn't show it. Zichun's fate would determine the future development of the Jianwu continent. If Zichun came back alive and Yinwei died in there, then all the heaven-defying cultivators in this world would immediately leave and go to the star path. But if Yinwei came back and Zichun died in there, not only would these heaven-defying cultivators not leave, but the battle that had already ended would probably break out again. As for the fact that the outsiders were only here because of Zichun, that could only fool the weak. True experts didn't believe that a mere Zichun could attract so many outsiders. In addition to some powerhouses who were really bored, there were many spies of other forces here. They needed to know the result as soon as possible so that they could prepare for the upcoming battle. Among the many chatting voices, there was no doubt that Zichun was dead. The bored crowd began to chat one after another as they guessed at a certain possibility. Suddenly, an exclamation sounded from outside the slaughtering sky cave. There are energy fluctuations inside. Someone is coming out. Hearing this cry of surprise, everyone immediately pulled themselves together and flew forward one by one. Soon after, they occupied various advantageous terrains and looked at the slaughtering heaven cave in front of them. A whistling wind sound appeared as an extremely obscure energy ripple was emitted. Everyone's eyes stared intently at the slaughtering sky cave. They wanted to see just who had come out alive. Soon, a light figure appeared in the slaughtering sky cave. Under the protection of the shield, a few people gradually approached the exit. Looking at the shield that was emitting light, many people's eyes lit up. Someone cried out involuntarily, "Found it!" They found the shield. But it seems like there's only half of it. Following the exclamation, the others also looked at the light that was about to reach the exit. There was indeed half a shield there. Although it wasn't complete, it was still much more than the 5 pieces when they entered. Moreover, just a piece of the shield had an extremely strong defensive power. The defense of the half-shield was naturally even stronger. This was already a huge gain. Soon after, everyone looked at the light shield, wanting to see who had obtained the shield. The first thing that entered everyone's mind was the calm Yinwei. The moment they saw Yinwei, the crowd burst into an uproar. "Yinwei, it's Lord Yinwei. Lord Yinwei is out. Zichun should be dead. Since he has seen Lord Yinwei, Zichun is definitely dead." These exclamations came from the foreign races. At this moment, they were extremely excited. In contrast, the group of human cultivators chose to remain silent after seeing Yinwei. Although Zichun's reputation in the Jianwu continent wasn't good, he was still an expert of the Jianwu continent. When Yinwei came out, Zichun was obviously dead. This made some of the human cultivators who hated Zichun a lot feel a little depressed. I didn't expect that in just a short month, the result would be revealed. Isn't it? I originally thought that we would have to wait here for at least a few years. The discussions were still ringing in the surroundings. However, there were still some people who were unwilling to accept the outcome. They looked behind them, hoping that Yinwei had truly let go of the prejudices between both parties. The second to enter everyone's sight was 5 elements from the 5 elements family. Lei Dong was next, and in Lei Dong's hand was a person. It was the famous Qingfeng. Lastly, it was Hei Long and Peng. There were a total of 10 people when they entered, but only 6 came out. Apart from Qi Wei, who still had a calm expression, the others all had gloomy expressions. Why didn't Eric and the others come out? Did they die in the battle? Seeing the 6 people who had walked out of the slaughtering heaven cave, everyone was shocked. When the 6 people saw these people, They were also very surprised. Obviously, they didn't expect that there would be so many people here. What are you all doing here? Are you courting death? Lei Dong, who was carrying Qing Feng, swept his gaze across the crowd. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he spoke coldly. This time, he was obviously the most oppressed one. He didn't get anything, and Zichun was still completely dead. If he didn't enter the Saint Realm in this life, he probably wouldn't be fated with Zichun's six-winged heavenly thunder wings. As the violent aura around Lei Dong surged, the expressions of the people in the distance changed, and they immediately retreated. What? It's already been a month. After hearing the discussions around, Yanwei frowned. They had only stayed in that space for a few days, but so much time had passed in the outside world. However, thinking about the strangeness of that place, it was normal for the flow of time to be different. Looking at the 6 people who had returned, the discussions around them continued. Obviously, they were very curious about what had happened inside. Yanwei glanced at the crowd and said with a faint smile, "You should be curious about why Eric and the others didn't come out. They are all dead, including Zichun." Hearing Yue say that Zichun was dead, an uproar broke out in the surroundings. This time, we have to thank Black Dragon and the others for their help. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to kill Zichun. Immediately after, Yanwei said again. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many human cultivators present changed. It was one thing for the foreign races to kill each other, but why did they have to kill Zichun, who was also a human? Black Dragon and Enpong didn't explain. They just smiled bitterly. They hadn't gotten the Saint Crystals yet, so they naturally couldn't go against Yanwei's will. This time, not only did we kill Zichun, but we also caught this guy. Black Dragon and Enpong told me that he was from the Martial War Clan. If anyone knows where this clan is, please go to the Martial War Clan and tell them that Qing Feng is in our hands. If they want him, go to Blue Feather City. After saying that, Yanwei walked forward. Lei Dong and the others followed behind. Without a doubt, Black Dragon and Enpong, who were walking at the back, attracted the most attention. Many foreign races didn't know about the Martial War Clan, but some of the Heavenly Realm experts present were very familiar with it. Although this clan had long disappeared, it was a clan with a thunderous reputation. It represented the protectors of the Martial War continent. I didn't expect someone from the Martial War clan to still be alive. Yeah, after disappearing for so many years, everyone thought that this clan was destroyed. I didn't expect Qing Feng to be from the Martial War clan. They killed Zichun and captured Qing Feng. Obviously, Qing Feng helped Zichun in that battle. The two of them must have joined forces to kill the 3 heaven-defying realm experts. That's for sure. Even if Zichun was wrong, he's still from the Martial War continent. He's one of us. As a member of the Martial War clan, Qing Feng will naturally protect Zichun. When the Martial War order was issued, none of the forces in the Martial War continent dared to disobey. But now, it's the forces of the Martial War continent that are attacking the Martial War clan. Sigh, everything is different now. Even if the Martial War order reappears, how many forces will obey it? Those Heavenly Realm experts from the other forces of the Martial War continent shook their heads and sighed. Then, they quickly retreated from the crowd. Zichun was dead. Then, the good relationship between the foreign races and the Martial War continent might be broken. Perhaps a war would break out again. Jiwei left in a hurry. He seemed to be in a hurry, so he released all the news at once. Now, he didn't dare to judge how long it would take for the existence in Slaughtering Heaven Cave to break the seal. But once it did, it would naturally be a disaster for this world. In the eyes of the other party, there was no distinction between the Martial War continent and the foreign races. There was only slaughter. He believed that there would soon be news of the Martial War clan because no family would watch a genius disciple die. You too, I had no choice but to do so. I hope you can forgive me. Walking out of the barrier, Jiwei looked back at Hei Long and Enpong and said apologetically. The two shook their heads and smiled bitterly again. Now, things are a little urgent. You should follow me to Blue Feather City. After this matter is over, the Saint Crystals will naturally be given to you. They had no choice but to follow Jiwei back to Blue Feather City. At this moment, because of the Saint Crystals, they had no choice but to stand with Jiwei. After returning to Blue Feather City and settling the others, Jiwei returned to his room alone. As soon as he sat down, he said, "Where is Yiqian now?" "According to Sir's orders, we have been monitoring young Lady Yiqian. She is now in the third continent." A shadow appeared from the darkness. Chapter 2035. It was extremely difficult for a heaven-defying cultivator to enter the Saint Realm. It required a huge opportunity. In the endless starry sky, due to certain reasons, a heaven-defying cultivator would appear on every planet where a continent was located. These heaven-defying cultivators could smoothly enter the Heaven Realm and become the pinnacle Heaven Realm expert of their own world. However, it was extremely difficult to successfully enter the Saint Realm. There was only 1 out of 100 people. If these heaven-defying cultivators wanted to advance further, they would have to step onto the star path to find opportunities. However, there was an opportunity right before their eyes. It was to obtain the favor of Yiqian. As long as they could obtain Yiqian, the heaven-defying cultivator would be able to smoothly enter the Saint Realm. This was an opportunity that every heaven-defying cultivator wished to obtain. Hence, Yiqian was very popular. She was a fairy in the hearts of almost every Heaven Realm expert. Heaven-defying cultivators would follow her wherever she went. What if Miss Yiqian is unwilling to come back? Hearing Qi Wei's words, the black figure asked hesitantly, "Bring her back by force." Qi Wei raised his teacup and drank it in one gulp. His words were cold and decisive. He did not know when that existence would appear. Before that, he had to arrange everything and leave this world immediately. Putting down the teacup, Qi Wei frowned and fell into deep thought. Next, he had to arrange a series of things. Qing Feng's appearance was an accident. However, it was extremely important to Qi Wei. The energy in Qing Feng's body had been sealed by force. There were also people guarding him. Black Dragon and the other 3 who followed Qi Wei back were depressed. They did not obtain anything this time. Now, they had to be suppressed by Qi Wei. No matter how they looked at it, it was not a good deal. No, this matter is not over yet. We have no reason to fight against this world with Qi Wei. Dark Rock's face was filled with displeasure. That's right. When the time comes, he will leave without any attachments. However, our clans will still be here. We will be implicated. Black Dragon nodded. The 2 of them were obviously talking about Qing Feng. Although they did not know what Qi Wei was going to do to the Zhanwu clan, they were undoubtedly being used by him. If it were any other family, offending them wouldn't be a big deal, but the martial war family was too special. The 2 of them couldn't take this risk just because they hadn't obtained enough Saint Crystals yet. Although the 2 of them had been neutral along the way, they were powerhouses of a large family after all. Their combat strength was much stronger than Quentin, who had comprehended more than 50 laws. Naturally, they had their own opinions. These are 2 different matters, so I'll have to explain them one by one. Everyone, I'm going to take back what belongs to me. Do you all want to come with me? Black Dragon looked at the other 3 and said, a rare cold expression appearing on his face. Actually, when he looked at the 3 of them, he was actually asking Lei Dong and 5 Elements. Because Peng was with him, the 2 of them would advance and retreat together. I'll go. Sure enough. Peng said resolutely in the next moment, and the aura around him became fierce. Yes, why wouldn't I? The third one to express his opinion was not the impulsive Lei Dong, but 5 Elements. He was even a little impatient. This was something that couldn't be helped. He always felt that Zichen wasn't dead, so he had to get his hands on Saint Crystals as soon as possible. If Zichen appeared, with Saint Crystals, he might be able to fight back. Of course we'll go. Qi Wei owes us this, Lei Dong said coldly. So, the 4 of them made up their minds and walked out of the room to look for Qi Wei. At this moment, Qi Wei was frowning, thinking about how to proceed according to the plan. The 4 of them had come uninvited, which surprised him a little. He immediately asked, "Why are you all here to see me?" The 4 of them looked at each other, and Lei Dong coldly snorted. Qi Wei, stop pretending. This time, you used us to get half a shield. I think you should give us the Saint Crystals you promised us. When Qi Wei heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face. Since I promised you, I will naturally give you the Saint Crystals. After this matter is over, I will naturally give you the Saint Crystals. Black Dragon shook his head and said, These are two different things. We only want the Saint Crystals you promised us. If you don't have the Saint Crystals, please give us each a fragment. Chi Wei's face changed slightly and he said with some dissatisfaction, "Didn't I say that I would give you the Saint Crystals after I'm done with my business?" A cold smile appeared at the corner of Dark Ping's mouth as he said, "Since you've said so, then we have nothing to say. Earlier, you said that we helped you kill Zichen and capture Qingfeng. In order to prove our innocence, I think we need to go out and clarify." "They will believe you." Chi Wei looked at the four of them, his expression returning to normal, but no one knew what he was thinking. "As long as we release Qingfeng, I think they will believe us," Dark Peng said. Chi Wei's face changed and he said coldly, "Are you threatening me?" "Of course not. We just want to take back what belongs to us." The two sides confronted each other with tit for tat. Their auras were hidden and the atmosphere in the room became very oppressive. Seeing that they were not backing down, the anger on Chi Wei's face disappeared. He nodded and said, "Fine, I didn't think this through. I can give you the Saint Crystals first, but I have to go out for a while. I'll have to trouble you to stay here. You don't have to do anything, just stay in this city and look after Qingfeng. If we can get the Saint Crystals, I think we will agree to this request," Black Dragon said lightly. Chi Wei flipped his hand and 4 bright Saint Crystals appeared in front of him. These Saint Crystals were the size of a palm and exuded a strong Saint pressure. Seeing the 4 Saint Crystals, the eyes of the 4 immediately lit up. These were Saint Crystals, which were many times more valuable than heaven weapons. They represented a chance to enter the Saint realm. "Here you go." Looking at the excited expressions of the 4, Chi Wei shook his hand and the 4 Saint Crystals flew to them. The 4 took the Saint Crystals and first checked them with their spiritual sense. After confirming that there were no problems, they cupped their fists at Chi Wei and turned to leave the room. "How dare you threaten me? All of you deserve to die." Chi Wei gritted his teeth and looked at the door where the 4 disappeared. His eyes gradually turned cold. After getting the Saint Crystals, the 4 returned to their respective residences. Black Dragon quickly contacted his family. "I can't go back for the next few days. Go back to the family and ask around. See if there's anything in the martial war clan that can attract Chi Wei," Black Dragon ordered.
Yes.
A Heaven Realm expert nodded and left the room. The same thing happened in the other 3 places. No one was a fool. Chi Wei didn't kill Qingfeng and deliberately spread the news. Obviously, he wanted to use Qingfeng to get something from the martial war clan. On the same day, a piece of news was sent back to the 4 of them. In Black Dragon's room, the Heaven Realm expert who left earlier came back and said, "The martial war clan has 2 most famous things. One is the martial war token, which can be used to command all forces and rogue cultivators. The other is the Battle King sword, which is said to be a King Saint sword used by the leader of the Martial War Alliance. It has the same effect as the martial war token and can be used to command all forces." "Just these 2. Black Dragon frowned and said, "Is there nothing else special?" Regardless of whether it was the martial battle token or the Battle King sword, Black Dragon knew that the former was just a very ordinary token that represented a great significance. The latter was a true holy sword that represented the symbol of a king. Legend had it that the Battle King sword's grade was on the same level as the Perfect Shield. He believed that the Battle King sword wouldn't be so stupid as to use Qingfeng to exchange for the Battle King sword. Moreover, there were rumors that the Battle King sword was long broken and lost in the Martial War clan. Whether it was still in the Martial War clan was unknown. It can't be because of these 2 things. Is there nothing special? For example, the other fragments of the shield? Black Dragon asked again. It wasn't that he looked down on Qingfeng, but everyone had a price. If he blackmailed Qingfeng, the only thing he could get was a fragment of the shield. Because if the item exceeded its value, no one would exchange it. Heaven Realm shook his head and said, "The Martial War clan has disappeared for many years, and there are very few ancient records regarding this clan. There is almost nothing useful for the other clans." "Oh, right. When we came, the clan leader told me that there is a rumor regarding the martial war token. Perhaps Chi Wei deliberately spread the news because of this rumor." "What rumor?" "It is said that as long as one obtains the martial war token, they will be able to sense the location of the Thunder Divine Palace and enter the Thunder Divine Palace." "What? The legendary Thunder Divine Palace? That place is merely a rumor." Whether it exists or not is still unknown. Chiwei hasn't even become a saint yet. Could it be that he still wants to become a god? Black Dragon sneered and said. The clan leader said that this rumor might not be credible, but the Thunder Divine Palace truly exists. Truly, truly, as if he has seen it before. Black Dragon curled his lips, still not believing. The Thunder Divine Palace was even more distant than the Martial War Clan. There were many rumors, but almost no one had seen it before. The clan leader said that although he has never seen it before, there are people who have. Who? People from the 5 Elements aristocratic families, and that dead Zichun. What? Zichun has seen the Thunder Divine Palace? Black Dragon sat up straight, appearing to be a little shocked. This is news that the clan inadvertently obtained. It is said that the 5 Elements aristocratic families have already classified this news as top secret. According to the news, Zichun had once entered the Thunder Divine Palace. Black Dragon stood up in an instant, looked at the Heavenly Realm expert and said, "This news, how credible is it?" 30%. All right, you can leave first. If there's anything else, I'll look for you. Black Dragon did not wait for the Heavenly Realm experts to leave and took the lead to leave the room. After that, he headed straight for 5 Elements room. In the corridor, Black Dragon bumped into Dark Pong. The two of them looked at each other, nodded, and then directly pushed open the door to 5 Elements room. At this moment, 5 Elements was frowning. Beside him, a Heavenly Realm expert wearing golden clothes was respectfully saying something. However, after the two of them entered, the Heavenly Realm expert closed his mouth. 5 Elements raised his head, looked at the two of them, and said, "Why have the two of you come? You can leave first." Black Dragon waved his hand towards the person beside him, but the latter looked at 5 Elements with hesitation. "It's nothing. You can leave first. If there's anything else, I'll call for you." The Heavenly Realm expert nodded and left. Of course, he did not forget to close the door. Chapter 2036. Black Dragon immediately spoke without any intention of beating around the bush. Beside him, Dark Rock also didn't show any surprise. Clearly, the two of them were asking the same question. The relationship between the Rock race and the Dragon race was pretty good. It was normal for the two of them to obtain this information at the same time. Hearing Black Dragon's question, 5 Elements' expression didn't change. However, his heart jumped. This was the highest secret of the 5 Elements family. It was almost never leaked. Stop pretending. Hurry up and tell us. Is this true? Does the Lightning Divine Hall really exist? Can one really become a god after entering? Asked Black Dragon. 5 Elements' expression changed a few times. He seemed to be considering whether or not to tell the two of them. This matter is related to the Martial Battle family. If you don't tell us clearly, we won't know about Yuei's scheme. Could it be that you're really standing on Yuei's side? 5 Elements bitterly smiled. Do I have a choice? Black Dragon knew what 5 Elements was worried about. He said, "Of course you do. If you tell us now, we'll be able to guess what Yuei wants from the Martial Battle family. As for Zichun, if he's still alive, he definitely won't exterminate your 5 Elements family." 5 Elements shook his head. "I know him better than you. He's an old enemy of the 5 Elements family. If he really appears alive, it'll be a disaster for the 5 Elements family." That might be the case under normal circumstances. However, if Zichun really does appear, the alien races will have already started another war. In front of the greater good, I believe Zichun will make the right choice. Looking at 5 Elements, who was still shaking his head and smiling bitterly, the Black Dragon said, "The grudge between you and Zichun can only be considered as a personal grudge. Furthermore, the responsibility for that matter cannot be entirely blamed on you. Let's talk about this matter later. First, tell me if that Lightning Divine Palace truly exists, and if you have truly seen it before." 5 Elements' expression changed a few more times. He raised his head and said, "Actually, what you want to know is whether Yuei's goal is the Martial Battle Token or not." Dark Rock was startled. He asked, could it be that the legend is true? Whether it was the Rock race or the Dragon race, they were not inferior to the 5 Elements family. However, when it came to understanding of some secrets, they were a bit weaker than the 5 Elements family. That was because the five elements families weren't limited to the Jianwu continent. They had a foundation in the Martial Heaven continent. And the Martial Heaven continent was the origin of this world. It was an even more mysterious place. I also don't know if the rumors regarding the Martial Battle Badge are true or not, but what I want to say is that the Lightning Divine Hall is not a legend. It does indeed exist. Just a few thousand years ago, it appeared in the Sky Martial continent, but disappeared very quickly. Wu Xing said. Hearing Five Elements affirmation, the two were a little surprised. Black Dragon asked, "It disappeared very quickly. Didn't you think of a way to enter?" Zichen should have entered at that time. Why? Did you know each other thousands of years ago? Wu Xing shook his head and said, "We did want to go in, but we didn't succeed. At that time, I didn't go, and I didn't know Zichen. Some of the strong people in the family went, but none of them came back alive. After that, the family said that it was just a test." If those words were to be heard by Zichen, the latter would definitely be dumbfounded. Back then, the experts that had attacked the Lightning Divine Palace had died in large batches. The shock that Zichen received back then was undoubtedly extremely great. However, in the eyes of Five Elements, that attack was merely a probe. Zichen did enter the Lightning Divine Hall that time, and then disappeared along with it. But as for why he didn't die, I don't know. Without a doubt, Heilong and Enpeng's faces were filled with shock when they heard this. In truth, when Five Elements had heard this news, he had been even more shocked than the two of them. That was because the two of them didn't know that back then, Zichen had only been in the mortal realm. No wonder he's so powerful. So he's an expert from the Lightning Divine Hall. Black Dragon couldn't help praising. And Peng also repeatedly nodded. Five Elements knew that the two of them had misunderstood. Back then, Zichen had only been in the mortal realm. Right now, he could kill him with a single breath. How could he be an expert? However, even now, they still didn't know what had happened to Zichen in the Lightning Divine Hall. The spies that they had placed in the sect that Zichen had established were also unable to find any useful clues. If the Lightning Divine Hall truly exists, then the legend regarding the Martial War Badge might be true. And the reason why Jiwei had captured Qingfeng might really be for the Martial War Badge. Black Dragon said, "But so what if Jiwei has obtained the Martial War Badge? Could it be that he wants to become a deity without becoming a saint?" And Peng couldn't help saying. Five Elements glanced at the two of them, and a hint of ridicule flashed past his eyes. Compared to some of the information, the existence that was known as a hidden power was simply too weak. There has always been a rumor that the invasion of the other races was for the Lightning Divine Hall. However, no one knows what's in the Lightning Divine Hall. Your Five Elements family doesn't know either. Black Dragon asked. I'm not sure. Five Elements shook his head. However, he did not tell the truth. Actually, he knew an even more secret information. It was said that the Lightning Ancestor had successfully returned after entering the Lightning Divine Hall. It was said that he had even obtained something. Boom. A powerful energy suddenly came from outside the door. Bolts of lightning wreaked havoc, and the door instantly exploded. The light barrier that Peng had put up also distorted a few times before exploding. The three of them turned their heads and saw Lei Dong standing outside the room. He looked at the three of them and said, "I seem to have missed something. Since it was a secret, it naturally couldn't be shared. If it was shared too much, it would no longer be a secret." Thus, when they saw Lei Dong enter, Peng and Black Dragon walked out as if nothing had happened. As for Five Elements, he pretended to have an innocent expression. The news of the Martial War Clan's reappearance was like a gust of wind, spreading across the first mainland. To some loose cultivators, this might not be much. However, to those powers, the Martial War Clan was an extremely important existence. Almost all the ancient teachings of the clan stated that once the martial war order was issued, the entire clan must listen to its orders. Of course, this was under the premise that it was during the invasion of the foreign tribes. At the same time, the news spread that the Peng, Dragon, Lightning, and Five Elements families had joined hands to help the foreign tribes restrain Qingfeng of the Martial War Clan. When this news spread, it caused an uproar. Knowing that Qingfeng was from the Martial War Clan, they actually captured him. This was not only challenging the Martial War Clan's prestige, but also collaborating with the foreign tribes to deal with the martial war clan. Hearing this news, many of the secret powers fell into silence. The Zhanwu clan had not appeared in the world for many years. They did not appear in the last great war between the foreign races either. This had quite a big impact on them. Furthermore, the various hidden factions had been developing quite well in recent years. Now that such a clan had suddenly appeared, and perhaps it would lead them, these clans were quite conflicted. Of course, conflict was conflict. The rules were still there, and there were still some old antiques alive. This matter was very troublesome. The martial war clan was in an independent space that was forcibly opened up. This space was very stable, and also very mysterious. On a certain mountain peak stood an old man. He wore a long white robe and had white hair and a youthful complexion. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He was the old man that Qingfeng had mentioned. Beside the old man stood a middle-aged man with the back of a tiger and waist of a bear. The middle-aged man stood there, naturally exuding a dignified aura. He was like an iron-blooded general, serious in speech and manner. Looking at the undulating mountain range, the old man sighed and said, "Qingfeng, that brat, has really messed up this time." "Zichen is really dead," said the middle-aged man in a deep voice. "He is a person without fate. For the time being, we can't calculate whether he is dead or alive. However, seeing how that foreign tribe brat acted so arrogantly, I'm afraid that things are not looking good for him. If Zichen is dead, then the Great War will break out once again. Those foreign tribes deserve to die." The middle-aged man exuded a bloody aura. "Even if Zichen isn't dead, the Great War will break out sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. But I have to say, that little brat Zichen is really something. To think that he could use his own strength to temporarily change the entire situation. In the history of the martial war continent, this is an extremely rare occurrence." The old man's wise eyes were filled with obvious admiration. Why did those foreign tribes capture Qingfeng? What else can they do? Isn't it because they want our martial war order? Those brats have always been used as tools, but they never stop. The old man's words pointed out Qi Wei's thoughts. The martial war order? That thing is useless now. Those families are all grown up now. There's no way they will listen to our orders. We might as well give it away in exchange for Qingfeng's life. The middle-aged man said casually, "That's easy for you to say. That thing is just like the Battle King's sword. It's a symbol of the martial war clan. How can we give it away just like that? Where is the face of the clan then?" The old man was dissatisfied. "What about the Battle King's sword? Didn't we lose it in the end?" The middle-aged man curled his lips. The old man was stunned. He did not know what to say. He could only wave his hand and say, "Forget it. That brat's life and death situation has been resolved. This is just a trial. Perhaps there will be a turn for the better at the critical moment. Let's just wait a little longer. If there's really no other way, we'll use the martial war order to exchange for him." That's good too. No matter how much the outside world was buzzing with the news, no one from the martial war clan appeared again. Qi Wei had more important things to do now. Therefore, he did not continue to make any threats. But all of this was just a matter of time. Now, all the cities were open to the foreign races. The foreign races and human cultivators could live in harmony. Therefore, the transportation formations of both sides were interconnected. Qi Wei arranged for the people to forcefully cross the continent through the transportation formations to find Yiqian. In a beautiful valley, these people found Yiqian. Yiqian was wearing a green robe. She was half-squatting by a small stream. Her jade-like feet were stepping in the stream. The exposed part of her body emitted a mesmerizing luster. Her slender jade-like hands were dipping into the clear water, gently moving it, creating ripples. On her straight face, her bright and spirited eyes stared straight ahead as a beautiful smile appeared on her face. Not to mention Yiqian's uniqueness, just her appearance and unique temperament were enough to attract many cultivators. Chapter 2037. Yue asked me to go back. Hearing the Heaven Realm expert's words, Yiqian was a little stunned. She turned her head to look at him and said, "Where's Yiqian?" Being stared at by Yiqian's gem-like eyes, the Heaven Realm expert showed a rare restraint. After a while, he said, "Zichen is dead." "Dead?" Yiqian's red lips parted slightly. She couldn't help but think of the scene when Zichun insisted on entering Blue Feather City. That lonely but determined back. Yes, Zichun is dead. Miss Yiqian, you should come back with us, the Heaven Realm expert said again. However, he didn't dare to raise his head to look at Yiqian. He knew why Yue asked Yiqian to go back. What if I say no? Yiqian looked at him. Then I'll offend you. The Heaven Realm expert bowed, and the aura around him began to surge. At the same time, figures of the Heaven Realm experts appeared around the valley. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the valley. I understand. Seeing these Heaven Realm experts, Yiqian understood Yue's intention. He wanted to force her to make a choice. In Yiqian's mind, she still felt that Zichun wouldn't die so easily. Sorry, I haven't decided yet. As she spoke, Yiqian stepped on the clear water and retreated. At the same time, she waved her jade-like hand at the water below, and a large wave was stirred up. The moment the wave appeared, Yiqian waved her jade-like hand again. The wave was forcibly separated, turning into droplets of water that flew in all directions. The droplets moved forward, bringing with them a sharp whistling sound. This made the Heaven Realm experts' expressions change drastically, and they all put up their defenses. Puff, 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 puff. In the blink of an eye, the droplets fell on the Heaven Realm experts. The powerful force pushed them back, but the defense around them didn't break. After the droplets of water dispersed, the Heaven Realm experts came back and saw that the valley was already empty. The Heaven Realm expert leading the group looked at the rippling water and smiled bitterly. Should we chase after them? Another Heaven Realm expert came to his side and said. Shaking his head, the Heaven Realm expert said, Miss Yiqian wants to leave. With our strength, how can we catch up to her? This time, Yinwei had arranged for them to come, but he hadn't arranged for a single heaven-defying cultivator. It wasn't realistic to expect them to forcefully bring Yiqian back. The move that Yiqian had displayed just now was able to force everyone back without breaking through their defenses. Just her control of energy was already much stronger than theirs. The world they lived in was not a complete world. There were not so many miracles in the world. In front of them, a heaven-defying cultivator was a heaven-defying cultivator. There was a huge gap between their combat strength and that of an ordinary Heaven Realm cultivator. If we don't chase, what if Sir blames us? The Heaven Realm expert behind him was very worried. My lord has his own judgment. All of this is just to give Miss Yiqian a choice. Choose. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Yiqian's figure walked out of a certain space. This place was already several thousand miles away from the valley. As expected of Yiqian, this spatial evasion technique is truly admirable. However, as soon as Yiqian walked out, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a gentle voice rang out from nearby. Yiqian was slightly startled. She looked ahead and saw Yinwei standing on a huge rock with a smile on his face. It's you. Looking at Yinwei, Yiqian's expression was somewhat complicated. There was fear in the depths of her eyes. I thought that after hearing the news of my return, you would choose to go back with them. Yinwei looked at Yiqian and said. His expression was indifferent. From his eyes, one couldn't see that he was stunned by Yiqian's appearance. But you chose to leave. I'm really disappointed. Zichun is really dead, Yiqian said, looking at Yinwei. He can't be more dead. If he was your choice and support, then I'm sorry, but that's all gone, Yinwei said indifferently. Recalling that young man in her mind, Yiqian shook her head and said, I don't believe that he would die so easily. Don't you think it's boring to discuss this now? The most important thing is that I'm alive. I'm standing here. I meet your criteria of waiting for a good offer, Yinwei said calmly. Just like the first time when Yiqian chatted with Zichun. To him, this was a deal. Yiqian shook her head. There was a touch of sadness in her beautiful eyes. But I don't want to make a choice now. Yinwei looked at Yiqian and said seriously, but you have to make a choice. Why? Zichun is dead. You have no support. You have no opponent to choose from. Now, there is no one more suitable for you than me. You and I have entered the Saint Plane at the same time. Of course, you can say to wait, but that's not important. The most important thing is that I'm standing here, and you can't beat me. Yinwei looked at Yiqian quietly. Obviously, the last sentence was the main point. In this world where the strong were respected, the strong were the rules, the reason, and the dignity. Qian was silent. Although her combat ability wasn't weak, she was still a little weaker than Yin Wei. Just as Yin Wei said, she couldn't beat him. Yin Wei's words had made his attitude clear. Don't hesitate. You have to choose someone sooner or later. Right now, I'm your best choice. Choosing me is also in line with the standard of benefits. Why do I have to choose? Why do I have to choose for benefits? Qian looked at Yin Wei with a pitiful expression. Yin Wei smiled faintly. Maybe others have other choices, but you don't. Those who come into contact with you, which one of them didn't want to obtain this opportunity? Whether it's those heaven-defying cultivators or those heaven-defying cultivators, everyone comes into contact with you for this opportunity. You know this better than me. Qian's heart was filled with grief because Yin Wei was right. Ever since they knew she had this opportunity, the people around her were all in the heaven realm. And when they looked at her, their gazes were not pure adoration. Instead, it was as if they were looking at a gem. It was greed. Suddenly, a figure jumped into her mind. It was the person who told her for the first time that she couldn't use this opportunity to make a deal. Qian's eyes lit up. She said, "This world isn't like what you think. Not everyone thinks like you. It's meaningless for us to argue about this now. If you still don't want to give up, I can give you more time. Right now, I have to go back and make a deal with the warrior clan to get the warrior token. My time is limited, so I can't stay here with you. However, I can promise you that before the deal is completed, I will give you your freedom. But after the deal is completed, you must cooperate with me to become a saint." Yin Wei smiled faintly. "Of course, if you still have something you want, then after we're done, you can leave on your own to pursue what you want. After all, it's just a deal between us." "Yes, it's just a deal." Qian sighed faintly. Her expression was filled with unspeakable pity. From the beginning to the end, it was just a deal, but she had to pursue something else. Qian was silent and didn't say anything else. "Let's go." After saying that, Yin Wei's figure disappeared. "I still don't believe that you will die. It's rare to meet such a strange person like you. How could you die so easily? Instead of giving it to him, I'd rather give it to a strange person like you. The prerequisite is that you have to stay alive. You have to hurry back." Qian muttered softly. Her figure flashed and disappeared. 2 drops of tears fell from where Qian disappeared, smashing into the ground. Yin Wei returned to Blue Feather City. First, he went to visit Qingfeng. Then, he found Hei Long and the others to discuss some matters. After that, he returned to his room. Qian had her own residence. Yin Wei didn't disturb her. In his opinion, Qian had no other choice but to follow him. On the same day, a new piece of news spread. Qian and Yin Wei were going to get married in Blue Feather City 7 days later. On the day of the wedding, they would use Qingfeng's head as a blood sacrifice. Once the news spread, it caused a huge uproar. The forces of the Zhanwu continent were in an uproar because of Qingfeng's identity. If they really killed Qingfeng, they would become enemies with the Zhanwu clan. Of course, these 7 days were also the final warning to the Zhanwu clan. As for the foreign races, they were in an uproar because of Qian's identity. This meant that Yin Wei was about to obtain this opportunity and break through the holy road. In an instant, many foreign races and heaven-defying cultivators felt empty. It was as if they had lost a treasure. Qingfeng's strength was sealed. He was hung on the walls of Blue Feather City. Around him, Yin Wei's heaven-defying cultivators from the continent guarded him day and night. Qian walked out of Blue Feather City. She was still free. Although Yin Wei was stronger than her, he didn't dare to restrict Qian's freedom. This was because if Qian said that she was unwilling, Yin Wei would have to face all the heaven-defying cultivators. This was also why Yin Wei didn't force Qian. Walking out of the city gates, Qian looked up at Qingfeng and called out, "Qingfeng." Qingfeng slowly woke up. His hair was messy and there were bloodstains on his face. He lowered his head and saw Qian. He recognized Qian, so he grinned at her. It could be considered a smile. Is Qian really dead? Qian looked at Qingfeng. Her beautiful face was filled with nervousness and anticipation. Pursing his dry lips, Qingfeng said, I saw Zichen fall into the lava. Yinwei and the others all said that Zichen was dead, but no one saw his body. Heilong predicted that Zichen might not be dead. But even if Zichen isn't dead, he probably won't be able to walk out of the slaughtering heaven cave. Unless Zichen becomes a saint. Qingfeng meant that there was still hope, but his words made people despair. No one could easily become a saint, let alone Zichen, who wasn't even at the peak of the heaven plane. Her heart was filled with hope and despair. She just nodded at Qingfeng and said, "Thank you for telling me, but I can't save you. My life force is very strong. Don't worry, I won't die. Moreover, there will be old guys coming to save me. You don't have to worry. But I heard about your matter. Sorry, I can't help you." Qingfeng, who was hanging on a pole, said apologetically, "Perhaps this is my fate. I was destined to be like this since I was born. Yinwei is also good. At least I'll be the strongest." After saying that, Yi Qian turned around and entered the city. She seemed to have lost her soul. Seeing Yi Qian leave, Qingfeng also fell silent. He couldn't stop Yi Qian and tell her to pursue what she wanted. This was life, and also fate. Not everyone could fight against fate. Everyone had their own helplessness and choices. Chapter 2038. Over the past few days, Chiwei had been busy planning something. Moreover, he had been feeling uneasy for the past few days. During this period, he had a serious conversation with Black Dragon, and Black Dragon had told him his guess that Zichen might still be alive. Chiwei knew how powerful the array was, and also knew how terrifying the sealed existence was. With Zichen's strength, he wouldn't even last a breath before that existence. However, considering that a long time had passed, and considering the possibility of something that didn't exist but still had to be guarded against, he felt that he had to make some preparations in advance. At the same time, he had more important matters and missions that needed to be completed in a short period of time. Therefore, Chiwei had no choice but to do it personally. At the same time, he had also gathered many heaven-defying experts to observe the ceremony in Blue Feather City. Chiwei wasn't afraid of these heaven-defying experts if they fought alone. However, if they were allowed to form a group, they would naturally pose a threat to Chiwei. Yi Qian's identity was too special, and Chiwei had to consider the possibility of some people causing trouble. Therefore, he didn't restrict Yi Qian's freedom and allowed her to make her own decisions. He knew that Yi Qian had no other choice. Sooner or later, she would have to give her opportunity to someone. Since she was going to give it to someone, why not give it to the strongest expert? This was in line with Yi Qian's standard of waiting for the best price. After settling some matters, Chiwei quickly returned to Blue Feather City. At this moment, Blue Feather City was already decorated with lanterns and banners and was filled with a joyous atmosphere. However, the only thing that didn't fit in with the atmosphere of the city was the green peak that hung above Blue Feather City. At one end of the slaughtering heaven cave, Zichen took out the universe origin cauldron. He believed that no matter how strong the black wind was, it wouldn't be able to destroy the universe origin cauldron. Under the control of his spiritual sense, Zichen placed the universe origin cauldron inside. However, Zichen soon helplessly discovered that the cauldron seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. It couldn't move even a single step. Although the black wind couldn't destroy the cauldron, it couldn't shake it either. It could be said that after entering the slaughtering heaven cave, the universe origin cauldron could only save his life at a critical moment, but it couldn't help him leave. What should I do? After retrieving the pill cauldron with some difficulty, Zichen furrowed his brows and stood there fretting. Although he possessed great battle prowess, he was unable to pass through such a black hole. Am I going to be trapped here until I die? Zichen was very depressed. He thought to himself, could it be that the ancestors who set up the array formation didn't consider such a situation? How were they supposed to let the people who entered the slaughtering heaven cave return? As for becoming a sage, even if he obtained the heart of the heavenly god, becoming a sage was still an extremely distant matter. In the array formation, the scabbard had helped him a lot. However, in this place, the scabbard did not have any reaction. Frowning, Zichen suddenly thought of a problem. Since the scabbard didn't respond, then what about the sphere? Since it was the core that sealed the heart of the god, perhaps it could help him leave this place. Thinking of this possibility, Zichen immediately took out the white sphere. It was made of a material that Zichen did not recognize. His spiritual sense could not fully explore it, so it could not recognize him as its master. He held the sphere in his hand and slowly poured the energy in his body into it. In the next moment, the sphere trembled, and a ray of light fell from it. As the light fell, Zichen was completely protected. Maybe it really works. Seeing this light, Zichen couldn't help but feel happy. In order to be cautious, he first used his doppelganger to hold the sphere and walked forward, preparing to test the power of the black hurricane. Soon, the hurricane appeared and filled every place. There was no way to avoid it. However, under the hurricane that could easily annihilate a heavenly soldier, the white sphere and the light barrier did not have any reaction. They did not even tremble. They seemed to be very sturdy. After perceiving all this through his doppelganger, Zichen couldn't help but be ecstatic. This way, he could also get out. In addition to his ecstasy, Zichen also had doubts in his heart. It was said that only a shield could pass through this place. However, what was this white sphere made of? Its effect was actually comparable to a shield. Moreover, the light it formed was much more stable than the light formed by the 5 fragments from before. There was no answer to this question at the moment. Yue and the others had already left, and it was unknown whether Qingfeng was dead or alive. He had to go out and take a look. The doppelganger walked back, and Zichen took the sphere and walked into the Slaughtering Heaven Cave. At the other end of the Slaughtering Heaven Cave, which was the entrance, there were no other figures of cultivators. Since Yue had already admitted that Zichen was dead, there was naturally no one who would continue to stay here and wait for a miracle that did not exist. After walking out of the Slaughtering Heaven Cave, Zichen walked back. However, after taking a few steps, Zichen raised his head in shock and looked at the smiling old man in front of him. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yue and Yiqian were getting married in Blue Feather City. All the heaven-defying experts of the foreign races were invited to come and congratulate them. Among the human factions, there were also many extremely powerful existences who came. For example, the Dragon Clan and Rock Clan's clan leaders, the 5 great clan leaders of the 5 Elements aristocratic family, the sect master of the Wuji sect, the clan leader of the Luo family, and so on. However, although everyone came to congratulate them on the surface, in their hearts, they were all waiting for something to happen. For example, if a certain heaven-defying expert was unhappy and led the other heaven-defying experts to attack Yue and disrupt the wedding, that was because everyone knew what kind of impact Yue and Yiqian's wedding would have. Apart from that, Qingfeng was also part of today's main event. If no one else from the martial war clan came, Qingfeng would be beheaded before the wedding began. Yue wore a large red robe and arrived at the city wall early in the morning. He sat there boldly and looked ahead. Qingfeng, do you think that someone will come and save you today? From Yue's angle, he couldn't see Qingfeng, but he knew that Qingfeng could hear him. Everyone says that you want the martial war token. If that's your goal, I think you've miscalculated. They won't come. The martial war token is the symbol of the martial war clan and the symbol of the entire martial war continent. How could they give it to a foreign race like you? Qingfeng, who was hung by a special iron chain, sneered after hearing Yue's words. The martial war token is just a memory now. With so many factions, who would still obey the martial war clan? I don't agree with your point of view. I believe that the martial war clan will definitely send someone. Yue smiled faintly and regained his original confidence. Your expression right now must be very hateful and annoying. If Zichen was here and saw your annoying expression, he would definitely beat you to death. Qingfeng couldn't see Yue's expression, but he could guess that Yue wouldn't be so calm in front of Zichen. Speaking of Zichen, Yue's expression turned slightly gloomy, but it quickly disappeared. He smiled again and said, Zichen is already dead. Your assumption doesn't exist. Many people came to the top of the city wall, and the conversation came to an end. Amidst the exclamations, Yiqian, who was also wearing a red robe, appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Her appearance was already extremely beautiful, and with her red makeup, she was even more stunning. Everywhere she went, she attracted the gazes of everyone. Even some of the older generation figures present were slightly absent-minded. Not to mention Yiqian's uniqueness, Just her beautiful appearance alone was enough to make most people fall head over heels for her. Yue looked at Iqian, who was leisurely walking over, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He smiled and stood up, then walked towards Iqian. Under the envious gazes of everyone, he stretched out his arm. Iqian's jade-like hand was placed on Yue's arm, and the two of them walked forward side by side, enjoying the attention of everyone. You came really quickly. Sensing the sun that had already reached the top of his head, Yue smiled faintly. It was impossible to tell whether his words were praise or sarcasm. Killing people is nothing to see, Iqian replied without batting an eyelid. I know that you were stalling for time and still want to fight for one last chance, but I want to tell you that miracles will not happen. Yue's smile did not fade. Of course, the wedding was not here. At this moment, Iqian had come to the city wall mainly for the upcoming blood sacrifice. Of course, that was on the premise that no one from the martial war clan would come. Iqian was stalling again and again. No one knew whether she was waiting for the people who saved Qing Feng or waiting for some other miracle. Arriving at the top of the city wall, Iqian bent down, looked at Qing Feng, and called out softly. Qing Feng raised his head and saw Iqian. Seeing the worry in her eyes, he smiled and said, "You are very beautiful today. Don't worry about me. Life and death are all up to fate. When I left the mountain this time, that old man had already calculated that I would most likely die. I have already prepared myself for it." At this moment, a lot of people had gathered outside the city. Most of them were humans, and they were all curiously looking at Qing Feng from the martial war clan. Qing Feng retracted his gaze from Iqian and looked at the crowd below. He shouted, "Remember, I am Lord Qing Feng. This time, I left the mountain to make a name for myself." There was a roar of laughter from below, as well as some sighs of pity. "Don't laugh. Even if I die today, at least I'll have a glorious life. That Shaji is known as the strongest of the invaders, but so what? I'm not afraid of him. I still dare to wave my blade at him. Remember, my name is Qing Feng. I was born to fight against the invaders to the death, Lord Qing Feng." Qing Feng's voice grew louder and louder, drowning out all the laughter. As Qing Feng's words fell, the crowd below fell into silence. Invaders, alien race. These two words were undoubtedly harsh to the ears. As humans of the martial war continent, they could only watch as the invaders killed their own kind. It made them feel sad. Even those of the older generation felt their cheeks heat up at this moment. They were invited as spectators to watch the ceremony. For a moment, because of Qing Feng's words, the mood of the humans of the martial war continent became slightly gloomy. Raising his head to look at the sun in the west, Yue said faintly, "All right, let's start the blood sacrifice. Otherwise, we won't be able to make it in time." A Heaven Realm expert's figure flashed as he arrived beside Qing Feng with a blade in hand. He raised the heaven blade high up in the air. Chapter 2039. Stop. Just as the heavenly blade was about to descend, a voice suddenly sounded from afar. That voice contained a strange energy fluctuation that directly shook the souls of the crowd. After hearing these two words, many cultivators subconsciously covered their ears, and a pained expression appeared on their faces. As for the heavenly realm expert who was about to attack, his body swayed. The heavenly blade in his hand nearly slipped out of his hand. His face was filled with fear as he turned his head to look into the distance. What a strange sound wave attack! A look of surprise flashed through Qi Wei's eyes. He raised his head to look ahead. Beside him, Iqian also raised her head to look ahead. At the same time, everyone on the city walls looked ahead. As for those outside the city, they all turned their heads to look back. Everyone's gazes were all looking in the same direction. There, two people appeared. One of them was an old man wearing a moon-white robe. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand. As he walked, he gave off the feeling of an immortal. Beside the old man was a middle-aged man. He wore a blood-red robe. His expression was cold and stern. As he walked, the aura he emitted gave off the smell of iron and blood. Before they arrived, there seemed to be a thick smell of blood wafting through the air. Sensing this aura, the expressions of many experts changed. It was as if they saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in the thick smell of blood. Old man, second uncle. Seeing the two people in his line of sight, Qing Feng's expression was not one of joy. Instead, it was one of guilt. It was obvious that he had messed up the first time he left the mountain. Now, he needed the two of them to come and save him. Qing Feng knew what price the two of them would have to pay to save him from the hands of so many heaven-defying experts. His expression became even more complicated and guilty. In truth, he really did not wish for others to come and save him. Even Zichen, who could save this world, was dead. What was the point of him living? It must be said that the people of the martial war clan were very straightforward. As for Qing Feng, he was too simple and straightforward. The two people walking forward attracted enough attention. Wherever they passed, the crowd would naturally open a path for them. They were either curious or surprised as they looked at the two of them. Looking at these two people with completely different styles, a confident smile appeared on Yang Wei's face. At this moment, the clan leaders of the local forces were also looking at the old man and the middle-aged man, wondering if there was any information about these two people. Unfortunately, there was none. These two people were like Qing Feng, unfamiliar faces with no clues at all. I say, young man, if you want to get married, then just get married. Why do you have to carry out a blood sacrifice? Don't you find it troublesome? The old man with the horsetail whisk was the first to speak. His voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Old Mr. should be from the martial war clan, right? As for whether this matter is troublesome or not, it all depends on old Mr. Yang Wei stood on the city wall and cupped his fist at the old man below. The old man looked at Yin Wei's expression, shook his head and said, "You little kid, you can't wait for this old thing to die immediately, but on the surface, you are so polite. Tell me, should I praise you for being hypocritical or dishonest?" "Old mister, you can praise me however you like. Today is a joyous day." Yin Wei smiled and didn't care. This kind of indifference was because he was confident. In this world, he was the number one. No one could surpass him. "You little kid, you are really dishonest. Didn't you want to see this old man? I'm already here." Quickly put down Qing Feng. The old man said, "Old mister, you are indeed here. But if you want to put down Qing Feng, I can't." Yin Wei looked at the two people and smiled. "Why not?" the old man asked. The middle-aged man next to him was emitting an even thicker blood qi. "Because Qing Feng wants to kill me. Now, if you want to save him, you have to pay a price. My request is not high, just take out the martial war badge. You said that you, a foreign race, want to have the characteristics of the Zhanwu continent. If this requirement is not high, then this old man would like to ask, what kind of requirement is high?" The old man's eyes had a hint of ridicule. Yin Wei obviously didn't want to continue playing games with the old man. He said directly, "Take out the martial war badge and I will let him go. If you don't have it, I will sacrifice Qing Feng." "Little kid, you are very confident. Do you really think that you are invincible?" The old man raised his head and looked at Yin Wei on the city wall. "My understanding of this world is not less than yours. Those saints are very busy. They don't have time to care about this kind of small matter. In this world, there are no half-step saints. As a peak heavenly realm expert, I naturally have some confidence." Looking at the two people, Yin Wei smiled faintly and said, "It's fine if the two of you didn't come. Since you are here today, if you don't hand over the martial war badge, the two of you can forget about leaving. One of you is a blood sacrifice, 3 of you are also a blood sacrifice." The middle-aged man who hadn't spoken until now coldly snorted after hearing Yin Wei's words. He said, "You are very confident." "Of course, I am confident. I have absolute power, so I am also confident." As soon as Qi Wei's voice fell, several figures of light appeared around them. Each of them was a heavenly realm expert. They appeared around the two of them and stood in the air. When the people who were originally watching saw this scene, their expressions changed greatly. They all retreated, obviously not wanting to be involved. In the blink of an eye, the originally crowded city gate dispersed. Only the old man, the middle-aged man, and the alien heavenly realm experts with heavenly weapons remained. The two people were surrounded by a group of heavenly realm experts, but they didn't show any fear on their faces. The middle-aged man looked at Yin Wei and said in a cold voice, "If you don't release them today, you will pay the price." The smile on Yin Wei's face didn't fade. He said, "Perhaps these heavenly realm experts can't kill you, but there are many heaven-defying cultivators here. No matter how strong the two of you are no match for them." His gaze swept across the heaven-defying cultivators. Yin Wei said, "Everyone, this matter is of great importance. It is not a personal grudge. I think that at this time, you should know what to do." Yin Wei's words caused the expressions of the heaven-defying cultivators to change. Today, because of Yi Qian and Yin Wei's wedding, they were very unhappy. But no matter how unhappy they were, when faced with the problem of the martial war clan, they had to maintain the same attitude. After a slight hesitation, some heaven-defying cultivators jumped down from the city wall, stopped beside the two, and surrounded them. With the heaven-defying cultivators taking action, the ordinary heavenly realm experts also retreated. Looking at these heaven-defying cultivators, the middle-aged man's lips curled up slightly. His expression changed. Feeling the fierce killing intent around him, the old man's expression became unnatural. In the entire martial war continent, there was only one person who could remain calm when surrounded by heaven-defying cultivators. It was Zichun, whose fate was unknown. The martial war clan was surrounded, but the forces of the martial war continent just watched quietly. They didn't take action at all, nor did they have any intention of helping. What should we do? In a relatively remote position, Dark Rock looked at Black Dragon. What can the two of us do in this situation? Black Dragon smiled bitterly. Even if he wanted to help, he was powerless. The old man who surrounded them retracted his gaze from the leaders of the forces above and sighed. "It seems that the hearts of the people are really scattered." "They scattered long ago," the middle-aged man said coldly. Suddenly, a black token appeared in the old man's hand. It looked like a piece of black gemstone, emitting a faint light. The old man held the black token in his hand and raised it high up in the air. On the token, the two words "War Martial" were engraved in flamboyant calligraphy. This was the martial war token. It was the martial war token that could command all forces of the martial war continent. Following the appearance of the war martial badge, a faint oppressive aura was emitted from it. "That's the martial war token." "That's right. It's the martial war token." Heavens, I didn't expect the martial war token to appear. Isn't the martial war token able to command heroes? Now that the martial war token has appeared, should we kneel down? An uproar sounded from all around. Everyone's gazes were firmly fixed on the Black Order token in the old man's hand. This was the legendary martial war token, the martial war token that could command the entire world. However, it was only a symbol after all. It had no other effect. When the leaders of the forces saw the martial war token, they were slightly startled. Then, they regained their calmness and remained indifferent. As for kneeling down upon seeing the token, it was impossible for them to do so. "Do you believe me now? This thing is just a piece of trash." Looking at those forces that regained their calmness after being startled, a trace of ridicule appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Putting down the token, the old man sighed. "This thing is indeed useless. Forget it. If you want it, I'll give it to you." Suppressing his excitement, Wai Wei cupped his fists towards the old man and said, "Thank you, old mister. Everyone, kill them all and take the token." Hearing Wai Wei's words, everyone was startled. Shouldn't Qing Feng be released after handing over the martial war token? In the Zhanwu continent, the Zhanwu clan is a problem. It's the same for us as it is for you. Today, I'll help you. Kill these three first, and then destroy the Zhanwu clan. Looking at those startled leaders, Wai Wei said, "Could it be that you're really going to follow the martial war family and attack us?" The leaders of the forces were silent. It was not an easy question to answer. After all, there were many forces that were allied with Wai Wei. "Little kid, I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such courage." The old man looked at Wai Wei. It was unknown whether his face was filled with admiration or anger. "It's just so. However, I'm afraid that old Mister won't be able to go back this time." Wai Wei smiled and said, "Don't think that you'll be able to find allies here. They're all my allies now. Not attacking you is already giving you face." Then my face is not small. The old man sneered. Kill all three of them. Attack. Wai Wei's voice became cold. Let's see who dares to attack. Chapter 2040. The voice rang out very abruptly. It did not contain any sort of power, but the expressions of all the heaven-defying sovereigns changed when they heard it. They all stopped what they were doing and turned to look in the direction of the voice, either in shock or astonishment. At this moment, it was not just these heaven deities who were stunned. Above the city walls, there was an uncontrollable look of astonishment and astonishment in their eyes. How could this be? Hearing this voice that was so familiar that it was etched into his mind, Five Elements' eyes widened in disbelief. If one were to take a closer look, they would even be able to see that Five Elements' body was trembling slightly. Not far away from Five Elements, the faces of the five family heads of the Five Elements' aristocratic families changed as well. They looked ahead in shock and bewilderment. This voice. Dark Rock's eyes widened in shock. With great difficulty, he turned around to look at Black Dragon beside him. Black Dragon's face was filled with shock as well. Evidently, what he heard was not a hallucination. That voice belonged to that person. It's him. He's not dead indeed. Black Dragon murmured. His shocked face was filled with a complicated look. It was hard to tell if it was joy or some other emotion. Green Peak, who was already feeling guilty to begin with, felt even more guilty after hearing how Rocky had gone back on his word. Evidently, he was going to harm two more people this time around. But as the voice entered his ears, he raised his head in shock and looked into the distance. That guilty expression of his was completely stunned. But soon, it turned into excitement and excitement. Even though he had not spent much time with the owner of this voice, he could determine the identity of the other party just by hearing a simple sentence from afar. He's not dead. He's really not dead. Green Peak was so emotional that he nearly cried out. For better or for worse, he was a great man, a Lord Qingfeng who didn't fear death. Naturally, he wouldn't be so emotional that he would cry. However, on top of Qingfeng, on top of the city wall, beside Huawei, after Yiqian heard this familiar voice, a layer of mist appeared in her eyes that were as bright as gemstones, causing her eyes to become hazy. He's not dead. He's still alive. She guessed that he wouldn't die. He's back. He's finally back at this crucial moment. The mist continued to gather and thicken. Eventually, it turned into teardrops. With two streaks of tears, they slid down her cheeks and splattered on top of the city walls. Compared to the past, these two teardrops contained much more excitement and joy. Just as Qingfeng had said earlier, as long as she was in front of Zichun, she would restrain herself and become unnatural. She would also become less confident. When he heard this familiar voice, the smile on his face froze. His original confidence was replaced by astonishment. He also raised his head and looked in front of him in disbelief. Wasn't he dead? How could he survive like that? That voice sounded like a hallucination. But seeing so many people's expressions, Yang Wei knew that it wasn't a hallucination. Not everyone was able to recognize the owner of this voice. There were still many people who couldn't recognize it, but when they sensed the changes in the emotions of the people around them, their expressions became very strange. They were all guessing who it was that could make so many people's expressions change. This person appeared at the end of everyone's line of sight. He was wearing a black robe and his left hand was holding a very strange scabbard. The reason why the scabbard was strange was because in this world, almost no one would use a weapon with a scabbard because it was very troublesome to pull it out during a battle. The black-robed man's face was very young and very handsome. He was quite attractive, but at this moment, there was no emotion on his young and handsome face. He just quietly walked towards them. After that, his appearance was seen by many people. Then, the majority of the people's expressions changed greatly. The shock on their faces had already turned into horror. Zichun. It's Zichun. It's really Zichun. Didn't Yang Wei say that Zichun is dead? Why is he here? He's not dead. Zichun's not dead. Zichun came back alive. Under the shocked expression of everyone, exclamations sounded one after another. In the current Jianwu continent, it was really difficult to find someone who didn't know Zichun. The moment they saw the black-robed young man, they recognized Zichun at a glance. The reason why they lost their composure was because Yang Wei had said that Zichun was dead. But now, Zichun had obviously come back from the dead. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned back to look at Yang Wei. Then, they saw Yang Wei's face filled with shock and disbelief. He's really still alive. I knew that this guy was an unkillable cockroach. Every time he was in a situation where he was bound to die, he could still come back alive. And from the looks of it, this guy has become stronger. Wu Xing couldn't help cursing in his heart. He was very angry, but at the same time, he was very regretful. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have listened to Yang Wei. What perfect plan! In front of Zichun, all schemes were useless. At this time, seeing Zichun, Wu Xing had the urge to turn around and run. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that he had already obtained the Saint Crystal. Fortunately, he didn't wait. If he had waited for Yang Wei to finish the matter, he wouldn't have been able to get the Saint Crystal. Wu Xing quietly retreated a few steps back and was blocked by the crowd. Wu Xing looked around again and found that the 5 family heads were also doing the same. So, he nodded his head in tacit understanding. Obviously, these people were preparing to escape at the first moment when the situation was not good. This guy's life is really tough, but it's good that he's not dead. After seeing Zichun, Lei Dong didn't show any fear on his face. Instead, he was excited. As long as Zichun was alive, then he would have a chance to get the heavenly thunder wings and obtain the world's fastest speed. Zichun was an idiot. He didn't know the importance of the heavenly thunder wings, but he, Lei Dong, knew very well. He didn't run away. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. There was Yang Wei here, and there were many heaven-defying experts. There was the Black Dragon, the Dark Rock, and the 5 elements. Yes, the 5 elements. Lei Dong, who turned back, didn't see the 5 elements, but he didn't care. For the heavenly thunder wings, he felt that he had to fight, so he didn't leave. However, he wasn't too much of an eyesore. The aura around his body was slightly restrained. The onlookers had already retreated far away, so Zichun's path was unobstructed. Zichun didn't walk fast, but he gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. After a series of exclamations, the surroundings became quiet again. There wasn't the slightest bit of sound. In the entire world, only Zichun's not-so-loud footsteps could be heard. Under this oppressive atmosphere, every step was like stepping on the hearts of everyone, causing many people to feel extremely oppressed and uncomfortable. Zichun, who was walking forward, stopped when he was 500 meters away from Blue Feather City. If one were to talk at this distance, it would seem a little far. The crowd didn't know why Zichun stopped. Could it be that he was afraid? Zichun looked at the old man and nodded at him. The old man nodded in response. Zichun, it's really you. You really didn't die. Under the silent atmosphere, an excited voice finally sounded. This voice came from Qing Feng. Zichun raised his head and looked at Qing Feng. A smile appeared on his face. He said, I'm still alive. Thank you very much for last time. I regret it so much. I was too impulsive. Otherwise, that bastard Yang Wei would have died long ago. Qing Feng said emotionally, although I didn't die last time, it's the same if I die today. After saying this, Zichun raised his head again and looked at Yiqian, who was wearing bright red makeup. A look of surprise flashed in his bright black eyes. After that, he didn't hesitate to praise her. You are very beautiful today. Yiqian looked at Zichun and didn't say anything. Her originally excited expression became very complicated at this moment. Zichun personally said that the two of them couldn't be considered friends. She didn't know why she was looking forward to Zichun's return so much. Her mood was very complicated. She seemed to be a little wronged. Tears flowed down her cheeks again. Looking at Yiqian, Zichun's smile didn't disappear. He said again, although the two of us can't be considered friends, as long as Zichun is alive, no one will dare to force you to do something you don't want to do. Hearing Zichun's promise, Yiqian couldn't hold back her tears anymore. The two of them couldn't be considered friends, but he had used his life to give her a promise. At this moment, the mysterious veil around Zichun seemed to have been inadvertently lifted. Yiqian discovered the real Zichun. It wasn't that he didn't have any friends. He wasn't cruel. It was just that in this world, in this position, he didn't need friends. He couldn't have friends. He had given her a life or death promise, but he didn't admit that the two of them were friends. At this moment, Iqian's heart seemed to have been touched by this strong man. He didn't care how much infamy he had to bear. He wanted to carry the world alone and face all his enemies alone. In this world, almost everyone knew Zichun. However, Zichun didn't have many friends. Therefore, he cherished the friendship between friends very much. During the time he spent with Iqian, Zichun had already treated her as a friend. After hearing that Iqian and Qi Wei were going to get married, Zichun guessed that Iqian had been forced. That was because when he had been watching the sunset, he had inadvertently seen Iqian's inner world. He had seen a helpless little girl hugging her knees. He still didn't admit that she was a friend, but he had given her a life or death promise. As long as I'm alive, no one will dare force you. At this moment, the entire world was silent. No one spoke. Qi Wei was also silent. However, his expression became increasingly gloomy. Many Heaven Defiers' expressions also became unsightly. Most of them were directed at Qi Wei because they could all hear the meaning behind Zichen's words. After that, Zichen looked at Qi Wei with his usual confident smile. Now, it's time for us to settle our grudges. Qi Wei's confident smile disappeared. He said coldly, "Your opponent isn't me yet." After saying that, the void behind Zichun silently split open. A black swordlight appeared and stabbed towards Zichun. An assassin. Chapter 2041. The sword light came from behind, breaking through the void, but it was silent. There was no surge of a powerful aura, nor was there a terrifying pressure. There was only a black sword that did not reflect light, directly stabbing towards Zichen's head. Zichun held the scabbard in his left hand and looked up at the green peak on the city wall. The smile on his face did not diminish. No one knew if he was still talking cheerfully or if he did not notice the attack behind him at all. After Yue finished speaking, his gloomy expression eased a little. Although Zichun was standing here, indicating that he had used up his last piece of Saint Crystal, Yue believed that this assassination would be very satisfactory with the price of paying 1 Saint Crystal in advance. On the city wall, everyone saw the abnormality behind Zichun, and their expressions changed immediately. All around, everyone's expressions changed drastically. But that was it. In the face of this sure-kill sword, changing their expressions was the limit of what they could do. As for exclaiming, before they could open their mouths, the sword had already arrived behind Zichun. Buzz. Zichun still did not move, and even the smile on his face did not diminish, as if he really did not notice the abnormality behind him. Beside him, the void trembled slightly, and a misty light flashed past behind him. This light was very faint. If one did not look carefully, they would not notice it at all. Everyone in the field was very nervous at this moment. There were also many who did not notice this light. Therefore, before they could exclaim, they could only close their eyes. Obviously, in the next moment, the sword would pierce through Zichen's head. Poof! A soft sound echoed in this extremely quiet atmosphere. Many of the cultivators with their eyes closed let out a disappointed sigh. They did not expect that he would be assassinated as soon as he arrived. Bang! Then, there was the sound of an object falling to the ground. Those cultivators who had closed their eyes could not help but open them. The first thing they saw was the shocked expressions of their companions next to them. Then, they looked at the battlefield and were completely dumbfounded. They saw that Zichen's expression did not change at all, and his head was not pierced. Instead, the assassin behind him had his head pierced and fell to the ground, dead. What's going on? These people obviously didn't know what was going on. Their faces were full of doubts, but now, no one would answer their doubts. In fact, they didn't have time to ask the questions in their hearts, because the assassination was still ongoing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The void split open once again as streaks of black light appeared. Each streak of black light carried a chilling, killing intent. Compared to the silence earlier, the commotion this time was much greater. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire area. A crazy killing intent suffocated everyone. The assassination methods of an assassin had always been meticulous. When it came to targeting Zichun, they were even more meticulous. It was obviously unrealistic to want to kill someone like Zichun in one hit. The second wave of attacks came with great momentum, coming from all directions. Streaks of sword lights pierced toward Zichun's vital points. The smile on Zichun's face finally disappeared. This was not because he was afraid of the sword lights shooting towards him from all directions, but because it was natural. No one would always have a smile on their face. If they did, it would not be a smile of confidence, but a pure silly smile. Zichun's smile naturally disappeared. His left hand holding the scabbard was still relaxed. Even his state at this moment was extremely relaxed. Buzz. The moment these streaks of sword lights arrived, that light trembling sound rang out again. Those who had not noticed the existence of the misty light before could finally see it clearly this time. That misty light appeared beside Zichun and then began to revolve around Zichun. As it rotated, the misty light would change its position from time to time. What it drew was not a perfect circle. Pop, 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 pop. As the misty light flickered, a popping sound would be heard every time it passed by a black figure. Just like this, the popping sound rang out for nearly 10 times. The energy contained in the sword lights that arrived in front of Zichun suddenly dissipated. Only wisps of wind that were not very strong landed on Zichun's body. Zichun's black hair and black robes fluttered in the wind. Together with his handsome face and calm expression, Zichun appeared even more elegant. All the sword lights dissipated after the misty light retreated. Then, the bodies of the black figures that were suspended in the air fell back down due to gravity, their vitality completely gone. In the face of 2 waves of assassinations, Zichun did not move, but he had killed everyone. Hum, hum, hum. However, this was not the end. The third wave of assassinations appeared. This time, 4 figures appeared on all sides of Zichun. The sharp sword lights carried a sure kill energy attack. Under the masks, the eyes of the 4 people were very cold and resolute. Buzz, buzz. The light flickered again. Then, 4 more black figures appeared, enveloping Zichun in all directions. The sharp sword lights filled the heaven and earth. The cold killing intent caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly, turning it into a field of ice. Assassins. These are the assassins. After 4 waves of attacks, the crowd finally reacted. Belated cries of alarm could be heard from afar. However, these cries of alarm were quickly drowned out by the raging energy. More people were watching the assassination. How could they have the mood to care about these cries of alarm? Other than the sound of energy fluctuations, no other sound could be heard in this world. There was not even the sound of fighting. Looking at the attacks coming from all directions, Zichun's calm expression had an additional trace of indifference. The misty light that had just disappeared appeared once again. Still, no one could see clearly what that light was. They only saw the light flickering once again. Pooh, pooh, pooh. 1, 2, 3, 4. As this sound rang out, the crowd silently recorded the number in their hearts. As long as this sound rang out 8 times, it meant that the assassination from all directions had failed again. However, this time, when the sound rang out for the 6th time, something strange happened again. A sharp sword light appeared at the place where the misty light had just swept past. Then, it ruthlessly pierced towards Zichun. The sword light appeared very suddenly. It was obvious that the person had calculated the route of the misty light. The misty light that had just swept past should not be able to return in time. Therefore, the sword light was already in front of Zichun. Facing this sword, Zichun still did not dodge. He only closed his eyes. This was because this sword light was aimed at his eyes. The eyes were the weakness of almost all cultivators. Since this assassin had managed to succeed with great difficulty, it was natural that he would target Zichun's weak point. However, Zichun's reaction was to close his eyes. What kind of situation was this? Closing his eyes and waiting for death? Many people could not understand. Logically speaking, Zichun could have punched or retreated. However, he did not. He only closed his eyes as if he was waiting for death. When Yue saw this scene, a cold smile appeared on his face. No matter what Zichun's goal was, As long as he was hit by this attack, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured, unless his physical body could withstand this attack. However, this was obviously impossible. No one could withstand such an assassination attack without any defense. Even a saint could not. Clang. There was a hint of joy in the cold eyes of the assassin. The sharp sword light pierced Ziqin's eyes. However, it was as if he had stabbed a divine mountain. Not only was he unable to pierce through, but an even stronger and fiercer force came from Ziqin's closed eyes. Sparks flew in all directions. The sound of clanging resounded through heaven and earth. Ziqin stood there without moving, but the assassin who attacked him was sent flying by a huge force. At this moment, there were exactly 12 sounds. Then, the misty light rushed towards the assassin who had been sent flying and had hidden himself again. Puff. From the void, another voice rang out, and the body of another assassin fell out. This assassination was obviously a failure. There were more than 20 corpses piled up on the ground. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to the dead assassins. Instead, they were all looking at Ziqin. The expression on their faces was as if they had seen a ghost. This was because the assassin's attack had not been able to break Ziqin's body. How strong was Ziqin's body? Without a defense, the assassin had not been able to break through Ziqin's body. Once Ziqin put up a defense, he was completely indestructible. Ziqin's indifferent face suddenly turned cold. He shouted at a certain spot in the void, "Don't you think it's a little too late to run now?" As soon as he finished speaking, the misty light beside Ziqin began to flicker again. This time, it flickered without any pattern. It kept moving towards a certain spot in the void. Puff, puff. Every time the misty light flickered, a sound would be heard. At the same time, a black figure would fall out of the void, lifeless. Ziqin's eyes had turned gold and silver. His yin-yang eye was fully activated. The misty light was still flickering. At times, it was very close to Ziqin. At other times, it was very far away from Ziqin. Buzz. When it flickered for the last time, the misty light reached Qing Feng's side and completely pierced through the void. An assassin fell out of the void not far from Qing Feng. This shocked Qing Feng. Cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. At this moment, the scene was silent. All eyes were on Ziqin. Now was Ziqin's time to perform. The misty light had an unimaginable power. It flickered continuously and was very lethal. As the last ray of light fell, the misty light returned to Ziqin's side. At this moment, the crowd could clearly see that the misty light was actually a small fairy. It flapped its wings, chubby and somewhat cute. However, no one would associate this little thing with the word cute. This was because its existence had destroyed all the assassination attempts. Chapter 2042. Anyone in the Zhanwu continent would be in despair if they were to face such a terrifying assassination attack. Being targeted by the ancient Heavenly Assassin Alliance meant that they would not rest until they were dead. However, today's assassination attempt on Ziqin had turned into a magnificent performance. Ziqin had not moved half a step from his original position. The only action he had taken was to close his eyes once. After that, there was no more after that. All the assassins who came, whether they came out or were in hiding, were all killed by Ziqin. Not a single one was left alive. This time, the Heavenly Assassin Alliance had appeared and targeted Ziqin 3 times. However, each of these 3 assassins had undoubtedly suffered greater losses than the last. The gold and silver light in Ziqin's eyes disappeared, and the saber spirit disappeared from Ziqin's shoulder. It looked chubby and cute, but it was very dangerous. Everyone who looked at the saber spirit felt their hearts palpitate. Just now, Ziqin's powerful body had blocked the killing blow, which was very shocking. Everyone found it hard to imagine that a person's body could be so strong. The assassination at the cost of a piece of Saint Crystal had turned into a one-sided slaughter. Xiao Wei's face became gloomy again. In just a few months, Ziqin's body had become so strong. Obviously, Ziqin had encountered an opportunity, and Ziqin being able to stand here successfully proved that the powerful existence who sealed him had died. Ziqin had undoubtedly obtained that opportunity. Although there were many unexplainable reasons, the fact that Zichun was able to stand here was the best explanation. No matter what happened in the middle, Zichun had come out and become stronger. His soul was still the same Zichun from before. There was no doubt that the existence who, according to the divination, would not give Zichun a chance to survive, had really become Zichun's opportunity. Zichun's perception was much stronger than before. The position he was standing in was also the best position to make a move. Obviously, he had already guessed that there were assassins hiding in the surroundings. The misty light appeared again, turned into a ray of light, and flew towards the blue peak. Crack! Flames burst out, and the special chain broke. Qing Feng's body fell to the ground, and the middle-aged man immediately rushed forward to support Qing Feng, who was about to fall. Zichun stood in place and looked up at Yanwei. His expression seemed to say, "It's your turn now. Everyone, since everyone is here today, let's take this opportunity to kill Zichun." Without waiting for Zichun to open his mouth, the ugly-looking Yanwei said in a deep voice, "I think that some people will be unhappy if we leave just like that." When the heaven-defying experts heard Yanwei's words, their expressions became somewhat hesitant. Zichun's display of power was simply too strong. If they were to face him, it would be equivalent to suicide. However, what he said next made the expressions of all the heaven-defying cultivators change. There seemed to be a hint of fear in their hesitation. To be precise, the mission of the heaven-defying cultivators in this world was to kill Zichun. Now, it seemed that it was time to complete this mission. Just kill him. You have so many experts. Why are you afraid of a mere Zichun? Just as the heaven-defying cultivators were hesitating, a cold voice came from the city wall. Then, a figure flashing with lightning appeared on the city wall in a dazzling manner. Join forces to kill him. I'll lend you a hand. The figure that was emitting lightning was naturally Lei Dong. He shouted loudly, "Thunderclap Ninth Heaven." It was the Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, an extremely powerful heavenly path technique that was exclusive to lightning. Even Zichun didn't know how to use it. An aura soared into the sky, and a huge vortex appeared. At first, the vortex was pitch black, as if it was connected to the depths of heaven and earth. Then, the ancient sound of thunder reverberated, and rays of silver light illuminated the vortex. Ancient lightning, like thunder dragons, poked their heads out of the vortex. Not to mention the power of this attack, and whether it could cause any harm to Zichun. First of all, the injury was huge. The whole world was shrouded in the pressure of lightning, and the aura was very oppressive. Attack! What are you waiting for? You're all heaven-defying cultivators, not those idiotic killers from before. They only have one chance to attack. If others don't die, they will die. Are you afraid that you can't break Zichun's defense? The ancient lightning was still brewing. Lei Dong's figure slowly rose into the sky, and at the same time, he shouted at the heaven-defying cultivators. It had to be said that this guy was not completely brainless. At this moment, he knew how to take advantage of the situation and create momentum. The heaven-defying cultivators' expressions changed. They looked at Ji Wei on the city wall again, and found that his expression had become very cold. Damn it, they cursed in their hearts. They knew that it was time to attack. Whether they could kill Zichun or not, they had to at least show their attitude. Zichun, die! With a loud shout, a heaven-defying cultivator shot out from the city wall. He was none other than Kunte, who had been defeated by Zichun. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as Kunte moved, a few other heaven-defying cultivators rushed towards Zichun. They naturally knew the principle of ganging up on him. With so many heaven-defying cultivators, their individual combat strength was naturally not weak. At this moment, when they attacked with all their strength, even Zichun had to face them head-on. Zichun, who had not moved a single step before, suddenly took a step to the side. With this step, a sharp sword light swept past Zichun's side. When the attack missed, Kunte was slightly stunned. Then, his expression changed drastically. He put up layer after layer of defense around his body. A sharp whistling sound rang out beside him. It was Zichun, who had dodged the attack and punched at Kunte. This punch was fast, hurried, and fierce. It was impossible to dodge. Boom. The punch landed on Kunte's body, and the defense on his body instantly shattered. A huge force entered his body in an instant and directly carried his body high into the sky. Puffed Kunte, who was flying in the sky, coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Along with the blood, there were some fragments of his internal organs. When his body landed, Kunte could no longer stand up. His face was full of horror. He knew that there was a gap between their combat strength, but he never thought that the gap would be so big. With one punch, it was unknown whether Kunte was dead or alive. The battle was still ongoing. Zichen's figure flashed again. With the help of his extremely fast footwork, he dodged the attack again. Then, he punched again. Buzz. This time, Zichen added some strength, making the fist light faster and fiercer. At the same time, the blood in his body flowed rapidly. Pure physical strength was injected into Zichen's fist. Boom. Zichen's second punch landed on the second heaven-defying cultivator. His opponent's strength was weaker than Kunte's. In the face of this punch, his defense was also shattered. At the same time, after the terrifying power entered his body, it directly exploded along with the heaven-defying cultivator's body. The heaven-defying cultivator's body exploded, but there was no bloody feeling of flesh and blood flying everywhere. There was only a pure shock of energy. His flesh and blood had been turned into nothingness in an instant. Not only did this punch explode the heaven-defying cultivator, but it also destroyed his vitality. This scene was very shocking to the people around. The eyelids of the patriarchs of the forces were twitching, and their faces were full of horror. In their experience, they had never heard of anyone who could explode a heaven-defying cultivator with a single punch. Even those heaven-defying cultivators who had a similar legendary history had never done such a feat among them. The ones with the greatest change in expression were the people of the Five Elements clan. They knew very well what Five Elements had done this time. At this moment, when they saw Zichen explode a heaven-defying cultivator with a single punch without using any heaven-defying energy, their old faces were filled with horror and horror. They were originally standing in an inconspicuous place. At this moment, they retreated again, and at the same time, were ready to escape at any time. Seeing Zichen's strength, the Five Elements clan's face was completely pale. On the city wall, the other force was also terrified. They were forces from the Everlasting Sect, Zichen's original sect. This time, when Zichen's reputation was ruined, they had also contributed a lot. For example, rumors that Zichen had betrayed his sect and betrayed his master were all spread by the Everlasting Sect. The current sect master of the Everlasting Sect was the elder who had once wanted to snatch Zichen's cauldron of all creation. His evaluation of Zichen was that the Everlasting Sect had nurtured him, and now he wanted to destroy the Everlasting Sect. At this moment, when the old man saw such a powerful Zichen, his old face was filled with shock. Damn it, if he's alive, he will definitely go to the Everlasting Sect. After the shock, there was a deep fear in his heart. Thinking back to the unpleasantness between him and Zichen, the old man's face became very ugly. If Zichen was allowed to live, then the Everlasting Sect would suffer a disaster. He often said that Zichen would betray the sect, and it was likely that it would really happen. Boom! The attack was still going on. A violent sound rang out again, and the second heaven-defying cultivator's body exploded. Hearing this sound, everyone's eyelids twitched. They were terrified of Zichen's battle strength. On the battlefield, the other heaven-defying cultivator's movement slowed down slightly. After all, no one wanted to be brutally beaten to death by Zichen as soon as they went up. Fall. A cold and sudden voice rang out from above. Under Lei Dong's control, the ancient thunderbolts fell towards the ground. Silver light illuminated the sky, and lightning filled the world. Looking at the thunderbolts above his head, Zichen did not dodge. His body shone with a faint golden light as he bathed in the lightning. Boom! The first thunderbolt fell on Zichen. The violent thunder power exploded and wreaked havoc, scaring away many heaven-defying cultivators. However, Zichen, who was in the middle of the thunderbolts, did not react at all. If one really had to say what Zichen did, it would be that he absorbed some of the violent thunderbolts. The thunderbolts fell one after another, but they did not affect Zichen at all. In fact, they were even absorbed by Zichen. Chapter 2043. Lei Dong's low shout reverberated between heaven and earth. His hand seals became faster and faster. Streaks of pure lightning energy appeared in front of him with a power that was not weaker than the heaven-defying energy. After that, the lightning energy intertwined like water and began to fuse. As Lei Dong's hand seals fell, a huge square seal that emitted lightning light appeared in front of him. As the seal appeared, it began to rotate. The essence of the world surged and was absorbed by the rotating seal. Under the naked eye, the lightning square seal began to expand. A berserk pressure that belonged to lightning once again filled the world. The power this time was not the slightest bit weaker than the thunderclap ninth heaven from before. In terms of single attack, this move was even stronger than the thunderclap ninth heaven. This was clearly another heavenly Dao technique of the lightning clan. It was also something that Zichun did not know. As lightning flashed, he raised his head to look at Lei Dong. Surprise and curiosity appeared in his eyes. He really could not understand where this fellow had learned these lightning clan techniques. One must know that back in the Tianwu continent, the two of them had fought once. At that time, Lei Dong knew more lightning clan techniques than him. Although the current Zichun had all sorts of fortuitous encounters and knew two extremely powerful and domineering heavenly Dao techniques, it seemed that he did not know any of the lightning clan's heavenly Dao techniques. Furthermore, Lei Dong had the heavenly lightning wings. If he counted the 2 wings on his body, Lei Dong had 6 wings. As for Zichun, he only had 4. Thinking of this, Zichun became even more curious about Lei Dong. Lei Dong wanted to kill him, but he could not let Lei Dong die. This fellow had too many secrets on him. He could not let Lei Dong die before unearthing those secrets. The current Zichun did not only want to obtain Lei Dong's heavenly lightning wings. He also wanted the thunderclap ninth heaven and this seemingly powerful lightning square seal. As his thoughts changed, in just an instant, the square seal in the sky had already formed. Boom! The lightning square seal shook. The space in the sky shattered inch by inch. A berserk lightning might spread in all directions. At the same time, lightning energy swam around the lightning square seal like little snakes. Descend. Lei Dong stared at Zichun below, and his expression became extremely cold. He let out a low roar and pointed at Zichun with one hand. In the sky, as Lei Dong's finger descended, the thunder square seal carried a terrifying might as it smashed towards Zichun. This attack was indiscriminate and extremely powerful. Seeing that the situation was not good, the heaven-defying cultivators retreated one after another. Looking up at the descending thunder square seal, Zichun coldly snorted and said, "The level of this spell is quite high. Unfortunately, in your hands, you can't even unleash its full power. What a waste." With that, Zichun's body began to shine with a dazzling golden light. He soared into the sky, his right hand clenched into a fist. His heart began to beat rapidly, and his blood began to circulate rapidly. Powerful energy surged from his blood and bones. This was pure physical strength. Under Zichun's deliberate stimulation, the golden light around Zichun became even more dazzling. He threw out a punch. Golden light flashed as the punch landed heavily on the seal. Boom! A loud explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The thunder square seal's momentum was instantly neutralized by Zichun's punch. Boom! Looking at the thunder square seal that had stopped, Zichun threw out another punch. A powerful energy burst out, and the thunder square seal trembled in midair, showing signs of disintegration. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, the shock on their faces became even more intense. Obviously, Zichun had actually used his physical body to block such a powerful attack from Lei Dong. Lei Dong's face was also filled with fear. At this moment, Zichun was simply a monster. He had never seen a human with such a powerful physical body. Boom! When Zichun's third punch landed, the thunderbolt square seal in the sky exploded with a loud bang. Terrifying thunderbolt energy continued to wreak havoc. The energy from the explosion was also very terrifying, but it could not do anything to Zichun. Zichun, who was shining with golden light, stood in the middle of the violent energy. His expression was indifferent, like a god of war in golden armor standing in the sky. Attack, what are you waiting for? After 2 consecutive failures, Lei Dong knew that things were not going well. At this moment, Zichen was undoubtedly powerful and dangerous. He first shouted at the heaven-defying cultivators, and then his body began to descend. The light around him also dimmed a little. When Lei Dong attacked earlier, the surrounding heaven-defying cultivators were not just watching. They were forming seals and displaying various heavenly path techniques. Zichen's physical body was so terrifying. Close combat was simply courting death. Therefore, they chose to play to their strengths and use long-range attacks. As Lei Dong's attack was neutralized by Zichen, their attacks appeared one after another. Suddenly, there were more powerful auras between heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. These powerful auras appeared from all directions. Some were pure energy attacks, while others were transformed beasts. All kinds of roars sounded at the same time. The world shook, and the entire Blue Feather City trembled. The heavenly path techniques that the heaven-defying cultivators used together were so powerful that even a saint would have to be cautious. Feeling the powerful auras appearing from all directions, Zichen's expression became much more serious. Lei Dong also took this opportunity to completely land on the city wall. He looked at Zichen above, and his expression changed. One attack after another soared into the sky and headed straight for Zichen. There were roaring beasts, sharp sword lights, and heavenly blades. In short, the attacks that appeared were all long-range attacks, so naturally, they were powerful. Facing these attacks, Zichen displayed extreme speed to dodge. However, there were too many attacks, and not all of them landed on Zichen. Explode. When some of the heaven-defying cultivators saw that the attacks had reached a certain range, they shouted coldly. The attacks formed by energy exploded with a boom. Zichen easily dodged this energy explosion. However, all of this was just the beginning. Then, like a chain reaction, the other energy attacks followed closely behind and exploded. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, explosions continued to resound. Energy attacks exploded one after another, forming a colorful wave that spread in all directions. It looked like those gorgeous fireworks, but it was undoubtedly fatal. No matter how fast Zichen was, he could not be faster than the energy waves of these explosions. Soon, his figure was drowned by the surging waves. After that, even more energy waves exploded in the area he was in. Between the heavens and the earth, the sounds of explosions were like endless thunder, accompanied by deafening roars. Seeing such power, the expressions of all the human cultivators changed. Obviously, facing the siege of so many people, even a saint would be injured. There was obvious worry in Yiqian's beautiful eyes. The attack formed by so many heaven-defying cultivators was undoubtedly very terrifying. Looking at the sky that was completely drowned in energy, Qing Feng's face was also full of worry. Those who did not participate in the battle all had a change in expression after seeing the violent energy formed in the sky. Almost no one could withstand such an attack. Qi Wei's expression became very solemn. Under the perception of his spiritual thoughts, he knew how terrifying this energy was. If he did not use his shield, he was afraid that he would be killed by this violent energy. Between heaven and earth, explosions sounded one after another, and terrifying energy surged wildly. All the cultivators in the distance looked up at the sky, each of them holding their breaths and nervously looking at the sky. They did not know whether Zichen would be able to withstand the joint attack of so many heaven-defying cultivators, or whether he would die. Die, he must die. The corners of Lei Dong's eyes twitched, and he gritted his teeth, looking very agitated. He did not need Zichen's heavenly path technique, only Zichen's heavenly thunder wings. Similarly, the people from the Five Elements aristocratic family and the old man from the Wuji sect also urgently hoped that Zichen would die under the joint attack of a group of heaven-defying cultivators. With so many heaven-defying cultivators attacking at the same time, even if he died, there was nothing to be ashamed of. Of course, there were many people who did not want Zichen to die, such as Yiqian and Qingfeng, the old man and middle-aged man from the martial war clan, Dark Rock, Heilong, and so on. In short, there were many people who hoped that Zichen would die, but there were also many who hoped that Zichen would live. In the sky, the violent energy gradually showed signs of dissipating. Everyone stared at the sky, guessing whether Zichen was alive or dead. In everyone's opinion, even if Zichen was still alive, facing such a violent energy attack, he would probably be seriously injured. Next, facing so many heaven-defying cultivators, he might die here. Before the energy in the sky could dissipate, the berserk energy in a certain location began to fluctuate violently. Following that, surges of surging energy began to spread out from that location. A figure flashing with dazzling golden light instantly rushed out of the violent energy like a bolt of golden lightning. At the same time, it fiercely smashed towards the nearby heaven-defying cultivators on the ground. This golden figure was obviously Zichen. At this moment, the scabbard that Zichen had been holding in his hand had disappeared, and he rushed towards the heaven-defying cultivators. Almost in an instant, he arrived in the middle of the group of heaven-defying cultivators, under the stunned gazes of all the heaven-defying cultivators. Then, Zichen displayed an extremely fast movement technique and instantly arrived in front of a heaven-defying cultivator and punched him forcefully. Puffed! With one punch, the heaven-defying cultivator, who had just reacted a little bit, was directly sent flying. Now, Zichen was already at the peak of the heaven realm. Coupled with the perfect series and the world's extreme speed, how could a mere heaven-defying cultivator deal with him? After being sent flying with one punch, the heaven-defying cultivator coughed up blood in midair, which was accompanied by fragments of his internal organs. At the same time, his body flashed with golden light, and the vitality in his body dissipated under the surging golden light. The heaven-defying cultivator was sent flying, and when he landed on the ground, his vitality had completely dissipated. Then, a series of bangs rang out, and one heaven-defying cultivator after another was sent flying. At this moment, Zichen obviously did not hold back. Chapter 2044. At this moment, Zichen had rushed into the group of heaven-defying cultivators. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep as he began to slaughter them. Pung! 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 Golden light flashed as fist radiance flashed. At this moment, Zichen used his powerful physical body and heaven-defying energy to display his true killing moves. All the heaven-defying cultivators who were sent flying by Zichen's fist were either seriously injured or on the verge of death. As for the so-called minor injuries, they were nothing to Zichen's fist. Moreover, because he had rushed into the group of heaven-defying cultivators, the other heaven-defying cultivators couldn't perform other joint attacks. This was also something that Zichen was quite skilled at since he had grown up. He wasn't afraid of being besieged at all, especially when the difference in combat strength was too great. Looking at Zichen, who was shining with a golden light, and the figure of the heaven-defying cultivator who was sent flying, everyone was dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with shock. They didn't expect that Zichen, who was besieged by a group of heaven-defying cultivators, not only was he not seriously injured, but he could also display such powerful combat strength. The current Zichen was extremely powerful. He was like a ferocious tiger that had descended from the mountain. In comparison, those heaven-defying cultivators who were high and mighty in the eyes of the world were like little sheep in front of Zichen. The situation was obviously out of control. Seeing that the situation was not good, the 5 elements retreated. At the same time, the 5 patriarchs also retreated. Then, the 6 of them flew to the other side of Blue Feather City at their fastest speed. Before the battle was over, they had to return to the 5 elements families. Only there, relying on the formation, could they feel more at ease. Just after the 5 elements families retreated, the old man from the Wuji sect who was invited to watch the ceremony also quietly retreated and chose to leave. Looking at the heaven-defying cultivators below who weren't enough to kill Zichen, Lei Dong's expression was still changing. He was still hesitating in his heart. Looking back at Qi Wei, Lei Dong found that Qi Wei's face was clearly filled with fear. He didn't hesitate anymore. Gritting his teeth, he chose to retreat. Since he had already obtained the Saint Crystal, he would try to break through as soon as possible, and once he became a saint, he would come back and ask for the heavenly thunder wings back. Turning around, Lei Dong didn't even dare to use his heavenly thunder wings for fear that Zichen would sense him. He just used his extreme speed to fly away. Lei Dong had also run away. Apart from him, some of the other factions that had some grudges with Zichun had also quietly retreated. Down below, the battle was still going on. To be more precise, it was a one-sided pursuit. Those who had survived had already begun to flee into the distance. At this point in the battle, no one was able to block Zichun's attacks. Everyone could only keep running. Although Yue had yet to make a move, given the terrifying combat power Zichun had displayed, everyone guessed that even if Yue did make a move, he would not be able to do anything to Zichun. With the combination of his world acceleration and his powerful physical body, any heaven-defying being caught by Zichun would only end up dead. At this moment, the heaven-defying weapons were scattered everywhere. Although many cultivators were extremely envious of them, no one dared to quietly pick them up. Yue still hadn't made a move. Seeing that the situation was not good, the others around him retreated one after another. Some even jumped off the city wall and flew further away. When there were no more heaven-defying cultivators in his line of sight, Zichun stopped and looked back at the city wall. He saw that the city wall, which had been packed with people a moment ago, had now lost more than half of its original number. Seeing that less than a third of the people were gone, Zichun's expression was slightly startled. Then, he used his spiritual senses to explore the area. After that, he was very surprised to find that Wu Xing had disappeared. Lei Dong, who had been clamoring just now, had also disappeared. He spread his spiritual senses again and even enveloped the entire Blue Feather City. However, he still couldn't sense any trace of the two. Apart from the disappearance of the two, there were no other heaven-defying beings on the city wall. Originally, there were many heaven-defying beings around Yue and Yiqian, as well as leaders of many forces. Now, there was only Yue left above the city gate. As for the heaven-defying beings, they all jumped off the city wall and stayed further away to watch. They were very vigilant. Some of the leaders of the forces, who didn't think that they had any grudges against Zichun, stood on both sides of the city wall, keeping a distance from Yue. Seeing that Yue was completely alone, Zichun's lips curled into a cold smile. At the same time, his cold voice resounded through the world. Heaven-defying beings, leave quickly. If I see you again, I'll kill you without mercy. Hearing Zichun's cold words, all the heaven-defying beings heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, after Zichun said this, it meant that their lives were saved today. However, they didn't leave. Instead, they prepared to watch the final battle. Obviously, Yue was going to fight Zichun head-on. Looking at the gloomy Qi Wei, Zichun had a mocking expression on his face. Where are your allies? Just now, Yue had said that everyone here was his allies and that no one would help the two from the martial war clan. Now, after Zichun's display of strength, none of Yue's so-called allies had disappeared. When the old man from the martial war clan saw this scene, he could not help but praise in his heart. With just the strength of one person, he had scared off all the forces and all the heaven-defying beings. In this world, Zichun was probably the only one who could do that. I don't need allies. Yue looked at Zichun and replied coldly. This time, he had miscalculated again. Yiqian was already standing in the crowd in the distance. It was obviously unrealistic to take Yiqian away in this situation. Because of Zichun's appearance, his last Saint Crystal had fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Assassin Alliance. However, this assassination attempt had left Yue very dissatisfied. He took a step forward and stood on the city wall. His blue robe fluttered in the wind. As he looked at Zichun, his eyes became colder and colder. It was Zichun who had caused him to miscalculate again and again. Swoosh! His robe fluttered slightly. Like a bolt of blue lightning, Yue rushed towards Zichun. Yue took the initiative to attack. Seeing this scene, the shocked crowd's attention returned to the battlefield. Obviously, the real-life and death battle was about to begin. The heaven-defying cultivators also soared into the sky. This time, they were merely spectators. As Yue rushed towards Zichun, Zichun's black robe fluttered. Golden light shone from his body. Facing Yue, who was rushing forward, Zichun clenched his fist and attacked. Pong! Energy vibrated, and a loud sound was heard. A visible energy ripple spread out from the place where the two of them collided. Zichun's body swayed slightly. However, He stood in place and didn't retreat a single step. On the other hand, Yue, who was rushing forward, retreated and returned to his original position. The two of them exchanged blows, but the outcome couldn't be determined. After experiencing it personally, Zichen's eyes flashed. He didn't expect Yue's physical body to be so strong in a head-on collision. Yue's arm, which had retracted into his sleeve, trembled slightly. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Zichen. He said indifferently, "This was originally my opportunity. I didn't expect you to snatch it away." "What opportunity?" "It's just a narrow escape," Zichen replied indifferently. Yue knew that Zichen wasn't lying. In his deduction, Zichen wouldn't have a chance to survive against such an existence. There wasn't even a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. However, there were variables in the world. There were all kinds of coincidences. Zichen, who fell into the magma, had the scabbard, so he avoided the disaster. Then, Zichen had the perfect world and avoided the fatal situation. Next, Zichen also knew close combat skills, which increased Zichen's chances of survival. It could be said that all the heavenly realm experts in the world would die if they suddenly fell into the magma. Even if he had the scabbard, only Zichen had a great chance of survival. Of course, although there was a chance of survival, Zichen was also facing great danger. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he would have a narrow escape. It's meaningless for the two of us to test each other. Let's end this battle quickly. Yue put his hands behind his back and returned to the front again. That's what I'm thinking. Upon hearing the conversation between the two of them, the expressions of the surrounding spectators became extremely excited. Clearly, the upcoming battle between the two of them would surpass the probing and revealing of their trump cards time and time again. A true life and death battle was about to begin. Golden light began to shine around Zichen's body. His hands were hanging in front of his chest. The aura around his body became hot and violent. This was an energy aura with an attribute. It belonged to the extreme yang. On the city wall, Yue's body began to release black energy. This energy continued to spread and soon occupied half of the world. An extremely strong pressure came from the front. It swept across the world, releasing an oppressive aura. As the black energy spread, Yue's body was faintly discernible. He formed a seal with his hands. In front of him, a black mark appeared. As soon as this mark appeared, it caused the energy to vibrate. Some people stared at Yue, while others looked at Zichen. In front of Zichen, a mark also appeared. After this mark appeared, it released a hot and violent feeling. Both of their expressions were solemn and cold. Obviously, they had great confidence in their next move. A black lotus flower appeared in front of Shaky. The instant the lotus flower appeared, the surrounding black energy was devoured by the lotus flower. As the black energy was absorbed, the lotus became incomparably black. It floated in front of Yue. Looking at the lotus in front of him, then looking at Zichen, Yue said indifferently, "Back then, when you faced my heavenly demonic lotus, you used extreme yin and extreme yang." The extreme yang mark appeared in front of Zichen, forming a terrifying ball. On the ball, golden light shone. The surrounding space began to distort crazily. Zichen replied coldly, "Today, extreme yang is enough to deal with you." After saying that, Zichen gently shook his hand. The extreme yang mark flew forward. The surrounding space was distorted, but it didn't shatter. This wasn't because Zichen's attack wasn't strong. It was because he had completely suppressed the energy and didn't explode. At the same time, the heavenly demonic lotus also revolved towards Zichen. Chapter 2045. The demonic lotus and extreme yang seemed to be in two separate spaces. When they were about to collide, the two spaces began to distort, and waves of suppressed energy escaped. Everyone in the surroundings opened their eyes wide as they stared at the sky. They were waiting for the next moment to collide with each other. Chi-Chi, the demonic lotus, and extreme yang finally broke through the space they were in and began to collide. However, they didn't explode immediately. Instead, they used their own energy and began to wear each other down. Slash, slash. Waves of energy shot out from above, shattering the space wherever it passed. In the sky, Pitch-black cracks suddenly appeared in the space. These cracks spread in all directions and continued to spread. Not good. Retreat. The power of the two attacks hadn't been fully displayed yet, but the world felt a huge pressure. Under this pressure, many people felt suffocated. Furthermore, the cracks that were appearing non-stop were also spreading closer and closer to them. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the cultivators retreated. Even Qingfeng and the other two retreated, leaving the entire battlefield to the two of them. Chi-Chi, both of them were doing their best to control the power of this attack so that it would clash head-on and not allow too much energy to escape. This was not only a battle of energy, but also a battle of spiritual senses. They wanted to see whose spiritual sense was stronger, purer, and more powerful. Under the control of Zichen's perfect spiritual sense, Extreme Yang began to spin. As it spun, it kept moving forward, and traces of energy escaped. Wherever the energy passed, the sky shattered. The space here couldn't withstand this power. As for the heavenly path demonic lotus, it was also rotating and releasing waves of energy. When this energy came into contact with the extreme yang energy, it was silently destroyed and dissipated. At this moment, the two attacks didn't really collide. However, as the two attacks kept moving forward, it was only a matter of time before they collided. The excessive energy consumption made Jiwei's face pale. He clenched his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He was clearly reaching his limit. Zichen's expression was calm, but the twitching of the corner of his eyes showed that Zichen wasn't relaxed either. The spectators all held their breaths. Clearly, it was time to determine the winner. The two attacks finally collided. At this moment, Lin Yun's spiritual senses could no longer suppress the demonic lotus. The demonic lotus dissipated upon encountering the extreme yang energy. As for Zichen, he withdrew his spiritual sense in an instant. His extreme yang energy, which had been suppressed to the limit, completely erupted. Boom! From afar, it looked as if the two great attacks had collided and naturally exploded. The entire world trembled in an instant, and the sound of the energy explosion drowned out everything. The extreme yang exploded, turning into pure golden light, starting to rush forward, starting to spread. The demonic lotus also exploded, turning into a pure black color, spreading with the same berserk might. From afar, the dispersed energy looked like a taiji diagram that was emitting gold and black colors that appeared in the sky. Only these two colors were left in the world, each occupying half of the sky. At the same time, the two great energies were constantly in a stalemate and destroyed each other. Of course, there was also the scattering. The powerful energy ripples carried the remaining energy and spread out in all directions. Zichen was the first to be enveloped by this energy. Almost at the same time, the scattered energy also shrouded Lin Yun's city wall. The energy was still spreading, forming a huge shockwave. The cultivators who had retreated far away were also affected by the shockwave. One by one, they were sent flying. Some of the weaker cultivators were sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood as they flew. The world seemed to be ushering in destruction. The two energies of gold and black continued to spread. It was like two waves in a raging sea colliding with each other. It was also like two stars colliding with each other, resulting in destruction. This kind of power continued to spread. Many people hurriedly dodged, and few could continue to pay attention to the battlefield. At this moment, in the center of the berserk energy on the battlefield, a loud roar suddenly sounded. Amidst the roar, a golden figure rushed out from the berserk energy. At the same time, a black light rushed out from the opposite side of the golden figure. The two lights, one black and one gold, arrived in the sky, and the berserk energy spread out under their feet. Your strength has indeed increased a lot. In the black light, Lin Yun's expression turned grave when he saw Lin Yun blocking his attack with just the extreme yang energy. As I said, I will kill you today. In the golden light, Zichen spoke, and then rushed towards Lin Yun. Let's see if you have the ability. Lin Yun coldly snorted, and also rushed towards Zichen. Zichen's Skyblade had self-destructed last time. Back then, in order to protect himself, Lin Yun had also self-destructed his own heavenly weapon. Therefore, the two of them did not use their heavenly weapons. Instead, they clenched their fists. Boom! The two fists, one black and one gold, collided, and an explosion sounded in the sky. Then, a ripple that was not very strong spread out. The two figures flashed, and both of them retreated. A trace of surprise flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. At this moment, Zichen, who had retreated, rushed forward again. Golden light shone. At this moment, the two powerful attacks had yet to dissipate. Everyone was still hurriedly dodging. At the top of the violent energy, Zichen and Lin Yun had undoubtedly started fighting again. The two of them turned into two rays of light, constantly entangling each other. Wave after wave of powerful shockwaves continued to spread out. When the violent energy dissipated, everyone raised their heads again and saw that Yue was engaged in a fierce battle with Zichen. Each and every one of them was extremely shocked. One should know that with the strength of the physical body Zichen had just displayed, Lin Yun still dared to choose to fight Zichen head-on. It was obvious that his battle strength was not weaker than Zichen's. In fact, Lin Yun was also suffering. Every time they collided, it seemed that the two of them were evenly matched. However, only he knew that every time they collided, there would be an inexplicable and heaven-defying energy that would penetrate his defense and enter his body. And this heaven-defying energy was very fierce. After entering his body, it would spread out and destroy. The heaven-defying energy in Lin Yun's body was actually very difficult to suppress. Faintly, Lin Yun felt that the energy that entered his body seemed to be of a higher level. His heaven-defying energy was actually trembling. As they continued to collide, more and more of this energy appeared in his body. When he was unable to suppress it, he would be injured. Moreover, Zichen was relying on his powerful physical body to continuously attack him. This made Lin Yun feel as if he was suffocating. Looking at the battle at this moment, the others mistakenly thought that the two of them were evenly matched. However, Lin Yun was already showing signs of defeat. In fact, from the moment he chose to fight Zichen head-on, he was already destined to lose. After another collision, Zichen looked at Lin Yun and sneered. He said, "Let's see how long you can last." Humph! Lin Yun snorted coldly. However, at this moment, an obscure energy passed through Lin Yun's fist and entered Lin Yun's body. Lin Yun's expression immediately changed. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Because of his injury, his body swayed in the sky. The energy around his body became unstable. Seeing Lin Yun's swaying body, the expressions of the people watching the battle changed. They all guessed that Lin Yun would not be able to hold on for much longer. Obviously, Zichen would not miss such an opportunity. His figure instantly appeared in front of Lin Yun. He clenched his right fist. A dazzling golden light appeared on the surface of his fist. With great power, he ruthlessly punched towards Lin Yun. Buzz. Facing Zichen's powerful attack, Lin Yun could only force himself to swallow the blood in his mouth. The heaven-defying energy in his body crazily surged. Layer after layer of protection covered his fist as he clashed with Zichen. Boom! In the sky, there was another explosion. The moment the two big fists collided, Lin Yun's defense was directly broken. At the same time, a great power was instantly transmitted into Lin Yun's bones, shattering his arms. At the same time, Lin Yun's body was also sent flying. It was obvious that he had been defeated. Go to hell. Zichen once again rushed forward like lightning. Another punch fell. This time, it was aimed at Lin Yun's head. Wherever the fist passed, the space was shattered. A huge black hole appeared. Feeling such a terrifying attack, Lin Yun's expression changed drastically. He did not doubt that if this attack hit his head, it would directly explode. At this critical moment, Lin Yun also fiercely clenched his teeth. A black light lingered in front of him. The half-shield, which was known to have the strongest defense, appeared in front of Zichen's fist. Bang! Zichen's powerful punch landed on the half-shield. The violent energy immediately rushed towards the shield. However, Zichen's expression changed. In an instant, there was an even stronger rebounding force that landed on his body, causing his body to uncontrollably fly backwards. After his punch was blocked, Zichen's expression changed. He looked forward and saw the half-shield that was controlled by Lin Yun. It had an irregular shape, and there was a hole in its middle. That's a shield. Seeing this half-shield, Zichun was shocked. Then, he looked at the center of the half-shield. There was a half-round hole there. If that half-round hole was formed into a complete shield, it would become a round hole. The size of the round hole was similar to the size of the round ball that Zichun had obtained. Zichun, who had already guessed in his heart, was now even more certain that the round ball he had obtained was the round hole in the center of the shield. This could also explain why the round ball could block the black wind in the slaughtering heaven cave. Looking at the half-shield, Zichun's eyes were filled with joy. As long as he killed Lin Yun, this shield would be his. With a thought, the scabbard appeared. However, before Zichun could use the drawing technique, he saw Lin Yun controlling the shield and his body fly backwards. Chapter 2046. Zichun sneered as he looked at Gao Wei's departing figure and listened to his words. What? You want to run? Do you think you can run away from my extreme speed? Zichun was now at the peak of the heaven realm. He could confidently say that he was the fastest among those at the same level. Even Lei Dong, who also had extreme speed, could not compare to him. Looking at Zichun from afar, Gao Wei sneered. I believe that the next time we meet, you will definitely be dead. Zichun caught up with Gao Wei. He was indeed very fast, which surprised Gao Wei. However, it did not mean that Zichun could catch up with him, who was about to leave. Black light shone around him, and a strong light shot up into the sky like a huge passage that connected to the sky. Die! Zichun had already arrived. He roared and was about to draw his sword. Swoosh! Gao Wei's figure disappeared in an instant. Only a black light shot up into the sky and soon disappeared. Looking up at the disappearing black light, Zichun looked very angry. He was still one step too late. Gao Wei had obviously planned to leave long ago. Gao Wei is gone. Zichun is too strong. Even Gao Wei is no match for him. He is no match for Zichun. After Gao Wei goes back, he may set foot on the star path. Yes, Zichun is back. If he doesn't come back in time, Gao Wei will definitely break into the Saint Realm. Maybe he won't have to go to the star path. Looking at the disappearing Gao Wei, whether it was the heaven-defying cultivators or the humans, they were all dumbfounded. Then, a low sigh was heard. They originally thought that the two of them would fight to the death. Who would have thought that Gao Wei would choose to run away after being defeated? He's gone. He's finally gone. Iqian looked at the disappearing black light and finally felt relieved. However, she then thought of something, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Fortunately, everyone was in a state of shock and did not notice the change in Iqian's expression. While the crowd couldn't understand why Yin Wei would leave just like that, they felt a cold light fall on their bodies. As the light fell, the hearts of all the heaven-defying sovereigns trembled. All heaven-defying cultivators, scram into the star passage. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. A cold voice rang out once again as a thick, murderous intent filled the area. The expressions of the heaven-defying cultivators changed drastically. Then, one by one, they turned into rays of light and soared into the sky. Obviously, they did not enter the star path, but chose to leave in the same way as Yin Wei. Damn it, are you planning to come again next time? Zichun's eyes flashed with killing intent as he charged forward. But it would have been better if they didn't rush. Now that they did, everyone ran even faster. Kuan Te, who was heavily injured, was lucky enough to survive. He ignored his injuries and soared into the sky, disappearing from this world. Only an idiot would let them enter the star path from here. Soon, the heaven defiers were nowhere to be seen. As for the alien races, they had already left when they saw that the situation was not good. At the same time, no other alien races could be seen in the huge blue feather city. Qi Wei's defeat indicated the defeat of the heaven-defying cultivators. How would the other alien races dare to occupy a city in front of Zichun? Zichun only drove away the heaven-defying cultivators. As for the alien races, he did not drive them away. It was not that he did not want to, but that he did not have the time and energy to do so. Currently, there were alien races on every continent. Even though Zichun possessed great strength, if he were to kill them one by one, it would take him a very long time. Even if all the alien races stood there for him to kill, Zichun would not be able to kill them all within a few hundred years. Turning back, Zichun saw that the city walls of Blue Feather City had disappeared in the battle. In front of Blue Feather City, the ground had sunk a few feet. Streams of energy rose from the ground, and the aura of battle was very strong. As Zichun's figure landed, Qingfeng and the other two also flew over. In the distance, Yiqian hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and walked over. As she walked, her cheeks were a little red. Seeing Qingfeng coming over, Zichun took the initiative to ask, "How are you? Are you okay?" Qingfeng shook his head. His expression was filled with excitement. Zichun's powerful battle prowess had truly shocked him. "Good boy, you're amazing, really amazing. What you've done today is definitely unprecedented." The old man came in front of Zichun and praised him without holding back. It was true that no one had done it before, and it was not an exaggeration to say that no one would do it after. After all, Zichun was the only Heaven D fire. Unless Zichun died, there would be no successor. "Senior, you flatter me." Zichun smiled modestly and said, "Senior, do you have any plans in mind?" He had met this old man before at the Slaughtering Heaven Cave. Otherwise, these two experts from the martial war clan would not have believed that Yin Wei would keep his word, and the two of them would not have swaggered over here to exchange conditions with Yin Wei. When the old man saw Zichun, he told Zichun that he wanted to verify some things, so he hoped that Zichun would appear last. Zichun did not have any objections to this. As for Zichun's curiosity, he wondered why the old man could predict that he would return at this time. The old man laughed and said that he could foresee that Qingfeng would not be in danger this time, but he could not figure out where the breakthrough was. After thinking about it, it was very likely that Zichun was here, so he went to wait outside the Slaughtering Heaven Cave alone. Of course, the old man was not sure if he could wait for Zichun, so the middle-aged man had another plan. After all, the martial war clan was the symbol of the martial war continent, and as the protector, they still had some foundation. However, when encountering Zichun, it seemed that there was no need for other preparations. After listening to Zichun's explanation, Qingfeng was also extremely shocked. It turned out that he was still blaming himself for causing the deaths of two people, but he didn't think about why these two people, who were no longer young, would stupidly come here alone and even hold the martial battle token. Now, it seemed that this was just a test. As for the so-called test, it was naturally to test the powers of the martial war continent. Actually, there was no need to test. We had already expected this result, the middle-aged man said indifferently. Although he said so much, the middle-aged man's disappointed expression showed that his heart was not restrained at all. This was not because the battle tokens had lost their effect, but because he was disappointed that the powers of the current era did not hesitate to collude with the foreign races for self-protection and benefits. In the distance, the leaders of the various powers stood there with complicated expressions. Today, they were only here to observe the ceremony, but they did not expect that the main character would be defeated before they could even see the ceremony. All the foreign races had disappeared in a moment, and all the foreign races had left Blue Feather City. Seeing Zichun and the others, the leaders of the various powers had extremely complicated expressions, not knowing whether they should go forward or not. The current Zichun had already become the strongest person in the war martial continent. Considering the other party's powerful battle prowess, it would be inexcusable if he did not greet him. Therefore, the leaders of the various powers shamelessly walked towards Zichun. With the first one, the others naturally followed. This time, Zichun had killed many people, and the spoils of war were everywhere. Qingfeng began to actively clean up the battlefield. Zichun was chatting with the old man when he suddenly smelled the unique fragrance of a young girl. Puzzled, he turned around and saw Yiqian walking towards him. Her head was lowered, and her expression changed from time to time. He did not know what she was thinking. "Why are you still here?" Looking at Yiqian, Zichun asked in astonishment. Hearing Zichun's voice, Yiqian was also startled. She raised her head and their eyes met. Panic flashed in Yiqian's eyes, and her face turned red. She lowered her head again, not daring to look at Zichun. I, her voice was stuttering, but she did not know what to say. She could not say that she deliberately stayed behind because of that matter. Zichun clearly did not know about the changes in Yiqian's heart. He was only wondering why Ichien did not leave. Could it be that she came to say goodbye to him? Zichen smiled and looked at Ichien. You are safe now. No one will force you. Ichien nodded. She felt even more conflicted. However, just as she was about to gather her courage and say something to Zichun had already turned around. His attention fell on the leaders of the factions who were walking over. The courage she had just gathered disappeared once again because of Zichun's disregard. Ichien, who had never been shy in front of Zichun, now found that her heart was beating extremely fast. It was as if saying a word to Zichun required a great deal of courage. Of course, this was not because of reverence or fear. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if she could stand there for the rest of her life without saying anything. The leaders of the various factions came over and seemed to be preparing to clasp their hands together in congratulations. However, before they could open their mouths, they all saw the old man from the martial war clan beside Zichun toss the representative martial war medallion to Zichun. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Zichun asked the old man in astonishment as he subconsciously caught the item. This thing is worse than trash in our hands. Only in your hands can it be of greater use, the old man said faintly with some melancholy. I can't accept this. Zichun understood the meaning of the old man's words and hurriedly tossed the martial war medallion away. It was as if this thing was no longer a symbol but a hot potato. Clearly, the old man meant for him to establish a martial war alliance and lead everyone to deal with the foreign races. In this world, Zichun had no power or influence. He only had one fighting force. How could he have the qualifications to lead this world? Looking at the martial war medallion that Ziwei had spent so much effort to obtain, but was now being tossed around like trash, the leaders of the various factions did not know what to say. After firmly shaking his head to express that he did not want it, Zichun looked at the leaders of the various factions and asked, Is there anything I can help you with? The leaders of the various factions were somewhat embarrassed. They did not know what to say. Chapter 2047. Zichun didn't agree with the leader's suggestion to deal with the other alien races. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he didn't trust them. These people could form an alliance with Yue a moment ago, but in the next moment, they wanted to join forces with him to deal with the other alien races. They might join forces with others to deal with him one day. Moreover, Zichun was only one person. Other than his battle prowess, he had nothing else. What right did he have to make these forces that had existed for tens of thousands of years willingly hand over their subordinates to him and let him lead them into battle? The leaders weren't surprised by Zichun's refusal. In fact, they had already expected it. They took the initiative to approach him this time just to make friends with him. Soon, they cupped their fists and said that they would go back to discuss how to deal with the alien races. Young friend Zichun, if you have time, you can visit the Dragon Clan. Ever since the last battle, the Rebel Dragon has been full of admiration every time he mentions you. The leader of the Dragon Clan said. Obviously, he was using the Rebel Dragon to get close to Zichun. After all, the Rebel Dragon was on Zichun's side last time outside Blue Feather City. However, after returning, the Rebel Dragon was punished for what he had done. He was still reflecting on his actions. The Golden Rock also mentioned you often. Zichun, the Rock Clan welcomes you at any time. The leader of the Rock Clan said with a smile. Then, the two leaders looked at each other with tacit understanding. Zichun nodded and accepted their kindness. After that, the other forces left one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were only 5 people left. Let's go back to Blue Feather City first. The 5 of them walked toward Blue Feather City. Wherever they passed, the cultivators in the city looked at Zichun with awe. No matter how bad Zichun's reputation was, driving away all the heaven-defying cultivators was undoubtedly a great contribution to the Zhanwu continent. The existence of the heaven-defying cultivators put the heavenly realm in this world in imminent danger. They were known to be more powerful than immortals. They had the origin and could live forever. However, in front of the heaven-defying cultivators, they were completely slaughtered. The heaven-defying energy was their nemesis. This time, the heaven-defying realm cultivators had all left. Without that threat, they had undoubtedly become the strongest cultivators. Although the battle between Heavenly Realm cultivators was still very fierce, the death rate had been greatly reduced. It was not easy to kill a Heaven Realm expert without a Heaven-defying Realm expert. The inn that Zichun had stayed in was still there. Before he reached the entrance of the inn, Zichun saw a black tiger lying there lazily, enjoying the sunlight with its eyes closed. Seeing the comfortable black tiger, Zichun couldn't help but laugh. "You're actually lying here and sleeping while the fighting outside is so intense." Behind Zichun, Iqian also smiled. She seemed to have returned to her former self. However, when her gaze inadvertently fell on Zichun, there would still be a trace of panic in her eyes. Looking at the black tiger in front of him, Qing Feng smiled kindly. The middle-aged man was expressionless. The old man's deep eyes were filled with doubt when he saw the black tiger. He saw that there was a trace of doubt in the other party's eyes. The black tiger opened his eyes and glanced at them indifferently. His gaze paused on the old man for a moment. Then, he looked at Zichun and said sarcastically, "You're in high demand now. I won't join in the fun." What the black tiger was referring to was the matter of him being surrounded by the leaders of the various forces. Zichun only smiled in response. The group entered the inn one after another. During the process, the old man from the martial war clan kept staring at the black tiger in front of him. His eyes were filled with confusion as if he was recalling something. "You little kid, always looking at people behind their backs. That's very impolite." The black tiger turned around and glanced at the old man. Hearing Black Tiger's words, Zichun did not have much of an expression. Black Tiger's origin was extraordinary, and it was unknown how long he had lived. Although this sentence was somewhat arrogant, Zichun reckoned that Black Tiger should have lived much longer than the old man. Qing Feng and the middle-aged man did not know the Black Tiger's background. When the middle-aged man heard the way the Black Tiger called him a little kid, he was speechless. Qing Feng's eyes widened, and he looked at the Black Tiger with a strange expression. He did not know the Black Tiger, but he knew the origin of the old man. The Black Tiger was an existence that had experienced the previous war between the foreign tribes. He had lived for a very long time. This Black Tiger, who was not considered very strong in the heavenly state, actually called him a little kid. Qing Feng laughed in his heart, thinking that there would be a good show to watch. Usually, the old man was the one who called others little kids. Iqian found it interesting to hear him call an old man a little kid. "We seem to have met somewhere before." The old man did not get angry because of the way the Black Tiger addressed him. Instead, he asked carefully, "Strictly speaking, I was the one who beat you up," the Black Tiger said without turning his head. When the others heard this, they were all stunned. Even Zichun was stunned. The middle-aged man looked at Black Tiger and thought to himself, "This is too ridiculous. This old man was already in the heaven realm more than 100,000 years ago. You're not even as strong as him now, so how can you beat him? If you beat him back, it's possible." The old man was still puzzled. He did not remember anything about the Black Tiger. "To be more precise, I should say that I kicked your butt." The Black Tiger's words were filled with pride. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Even the old man's expression changed. "You are." The old man's eyes immediately widened. His originally sage-like appearance had already disappeared. His originally benevolent face was filled with shock. This change in expression was even greater than when Zichun had displayed his powerful battle prowess. Seeing the drastic change in the old man's expression, everyone was deeply surprised. They did not expect the two to know each other. At this moment, Zichun pushed the door open and entered with everyone. As soon as they entered the room, Black Tiger jumped onto a stool and turned to look at the old man. The old man quickly stepped forward and then knelt down on one knee. He shouted respectfully, "Zhan Wu Che, Xiao greets the great sage Yin Zhong." As soon as he said this, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Zichun, who had closed the door and turned around, was even more stunned and speechless. When he first met the Black Tiger, the other party claimed to be a great sage. However, Zichun did not believe it at all. He beat the Black Tiger until his original body was revealed. Later on, he gradually believed that the Black Tiger might have been a saint, but he was definitely not a great sage. But now, the old man was kneeling in front of a great sage. The middle-aged man and Qing Feng were completely dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they could not say a word. This black tiger was a great sage who was countless times stronger than a saint. Iqian's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock. She covered her mouth with her slender jade-like hand and almost cried out in surprise. She had known the black tiger for a long time and had always thought that it was Iqian's pet. Who would have thought that it was a great sage? Zhanwu Chezhao's actions caused Black Tiger to be slightly taken aback. When he saw the dumbfounded expressions on the faces of the crowd, his eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. He then swept his gaze across the crowd and unleashed his aura. He then spoke in a low voice, "Oh, the few of you. Why aren't you kneeling when you see this great sage?" An inexplicable pressure emerged from the Black Tiger, making him look mysterious and powerful at this moment. Greetings, great sage." Qing Feng knelt down almost reflexively. He looked at the Black Tiger with eyes full of reverence. The Black Tiger in front of him was a great sage, the pinnacle of the saint realm. The middle-aged man seemed a little hesitant, but after meeting the cold gaze of the old man, he had no choice but to kneel. Iqian did not kneel, not because she did not want to, but because she was stunned. As for Zichun, he looked at the Black Tiger and rolled his eyes. This guy might have an extraordinary background, but now his battle strength was too weak to be worth mentioning. He waved his hand and shot out a beam of energy, directly knocking the Black Tiger off the chair. Then he said lightly, "That's enough. We're all on the same side. You don't have to put on airs." The Black Tiger landed on the ground and rolled a few more times. He was very embarrassed. He was angry and wanted to vent his anger, but when he thought of Zichen's current battle strength, he could only give up. Black light flashed around him, and he shook his body and turned into a strong man. He waved at the three and said, "That's enough. Get up." "Great sage, what's going on?" Seeing the Black Tiger turn into a human, the old man looked more and more excited, but also very confused. "Although I chased that old thing away back then, I was also badly injured. After that, I was schemed against by a few brats. As a matter of fact, I have yet to recover from my injuries." The great sage Yinzhong sat back on the stool and said casually, since his identity had been recognized, there was no need to continue hiding. Qingfeng and the middle-aged man also stood up. The two of them still hadn't recovered from the shock. Zichen's face showed a strange look. When he looked at the strong man again, there was a touch of admiration in his eyes. To be able to seriously injure a great sage, the opponent was naturally a great sage. Two great sages fighting to the death would only happen in a war between the foreign races. This guy was seriously injured, and his cultivation level fell in order to protect the Zhanwu continent. "Great Sage Yinzhong, you're the legendary 100 Transformations Great Sage." At this moment, Iqian let out a cry of surprise. Her beautiful eyes were full of shock. For the foreign races, not many people knew the name of Great Sage Yinzhong. But when it came to the 100 Transformations Great Sage, it was like thunder to the ears. It was an existence that had shocked the foreign races for an era. It was also a very ancient existence. The name of the 100 Transformations Great Sage had been passed down in the endless starry sky for tens of thousands of years. It was very ancient. Because of Iqian's identity, she was destined to become a saint in the future, so she had a certain understanding of some powerful existences. She just happened to know that the other name of the 100 Transformations Great Sage was Great Sage Yinzhong. "Little girl, I didn't expect you to know about this." A hint of pride appeared in the strong man's eyes again. Iqian greets the 100 Transformations Great Sage. "I didn't expect to be able to meet the Great Sage in person. I'm really flattered." Iqian bowed to the strong man. This guy really has a big background. Looking at everyone's expression, Zichun rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "It's been many years. You don't have to be so polite." In front of Iqian, Great Sage Yinzhong was rarely humble. "Since I'm lucky enough to meet the Great Sage, the martial war token should be in the hands of the Great Sage." Chapter 2048. Seeing the old man take out the medallion again, the Yinzhong Grand Sage couldn't help but roll his eyes. He didn't reach out to take it. What was so important to Yanwei had been rejected twice today. He wondered what Yin Wei's reaction would be once he found out about this. The Yinzhong Grand Sage looked at the old man and sighed. The martial warrior clan had participated in the last invasion, but they didn't do so in the name of the martial warrior clan. After so many fierce battles, the martial warrior clan, who had always been at the front line, had long been defeated. They knew this, so they didn't take out the medallion to command others. If it weren't for Qing Feng, the medallion wouldn't have appeared in this invasion. You should keep this. The world has changed. We don't need the medallion anymore. Looking at the martial war medallion before him, the Yinzhong Grand Sage revealed a rare expression of emotion. In his memory, he could still clearly remember the scene when the martial war medallion first appeared. At that time, when the martial war medallion appeared, all the heroes in the world obeyed its orders. Even the saints responded to the order and did not dare to be negligent. Grand Sage, this is for the world. The old man was stubborn. He knelt down again and handed the medallion to the Yinzhong Grand Sage respectfully. Seeing this, the Yinzhong Grand Sage didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The world now is no longer the world of the past. We don't need the medallion anymore. These powers have gone against the teachings of the past. They don't care about the martial warrior clan anymore. Do you think I can order them around? The martial warrior Che Xiao was stunned. Remembering that he hadn't recovered his Saint Plane, he could only take back the medallion. Looking at the depressed martial warrior Che Xiao, the Yinzhong Grand Sage said, "Your martial warrior clan has done enough for the world. We'll leave the matter of fighting against the outsiders to the other powers. As for what the world will become, it will depend on the choices of these powers. Perhaps everything is predestined." Looking at the Yinzhong Grand Sage, Zichun couldn't help but sigh. Among these people, he was the weakest. But now, everyone was listening to him. They even seemed to be obeying him. Next, everyone discussed something about this world. As a member of a different race, Yiqian found it inconvenient to stay here. Yiqian was keenly aware of this and left the room. Keep this martial battle order first. Take good care of it. There will be a time when you need it. Grand Sage Yinzhong looked at the old man. His tone was solemn. Che Xiao nodded and kept the war martial order. Then, Grand Sage Yinzhong looked at Zichun and said, "You didn't agree with those forces to deal with the outsiders. That was a wise decision. I'm not stupid. I won't be used as a tool by them. Today, we agreed to an alliance. Who knows, they might stab us in the back the next day," Zichun said, curling his lips. "Your caution is not without reason. But even if they want to fight, you can't continue to stay here." Yinzhong Saint nodded. "Why?" Zichun looked at him strangely. Qing Feng and the other two also didn't understand. Zichun was definitely the strongest person in the heaven realm in this world. If Zichun was here, the outsiders would be chased out very quickly. Why couldn't he continue to stay here? You have completed your mission. Your mission has been completed. The heaven-defying ones have left because of you. If you choose to stay in this world to deal with the outsiders, you will be wasting your time. Based on the scale of the outsiders' invasion in the past, there should be more outsiders coming to this world in the future. This battle may last for hundreds or even thousands of years. This world is very limited for saints. If you stay here for too long, you are destined to be unable to break through. When the heaven-defying ones return, this world will no longer have the power to restrain them, Supreme Sage Yinzhong said. They still dare to come back? Naturally, they won't dare to come back for now. But after they become saints, they will come back again. Furthermore, even before they become saints, as long as they have clues about the Thunder Divine Hall, they might come back earlier. Thunder Divine Hall? What does this have to do with Thunder Divine Hall? Zichun didn't understand. The great sage Yinzhong looked at Zichun and said, "Although part of the reason for the invasion of the outsiders is because of you, the main reason is still the Lightning Divine Palace. The outsiders have never given up on entering the Lightning Divine Palace. The purpose of their invasion is also the Lightning Divine Palace. The reason why Joe wants the Martial Combat Token is because the Martial Combat Token can sense the location of the Lightning Divine Palace in this world." It was Zichun's first time hearing about the Martial War Order. He turned his head to look at Martial War Order Che Xiao. The latter nodded, indicating that what the Grand Sage said was true. So many outsiders invading this world just for the Thunder Divine Hall? Could it be that they all want to become gods? Zichen asked again. Whether or not the Thunder Divine Hall can help people become gods is just a legend. Other than becoming gods, in the eyes of the outsiders, the Thunder Divine Hall is a place of great opportunity. For the Thunder Divine Hall, they didn't hesitate to invade. When that time comes, it will be a true disaster for the Zhanwu continent. In Zhong Grand Sage looked at Zichun and said seriously, "You in the Heaven Realm is just the beginning. You only have the means to protect yourself. If it wasn't for the fact that the saints of this world all want to stop the outsiders from invading the passageway, you would have long been attacked by the saints of the outsiders. The saints of the outsiders will invade this world sooner or later. Therefore, it's better for you to leave as soon as possible. The saints of this world all went to stop the saints of the outsiders because of me." When Zichen heard this, he was shocked. "It's not just for you. It's for the entire world. The saints can't be compared to the Heaven Realm. This is a realm that transcends. It's not easy for the saints of the outsiders to enter the Zhanwu continent that has complete laws. They need a special and stable passageway. This passageway must also avoid the detection of the laws of this world. The reason why you can't see any other saints in this world is because they all went to stop the saints of the outsiders from invading." This question answered the question that had been in Zichen's heart for a long time. Now, he finally knew where the Thunder Sage Beast and the others went. After explaining everything, Qingfeng and the other two left. Only Zichun and the Yinzhong Grand Sage were left in the room. Yinzhong Grand Sage's right hand knocked on the table, and his left hand shot out a beam of energy, isolating the space. He looked at Zichun and said, "Actually, in the path of growth, you still have a shortcut that you can take." "What shortcut?" Looking at the mysterious Yinzhong Grand Sage, Zichun was startled and blurted out, "That Yiqian has an extraordinary background, and I can see that you helped her this time, so she has some feelings for you. Now that the two of you have matured, you're like ripe fruits on the tree. It's time to pick them. Once the two of you are together, you can enter the Saint Realm as quickly as possible. It will save you a lot of time." Yinzhong Grand Sage stared into Zichen's eyes and said with a bewitching tone, "Could this be true?" Zichen's eyes widened in shock. Yinzhong Grand Sage rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense. Yanwei spent so much effort to get her here. Do you think this is child's play? Let me tell you, I can guarantee this with my head. Once the two of you are together, as long as she sincerely helps you, you can enter the Saint Realm. What do you think? This is perhaps the only chance in your life that you will encounter. This might save you hundreds of years of time." Grand Sage Yinzhong's bewitching voice rang out again. Zichun furrowed his brows slightly and his expression changed. "You don't have to worry about whether the little girl is willing or not. If she's not willing, she can't continue to stay here. Let me tell you, she's actually very happy to be with you. But shouldn't this matter be consensual?" Zichun said with some hesitation. "You silly boy, are you an idiot? With such a great opportunity in front of you, do you still want to fall in love? This is an opportunity and also an opportunity. Of course, it's also a kind of transaction. Both of you won't lose out." Yinzhong Grand Sage's suggestion did move Zichun, and he was not stupid. He could vaguely guess why Yiqian wanted to stay. But as Zichun said, this matter had to be consensual. It even had to be built on the basis of feelings. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this was very silly. But to live in this world, we should have our own rules and principles, and not be unscrupulous for some benefit. At this moment, one beautiful figure after another appeared in his mind. There was the gentle and lovely Su Mingyao, Lin Shui, who was as pure as a green lotus, Shang Guanyu, who was as ethereal as an immortal, Wang Xian, who was filled with sword and tint. There was Dong Qing, who silently sacrificed herself for him without asking for anything in return, Jin Qingqing, who was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation despite her disfigurement. There was Shang Guanhong, and many other beautiful faces. There was even Guyu, who had once perished. Along the way, he met many women and let many of them down. A long time ago, his heart could no longer hold anyone else. Naturally, he could not let others down. Zichen, who was originally hesitant, disappeared as these faces appeared in his mind. Zichen's hesitation disappeared, and his expression became firm again. If he really was with Yiqian, He believed that the four women would understand him and still silently support him. They could forgive Zichen, but Zichen could not forgive himself. Although it is a pity to miss an opportunity to become a saint, if I, Zichen, want to become a saint, I must do it with my own strength. Yiqian and I are friends, and we can only be friends. Zichen's eyes were firm, and his words were bold. Good boy, you are indeed ambitious. Sensing the change in Zichen's emotions and hearing such bold words, the Yinzhong Grand Sage's face was filled with gratification. He said, "It is indeed difficult for you to become a saint, but compared to those fake heaven-defying cultivators, it is relatively easier. Furthermore, if you really choose to enter the saint plane this way, I have to say that it will have a great impact on your own potential. Also, it will have a great impact on that little girl. Originally, she could have gone further, but if you do this, she may stop at the saint plane." Is there such a thing? Zichen was a little surprised. Chapter 2049. Regarding Yiqian's matter, the great sage Yinzhong spoke very seriously. As for the previous bewitchment, it could be considered a small test of his temperament. I feel that you should step onto the Star Road as soon as possible. He strongly urged Zichen to leave quickly and not waste time. Stepping onto the Star Road, you will encounter many uncontrollable things. Remember to be careful. The great sage Yinzhong did not forget to remind him. It's a bit rushed to leave now. Before I leave, I have some matters to attend to, said Zichen. Matters to attend to. The great sage Yinzhong was startled at first. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and said seriously, "You have contributed a lot to this world, but this world has also nurtured you. So when you do things, you have to think carefully." Zichen naturally knew what the great sage Yinzhong was referring to. He nodded and said, "I know what I'm doing." "Right, I heard that you came from the Zhanwu continent." The great sage Yinzhong suddenly asked. Yes, too many people knew about this, and it was no longer a secret. In this world, there are quite a few powers that are related to the Zhanwu continent. The invading foreign race's first step would be the Zhanwu continent, and their second step would be the Tianwu continent. That's because no one can be sure which continent the next lightning divine hall will appear on. As he spoke, the great sage Yinzhong frowned, as if he was thinking about something. His expression gradually became serious. What's wrong? Seeing the rare change in the great sage Yinzhong's expression, Zichen asked curiously. As the foundation of the world, the Tianwu continent has many secrets. I remember that there is a special star road in the Tianwu continent. A special star road? Yes. After the star road appeared, it has only been opened a few times. It is said that it is specially prepared for heaven-defying people. It is specially prepared for heaven-defying people. Could it be that no heaven-defying people have entered it before? There is only one true heaven-defying person, and this generation is you. It is said that the Star Road is very dangerous, but it has many benefits for heaven-defying people. If you're preparing to return to the martial heaven continent before you leave, then I suggest you go look for it. If you find that star path, you might be able to enter directly from there. However, that star path is very dangerous and very difficult. You have to consider it carefully. I will think about it. Dispelling the energy barrier, Zichen prepared to leave the room and head to the room next door, where Yiqian lived. Right at this time, the room door was suddenly pushed open. Azure Peak walked in. "Qing Feng, what's the matter?" The two of them looked at Qing Feng. "Zichen, great sage, it's time for us to leave. We need to go back and gather our forces. We're going to start the war against the outsiders. These are the spoils of war from before." As Qing Feng spoke, two items appeared in his hands. One of them was a spatial ball, which contained all of Zichen's gains. They were all obtained by Zichen. In Qing Feng's other hand, he held a palm-sized crystal that exuded an oppressive aura. Looking at the crystal and sensing the saint aura within, Zichen frowned slightly. "That's a saint crystal, little guy. Where did you find it?" Great sage Yinzhong's voice came from behind. "From the body of an assassin," said Qing Feng. "This thing doesn't exist in the Zhanwu continent. Instead, it can be found in the endless starry sky. However, it's extremely rare. For the assassin to have this on him, I believe it was a reward from Yue. He just didn't expect to die at your hands. Seeing that Zichun had no intention of taking it, Qingfeng said, this thing also has attributes. It's not compatible with me. After refining it, the chances of me breaking through are very low. Even if I give it to him, it won't be of any use. However, Great Sage Yinzhong changed the topic. He didn't say anything else. He just stared at the Saint Crystal, his expression somewhat embarrassed. This former great sage was now coveting something belonging to a junior. If news of this spread, it would damage his reputation. Zichun smiled faintly and decisively took the ball and the Saint Crystal. Then, he casually tossed the Saint Crystal to Great Sage Yinzhong. This thing was indeed useless to him. However, since the Great Sage showed that he wanted it, it was obviously of great use to him. He might even be able to become a saint again. Taking the Saint Crystal, even with Great Sage Yinzhong's composure, his eyes were filled with excitement. There was a knock on the door. Yiqian's slightly nervous voice came from the room. Zichun pushed the door open and entered. When Yiqian saw Zichun, she asked, Zichun, why are you here? Zichun looked at Yiqian and said, I want to talk to you. Yiqian, who didn't dare to look at Zichun, blushed when she heard this. She lowered her head and said, what do you want to talk about? Talk about your business. Why don't you invite me to sit down? Zichun smiled. Sit. Yiqian was a little flustered. After gesturing for Zichun to sit down, she sat opposite Zichun. Although she had already made up her mind, Zichun personally came to her door at this moment. This made Yiqian's feelings become complicated. This complicated feeling was unreasonable and contradictory. She hoped that Zichun would take the initiative, but she also didn't want this to be a transaction. After sitting down, Yiqian lowered her head and didn't say a word. Looking at the silent and depressed Yiqian, Zichun was about to open his mouth and take the lead to break the silence. At this moment, Yiqian suddenly raised her head and said, let me speak first. Zichun was startled, but after seeing Yiqian's complicated expression, he nodded. Yiqian didn't open her mouth. There was silence. Silence. There was another long silence. The atmosphere in the room was a little dull. Both of them didn't say a word. Zichun was a little confused, but Yiqian's expression was constantly changing. Forget it. I'll say it myself. Although this is originally a transaction, if I take the initiative to mention it, I can still leave a beautiful memory in my heart. Yiqian had already made up her mind. She didn't want this to be a simple transaction, so she had to take the initiative to mention it. This way, in her heart, there would still be room for her to fantasize about Zichun. Taking a deep breath, Yiqian looked at Zichun and said, I think we can start now. Start what? Zichun was startled again. The matter between you and me. Back then, when I made my choice, you won against Kuwei, and you are the strongest. Now that I have made my choice, I can help you become a saint. When she said this, Yiqian's tone was very calm and firm, and there was no room for refutation. This was completely a transaction. However, Zichun clearly saw a trace of indifference in the other party's eyes. Perhaps this trace of indifference was because Zichun had taken the initiative to look for Yiqian. Although Yiqian had already made up her mind, Zichun had come to her on his own accord. This caused her to feel somewhat uncomfortable in her heart. Become a saint, Yiqian. You misunderstood my intentions? Zichun quickly understood the change in Yiqian's mood and couldn't help but laugh. Misunderstanding. Yiqian looked at Zichun. I'm here today to talk about you, but not about becoming a saint. Isn't that the same thing? Of course not. Zichun said seriously. I said before that this kind of thing can't be used as a transaction. Now, I still say the same thing. I, Zichun, don't need to take this kind of shortcut to become a saint. This time, I came because I heard some things about you, and I felt that it was necessary to tell you personally. What is it? Yiqian asked curiously, but there was no doubt that warmth rose in her heart. Your physique is very special, and you have a magical ability. But what I want to say is that you don't need to make a choice. You just need to be yourself. You don't need to give this uniqueness to others. As long as you can successfully become a saint, then you, who have not made a choice, will explode with even greater potential. This was the first time Yiqian had heard this. She was a little stunned and very touched. Ever since she knew that she had this ability, the people around her had been constantly told that they would have to make such a choice one day. Zichun was the first to tell her that there was no need to make a choice. I'm not lying to you. The Inzhong Great Saint told me that once you make a choice, it's the same as giving your potential to others. If you don't make a choice, your future will be limitless. Hearing Zichen's words, Yiqian's eyes reddened, and an apologetic look appeared on her face. She knew that she had misunderstood Zichun. Because of your potential, it will be more difficult for you to become a saint. But I believe that you will be able to use your own strength to open the divine road. Yiqian was very touched. Her eyes turned blurry as she looked at Zichun. Go to the Star Road. It should be helpful for you there. After saying what he wanted to say, Zichun stood up and walked towards the door. Opening the door, Zichun looked back at Yiqian and said, By the way, in my heart, I've already seen you as a friend. Yiqian nodded. She was a little choked up and could not say anything. I'm going to collect some interest. I won't see you off when I leave. We'll meet again if fate allows. The door closed and Zichun left. But Yiqian could not hold it in anymore. She lay on the table and cried. This was the grievance that had accumulated for many years. The pressure that had been in her heart for many years was finally released at this moment. She finally did not have to worry about making a choice. She did not have to consider who she would choose. She did not have to suppress her hesitation and helplessness in her heart anymore. She did not have to secretly cry because of fate when no one was around. After crying enough and tired, Yiqian wiped away her tears. Looking at the closed door with her swollen eyes, she mumbled, Zichun, thank you. Actually, in my heart, I've already seen you as a friend. We'll meet again if fate allows. Yiqian left this world. She did not return to her own world. Instead, she entered the deepest part of the first continent. All the heaven-defying cultivators did not dare to enter the Star Road from this world. This was because it was more difficult to enter the Star Road from here. But she stepped on it without hesitation. Without the trouble of making a choice, she wanted to fight for her future. In order to not be forced to make a choice in the future, she wanted to step on this so-called most dangerous Star Road. This would be her starting point. Yiqian left. Zichun did not send her off, but he knew that she had left. Next, it was time for Zichun to move. He needed to collect some interest from this world that had once wronged him. For his first stop, Zichun chose the Thunder Clan. The reason he chose the Thunder Clan was because Zichun himself was a thunder martial artist. He had deep feelings for the Thunder Clan and was also searching for the Thunder Clan's roots. Of course, there was another reason that could not be ignored. Chapter 2050. In the era where saints did not appear, Zichun had undoubtedly stood at the peak of the world, becoming a peak heavenly realm expert that everyone revered, an invincible existence in the same realm. Possessing such strength was once a secret to him, but now it was no longer a secret. For example, after the war, Zichun did not have the qualifications to know where the other members of the Thunder Clan lived, because he did not have the strength to go there. Now, Zichun did. In the first continent, there was a sea of lightning. Only immortal sovereigns could pass through this sea of lightning. The Thunder Clan lived in this sea of lightning, and immortal sovereigns were the lowest standard to pass through. Thunder rumbled and lightning snakes swam. Zichun looked at the sea of lightning in front of him with mixed feelings. After so many years, he finally found the Thunder Clan. However, he was not as excited as he had imagined. Instead, he was very calm. Zichun stood outside the sea of lightning, looking ahead in a daze. He did not immediately enter. At this moment, the sea of lightning rolled, and lightning surged. A figure appeared from within. Seeing this middle-aged man, Zichun's eyes flashed with surprise. This person was Lei Ming, who had helped Zichun in Misty City. More accurately, his name was Lei Ming. Back then, Lei Ming was an undying and indestructible paragon, while Zichun was only a realm lord. Today, Zichun was already at the peak heavenly realm, and Raymond had also successfully stepped into the heavenly realm. When Lei Ming looked at Zichun this time, there wasn't much joy in his expression. There was only restraint and apprehension. Brother Raymond, why are you here? Looking at Raymond, Zichun gradually collected his thoughts and an unexpected smile appeared on his face. "It's me. I know why you're here." Raymond, who was nervous, smiled bitterly when he heard Zichun call him, but he also relaxed a lot. As long as Zichun still remembered old friendships, it was fine. "You know why I'm here?" Zichun was even more surprised. "You should be here because of what Lei Dong did, right?" "What I want to say is that Lei Dong did all of this as he pleased. It has nothing to do with the Thunder Clan. You have to believe that the Thunder Clan will not deliberately target you," Lei Meng said again. Hearing Raymond's words and seeing his expression change, Zichun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time, he came to the Thunder Clan to look for Lei Dong and settle some personal grudges. Who would have thought that Lei Ming was actually worried that he would deal with the entire Thunder Clan? It seemed that when he had blocked the entrance of the Luo family for so long, he had indeed intimidated the forces of this world. Even Raymond, who was familiar with him, was so worried. While shaking his head and laughing, Zichun suddenly thought of a problem. His face gradually turned cold as he asked, "That Lei Dong, has he already run away?" "He made a trip back, and then left very quickly. It is said that he stepped onto the star path and left." Lei Meng's expression became increasingly bitter. This was exactly what he was worried about. Now that Lei Dong had escaped, Zichun's anger might be transferred to the Thunder Clan. And now, although the Thunder Clan had recovered some of their strength, they still didn't dare to go head-on against Zichun. "You are also a member of the Thunder Clan. Back then, I didn't tell you where the Thunder Clan was because your strength was too low. Come with me. We can go take a look at the Thunder Clan." Raymond turned and walked towards the Sea of Lightning, Zichun following behind him. Now, he was really bold. Even if he encountered a saint, he wouldn't be afraid. Of course, he wasn't worried that Raymond would play any tricks. "Actually, I have always disagreed with Lei Dong taking action against you. Even many of the elders in the clan said that if the two of you joined forces, you would definitely be able to restore the prestige of the Thunder Clan. Unfortunately, Lei Dong is the current clan leader, and this was personally appointed by the old ancestor. After the old ancestor left, I was forced to go into seclusion. Now that Lei Dong has left, I can come out." There was a lot of helplessness in Raymond's words. It wasn't only his own, but also the helplessness of the other members of the Thunder Clan. With Lei Dong's strength that wasn't weaker than a heaven-defying, he was definitely the strongest person in the Thunder Clan. Such a person naturally had the absolute right to speak in the Thunder Clan. But what Zichun cared about wasn't this, but the old ancestor that Raymond mentioned. "Hence," he asked, "is the old ancestor you were talking about the Thunder Sacred Beast?" Raymond's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't dare to question Zichun's disrespect to the old ancestor. He nodded and said, "Yes, it's the old ancestor." Not only did he personally appoint Lei Dong as the clan leader, he also praised him for his extraordinary talent. Even in some aspects, he was even better than you, a heaven-defying. Hence, the old ancestor gave Lei Dong some pointers, which allowed Lei Dong to have a deeper understanding of the heavenly Tao. The Thunder Sacred Beast was known as the old ancestor of the Thunder Clan. Such an existence rarely praised others, but he actually praised Lei Dong, and even said that he was stronger than Zichun in some aspects. Clearly, Lei Dong was really extraordinary. Zichun caught the meaning of Raymond's words and said, "It's pointers, not imparting." Yes, Lei Dong's heavenly Tao was not imparted by the old ancestor. The old ancestor only gave him some pointers. As for where he got the heavenly Tao from, we don't know. As he spoke, Lei Ming glanced at Zichun with a strange expression. What's wrong? Back then, Lei Dong intended to leave the heavenly Tao behind. But this time, he suddenly returned and destroyed all the incomplete stone sculptures. Then, he left. It's said that he entered the Star Road. Zichun rubbed his nose and couldn't help but be startled. Clearly, before Lei Dong left, he had guessed that he would come. Fortunately, he destroyed the inheritance of the heavenly Tao forcefully. As they spoke, the two of them passed through the Sea of Lightning and entered the Thunder Clan's spatial world. The moment they appeared, Zichun saw that there were quite a number of people standing in front of them. Most of the people from the Thunder Clan had a violent temperament. However, when they stood here, their expressions were very cautious. This was especially so for some of the older generation figures. On the other hand, Some of the younger ones revealed more curiosity in their eyes. Following the appearance of Zichun and Lei Ming, the old men leading the group immediately bowed respectfully and addressed them as Lord Zichun. Seniors, Zichun is only a junior of the Thunder clan. How can I receive such respect? Zichun quickly went forward and helped the old men up. He had feelings for the Thunder clan. The reason he came here this time was purely for Lei Dong. He had no intention of involving the Thunder clan. Zichun's attitude was surprisingly good. It was obviously different from the rumors. This surprised the old men. However, they were still careful and did not dare to consider themselves as seniors. Zichun could not help but snort coldly in his heart when he saw the expressions of the crowd. It must be because Lei Dong had said a lot of bad things about him in front of these seniors. Otherwise, they would not be so afraid of him based on the rumors in the outside world. You're the heaven-defying Zichun? You're the one who chased the heaven-defying experts of the other races out? But you don't have those devil horns on your head. Right at this moment, a very young voice rang out. Zichun looked over and saw a 7 to 8-year-old child from the Thunder clan. He tilted his head and looked curiously at Zichun. There was a puzzled expression on his young face. Beside him were several other children. They were also acting the same way. The smile on Zichun's face did not diminish. He looked at the children and asked, "Who told you that I have devil horns on my head?" It was Uncle Lei Dong. No, it was the clan chief. He said that you're the reincarnation of a devil. He said that you have devil horns on your head and a very savage appearance, said the child from earlier seriously. He also said that you have a bloody mouth and a violent temperament. You kill people like flies. Right. He also said that you're insatiably greedy. You steal everything and haven't seen the world. The group of very pure children did not feel the slightest bit of malice from Zichun. Furthermore, the smile on Zichun's face looked very kind. Thus, the children fought to open their mouths. They did not pay attention to the pale faces of the adults not far away. They were constantly winking at each other. The children are speaking nonsense. I hope Lord Zichun does not mind. Besides Zichun, an old man hurriedly spoke up. Children's words carry no harm. Why would I mind? Zichun lightly smiled. He was naturally not angry, but he was a little surprised. He did not expect that the person who had not hesitated to collude with the devil race for the position of clan chief would actually change his character here. Although the evaluation of him was malicious and slanderous, it was not difficult to hear that Lei Dong was really good to them from the words of these children. This guy looks like the next time we meet, I'll have to let him die a more miserable death. The smile on Zichun's face did not diminish, but in his heart, he secretly increased Lei Dong's punishment because of this false slander. Zichun listened with interest as the children described him. The others did not feel the slightest bit of killing intent from Zichun. They more or less breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Without the fear from before, when the crowd looked at Zichun again, there was an additional trace of curiosity on their faces. I've already said that Zichun is a person of loyalty. It's a pity that none of you believe me. Let me ask you, if he was really as bad as Lei Dong said, and would do anything to achieve his goals, why would he fight to the death for his beloved? Why would so many of his companions be willing to die with him? Even the ancestor was willing to help him. Looking at Zichun sitting with the group of children, Lei Ming softly said. The group of elders nodded, a rare look of shame appearing on their faces. After a short period of interaction, the real Zichun was undoubtedly worlds apart from the Zichun described by Lei Dong. For a moment, the crowd had their own opinions about Lei Dong. Staying with the innocent children, Zichun's state of mind seemed to have become pure. Under the shocked expressions of the elders, after giving the little fellows some toys, Zichun began to tour the entire Lei clan under Lei Ming's lead. As they continued forward, Lei Ming was clearly much more relaxed, and he was able to talk cheerfully. That was the place where Lei Dong was going to leave the heavenly path technique. It's now completely destroyed. There was a rare trace of disappointment in his voice. Zichun walked forward. There was a huge mountain wall there. The wall was made of a unique thunderbolt stone. There were some patterns carved on the surface of the thunderbolt stone. However, these patterns were now completely destroyed, and the entire mountain wall was in pieces. Chapter 2051. Lei Ming's meaning wasn't difficult to understand. The so-called demonstration was also teaching. Although Zichen coveted Lei Dong's Thunderbolt seal, he shook his head without any hesitation. No need. I believe that one day, Lei Dong will give it to me with both hands. Lei Ming smiled but didn't say anything. This was a grudge between Zichen and Lei Dong. As long as it didn't involve the clan, everything was fine. Buzz. At this moment, the light in front suddenly trembled. A thunderbolt emerged from a thunderbolt stone. This light turned into Lei Dong's appearance. He stared at Zichen with a cold expression and sneered, "Zichen, you're too late. If you want to snatch my things, come to the Star Road. However, you better come early. If you're late, I will have entered the Saint Realm." After saying that, the thunderbolt light dissipated. Lei Ming was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect such a scene. Zichen replied indifferently, "I will go, but you better not die." The entire Lei clan's attitude towards Zichen was pure fear. They didn't hate him too much. After knowing that Zichen had no intention to target the clan, they were happy to have such a world's strongest person in the Lei clan. Lei Ming brought Zichen to tour the Lei clan. During this period, they included some forbidden and secret places. They didn't hide anything from Zichen. With Zichen's current strength and vision, there really wasn't anything in the Lei clan that could catch his eye. Even if he wanted something, Zichen couldn't pull down his face and ask for it from the Lei clan. According to Lei Ming, after the war, the Lei clan had been recuperating. Now, they were gradually improving. Although they were still a little weaker compared to the Five Elements family, they were still considered a reputable force in the Zhanwu continent. During this period, Lei Ming deliberately mentioned the possible war between the foreign races. Zichen wasn't interested in this and just asked Lei Ming to act according to his ability. After gaining a rough understanding of the Lightning Clan, Zichen prepared to leave. When the elders heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. At the same time, they also felt a little regretful. If such a great expert from the Thunder Tribe were to take charge of the Thunder Tribe, none of the invading foreign races would dare to step foot into this place. Zichen tactfully rejected everyone's good intentions, saying that he had more important things to do. According to the great sage Yin Zhong, Zichen had to step onto the star path as soon as possible, and there was no time to lose. Moreover, with Lei Dong as an example, Zichen was also worried that the others would run away. Therefore, he had to increase his speed. "Is there a path to the Martial Heaven continent here?" asked Zichen before leaving. "There is. It's a very ancient passage." As a Heaven Realm expert, Raymond was naturally one of the Thunder Clan's upper echelons. Thus, he knew of this secret. Zichen nodded and didn't say anything. After leaving the Thunder Clan, Zichen's second stop was the Everlasting Sect. While dealing with his personal grudges, he had to find those old fellows from back then to settle old debts. Arriving outside the chaotic space-time of the Everlasting Sect, Zichen began to travel through the chaotic space-time according to his memories. The chaotic space-time was a threat to even Heaven Realm experts. Thus, this place was the same as before. Zichen easily found the path forward and smoothly entered the Everlasting Sect. According to his memory, Zichen would be the first to arrive at a space. In this space, there were a few wooden houses. Inside these wooden houses, there were special guards. When he stepped out, the space was still there, but the wooden houses had disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had arrived in a deathly still space. There was no life in the surroundings. With Zichen's current spiritual senses, he could naturally see what was going on. Compared to back then, there was an additional grand formation here. However, he didn't know if this grand formation was to guard against him or the foreign races. Regardless, it was more likely to be to guard against him. Boom. Energy surged around him. Zichen stepped down, and the entire space trembled. At the same time, Zichen punched out, and the space began to distort. As soon as Zichen appeared, he was sensed by the people outside the formation. Seeing that Zichen had broken the formation as soon as he entered, the Heaven Realm expert who was in charge of guarding the Grand Formation changed his expression. He immediately said, "Hurry up and inform Elder Rain." At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands. Energy ripples appeared from his fingertips, surging towards the Grand Formation in front of him. Boom. Suddenly, there was a huge tremor in the grand formation. Then, there was a cracking sound. One of the layers of the grand formation had been broken. So fast, the Heaven Realm expert's expression changed immediately. He forcibly suppressed the grand formation, causing his internal organs to churn. The seal changed again, and the second formation appeared. Boom. At this moment, the grand formation shook again. In the grand formation, Zichen's body shone with golden light. He broke the blades one by one and broke through the second grand formation. Damn it! Didn't Qiu Zhengji say that this was the tripartite sky formation that he had paid a great price to get? It can even trap a saint for a while. Why is it not working? After two formations were broken in succession, the Heaven Realm expert cursed angrily. He could no longer hold it in and began coughing up blood. After suffering such a backlash, he could no longer use the third formation control method. Boom. There was another huge tremor. Zichen, shining with golden light, rushed out of the grand formation. His expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. As soon as he appeared, he saw the Heaven Realm expert who was forming a seal. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Zichen's body flashed. Don't kill me. I'm breaking the formation. The Heaven Realm expert only felt his vision blur. He knew that something was wrong and immediately shouted. He was afraid that he would die in Zichen's hands if he was a little slower. A breeze blew. Zichen's figure appeared in front of him. He looked at him coldly and asked, "What did you say?" Seeing Zichen in front of him, the Heaven Realm expert's face was covered in cold sweat. He didn't see Zichen's movements at all. He didn't even feel the slightest sense of danger. The reason why he shouted was actually a kind of instinct. However, it was precisely this instinct that saved him. I'm breaking the formation, but not as fast as you." The Heaven Realm expert's words were trembling, but he felt very helpless. He had the method to break the formation, and he had been waiting here for Zichen to come and denounce him. Then, he would take the initiative to break the formation to show his goodwill. But he hadn't expected that his speed would be far slower than Zichen's. Seeing the murderous intent in Zichen's eyes that didn't weaken at all, the Heaven Realm expert was terrified. It should be known that Zichen could kill heaven-defying realm experts like chickens. He could kill someone like him in the time it would take him to move his hand. He shouted again based on instinct, "I'm Elder Rain's man. Don't misunderstand." Elder Rain was the only Heaven Realm elder who stood by Zichen's side in the past. The cold, murderous intent in Zichen's eyes gradually disappeared. At that moment, there was a flash of light. Multiple Heaven Realm auras appeared in front of him. The person in the lead was the former Elder Rain. "Elder Rain, save me." After seeing Elder Rain, this was the third time the Heaven Realm expert had called out to him. "What's going on?" Elder Rain walked up and looked at the Heaven Realm expert with dissatisfaction. The Heaven Realm expert said bitterly, "I'm not as fast as him." The other Heaven Realm experts who came with Elder Rain were stunned when they heard that. Then, a bitter smile appeared on their faces. They wanted to show their goodwill, but they didn't expect their plan to backfire. Their speed couldn't be compared to Zichen's. From this, it could be seen how powerful Zichen was. "Zichen, don't misunderstand. This formation was left behind by Qiu Zhengji. It'll be troublesome to remove it. Plus, in my opinion, it's also a layer of assurance. That's why I left it behind." Elder Rain apologized to Zichen. At the same time, the Heaven Realm experts behind Elder Rain were also sizing up Zichen. The scene of Zichen leaving was still fresh in their minds. At that time, if it wasn't for Lady Qingnu's backup plan, Zichen would have died here forever. They didn't expect him to be the strongest Heaven Realm expert on the Zhanwu continent. Hearing the meaning behind Elder Rain's words, Zichen was slightly stunned. He frowned and said, "So that old man is no longer in the Wuji sect." Hearing Zichen's blunt words, Elder Rain shook his head and said, "He left as soon as he came back. Not only did he leave, but all the Heaven Realm experts who attacked you also left." Seeing that Zichen's face still didn't relax, Elder Rain said seriously, "Not a single one left. Even the fake heaven left." The current Zichen was no longer the fake heaven from before. Ever since the news of him guarding the Luo family for 2 months spread, all the factions knew that Zichen was a vengeful person. It was impossible to live comfortably after offending Zichun. Zichun had made up his mind this time. He had to kill that old man. Back then, he said that he wanted the universe origin cauldron to fight against the foreign invaders. In the end, when the foreign invaders invaded, that old man was the first to collude with them. He even told Yinwei everything about him. This old man had to die. Where did they go? Zichun asked in a low voice. Obviously, he wasn't going to let this go. I don't know. They left in a hurry. They wanted to take some things by force. Unfortunately, we stopped them. Zichun nodded. The coldness on his face disappeared, and his expression softened. The main character had left. He couldn't vent his anger on these innocent people. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Zichun's expression had softened. Is the transportation formation to the Martial Heaven continent still there? Asked Zichun with a relaxed expression. It's no longer there. You destroyed it back then, replied Elder Rain. Zichun was still worried, so he had Elder Rain take him to the transportation formation to check. It was indeed completely destroyed. There was no way to repair it. From this, it could be seen how wise Qingnu was. It was all thanks to Qingnu's help that he had been able to return to the Martial Heaven continent. Zichun naturally wouldn't forget Qingnu's request. He was about to step onto the star path, so he had given the method to activate the Grand Formation to Elder Yu. Elder Rain was very grateful for this. At the same time, Zichun took out a few heavenly weapons and gave them to Elder Rain. This was his way of repaying Qingnu for taking care of him and Lin Shui. Zichun didn't stay in the Boundless sect for long. He went to 2 clans and ran. Zichun believed that the 5 Elements clan had run away as well. After nervously sending off Zichun, the Boundless sect's cultivators finally relaxed. At the same time, they were filled with regret. Because of Qiu Zhengji's actions, he had completely offended Zichun. As a result, the Boundless sect had lost Zichun's protection. After Zichun left the Boundless sect, before he even reached the second continent, news about the 5 Elements clan spread. The 5 Elements clan had already stepped onto the star path. This news was clearly something the 5 Elements clan could release. Chapter 2052. Zichun was not surprised that the 5 Elements had run away. Even Lei Dong, who wanted to kill him, had run away, let alone the 5 Elements. Moreover, in this world, there were no more opportunities that the 5 Elements were interested in. They could only step onto the star path to find opportunities to break through the divine path. Perhaps under normal circumstances, the 5 Elements would consider it carefully, but because of Zichun's existence, the 5 Elements had no choice but to leave decisively in the face of such strong pressure. He's gone, but the family is still there. The monk can run away, but the temple can't. This was Zichun's 3rd visit to the second mainland. His goal was clear, to go to the 5 Elements family. Zichun was now a celebrity in the entire Zhanwu continent. Whether it was the foreign tribes or the native forces, they were all paying attention to Zichun's every move. Everywhere Zichun passed, all the Xeno-race experts would avoid him as they were deeply afraid of offending this god of slaughter. It seemed that because of Zichun's appearance, the foreign tribes did not immediately start a new war after all the heaven-defying cultivators left. While Zichun was on his way to the 5 Element clan, the 5 patriarchs of the 5 Element clan who were out rushed back to the clan as quickly as possible. Family head, we've received accurate news that Zichun is on his way. Should we activate the formation? A Heaven Realm cultivator asked after the 5 family heads returned. Although the 5 Elements family was one of the 5 great families, they were collectively known as the 5 Elements family. When combined, they were a superpower. Among them, the Jin family seemed to be the leader. The 5 family heads who had just returned did not look too good. After hearing the Heaven Realm cultivator's words, they waved their hands and said, "There's no need to activate the formation. Just carry on as usual." Hearing the Jin family head's words, the other family heads did not object. The Heaven Realm cultivator hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He did not continue asking and turned to leave. "I hope you can do it," the Jin family head muttered as he looked into the distance on the city wall. As Zichun advanced, he saw 2 people at the edge of the second mainland. These 2 people did not block Zichun's path. With Zichun's current level, no one dared to stop him. "Zichun, Seeing Zichen appear, one of the two suddenly spoke. Zichen, who had originally thought that they were just passers-by, turned his head to look at them. They were two old men, and based on the aura they exuded, they were both in Heaven Realm. Originally, it was not easy for Zichen to meet a Heaven Realm expert, but with the arrival of the Great Era, the number of Heaven Realm experts gradually increased, but it was not to the point where they could be found everywhere. And the reason Zichen could see so many heavenly realms was because he had the qualifications and strength. As for those fake heavenly realms, they didn't dare to use such a tone to address Zichen, let alone stand there and chat with Zichen. Of course, Zichen's friends were exceptions. You are. Zichen stopped and looked at the two of them as he asked in confusion. This old man is Su Dong. Greetings, little friend Zichen. This is an old friend of mine. This time around, we've specially accompanied this old man to meet you. Su Dong cupped his fists towards Zichen and smiled faintly. The old man beside him nodded his head towards Zichen kindly. Seniors, are you looking for me for something? Zichen asked courteously. He could sense that the aura around the two of them was much stronger and more solid than that of ordinary Heaven Realm experts. The reason for this was because the two of them had already stepped into the Heaven Realm before the arrival of the Great Era. To be able to step into the Heaven Realm at that time was undoubtedly an incredible existence. Su family? Could it be that Su family from the first mainland that's on par with the Rock and Dragon race? Without waiting for Su Dong to speak, Zichen asked in surprise. I wouldn't dare to be on par with them. It's that Su family. This old man is the head of the Su family. The old man smiled humbly. Zichen was clearly surprised. He knew of this family from Qingfeng. This family was one of the few families in the first mainland that did not ally with the foreign races. They usually kept a low profile. During this period of time, they had also broken out in several wars with the foreign races. There were quite a number of powerful beings in the family. Back then, when Qingfeng mentioned the Su family, his face was filled with admiration. Towards a family like this, Zichen was also filled with admiration. Zichen, are you going to the Five Elements family? After a simple introduction, Su Dong asked directly. Zichen nodded his head and said, That's right. Senior, could it be that you're here today to persuade me to return? Su Dong laughed out loud when he heard this. Shaking his head, he said, The Five Elements family does indeed have such intentions. Furthermore, they've given me quite a number of benefits. However, I'm not here to stop you. Zichen was taken aback when he heard this. He did not expect the family head to so straightforwardly state his intentions. Moreover, he had even revealed the tricks involved. Then what is Senior's purpose for coming here? Asked Zichen. I won't stop you from going to the Five Elements family. However, I hope that you can consider the bigger picture, Zichen. Now that all the Heaven Defiers have left, the war with the foreign races will soon erupt. Under such circumstances, no faction can remain unscathed. As for the so-called alliance, it has automatically disbanded after Chiwei left. The invasion of the foreign races will be large-scale and spread throughout this world. Even the most reclusive families will have connections with the outside world and have their own industries and resources. Unless these families can abandon all their industries and hide in their own miniature worlds, they will have to participate in the war. The Five Elements aristocratic family is the dominator of the second continent. They occupy a huge area and have countless properties. This time, facing the invasion of the non-humankind. If this family wants to survive, they have to defend the second continent. In fact, when the non-humankind invaded, this family played a big role. Seeing the frown on Zichen's face, Su Dong chuckled and said, All right, this old man is old and naggy. Now that I've finished speaking, please go ahead, Zichen. Zichen looked at Su Dong and nodded at him before heading straight for the second continent. Let's see what he'll do. Will he destroy the Five Elements family? Said the old man who had been silent as he watched Zichen's disappearing figure. Zichen doesn't have any killing intent. Even if we didn't appear, he wouldn't really go and slaughter the Five Elements family. Su Dong looked at Zichen's disappearing figure and said, Moreover, the rumors about Zichen's temperament can't be trusted. The fact that Zichen is still alive is enough to prove that there's nothing wrong with his temperament. You should know that when a heaven-defying cultivator appears, the first ones to test him are the saints of this world. If his temperament is really as the rumors say, he would have been destroyed by those saints long ago. But he really did go to the Luo family back then. That was just to reduce trouble. It was just a scare. In the end, he didn't do anything. You should know my talent. I didn't sense any killing intent from Zichun. I believe that he didn't go there to kill. This time, the Five Elements family miscalculated. I'm afraid they'll have to pay a huge price. Saying that, Su Dong laughed and headed straight for the first mainland. His mission had been completed. He believed that the reward promised by the Five Elements family would be delivered to the Su family soon. He only came out to say a few words to Zichun, and he was already rewarded handsomely. This was a very good deal. When he was still some distance away from the Five Elements family, Zichun stopped because he saw other people. This time, Zichun didn't simply think that these 6 Heaven Realm experts were just passing by. He knew all 6 of them. The 6 of them were the patriarchs of the Rock and Dragon clans. They were the Dark Rock, Golden Rock, Black Dragon, and Rebel Dragon. Zichun stopped when he saw the 6 of them. He looked at them and asked, "Are you guys here to persuade me as well?" Zichun's straightforwardness made the 2 patriarchs, who were prepared to speak, not know what to say next. Black Dragon smiled and said, "Half and half." Zichun looked at Black Dragon. "This time, we hope that you can let the Five Elements family off for the time being. If you really want to pursue the matter, wait until the war is over. Since the invasion of the foreign races, there has been almost no internal strife between the forces of the Zhanwu continent." After a pause, Black Dragon looked at Zichun and said, "Of course, except for you. When the foreign races invaded, Zichun was ordered to come to the Zhanwu continent to fight against the foreign races. However, this world had always been full of malice to Zichun. While Zichun had to face the foreign race's heaven-defying experts, he also had to be wary of the Zhanwu continent's geniuses. This is only our hope. The final decision is still in your hands. As for why we're here, we're actually here to say our goodbyes and express our apologies." Black Dragon's so-called apology referred to the matter of choosing to remain neutral in the face of the foreign races. However, at that time, the 2 of them had also been observing. Zichun believed that if that incident had not happened, the 2 of them would have stood on the side of the Zhanwu continent. Reality proved that the 2 of them had stopped Lei Dong from killing Qing Feng. Although Yue wanted to use Qing Feng, they had also protected Qing Feng. "Goodbye. Where are you going?" Zichun did not blame the 2 of them for the previous incident, so he did not mind. "Peng and I are going to step onto the star path to see if we have the opportunity to break through the holy road. Five Elements and Lei Dong left early because they have saint crystals. The chances of them becoming saints are very high. I think you should enter the star path as soon as possible. Moreover, this world's star path is known as the most dangerous one. This is also the reason why those heaven-defying experts are unwilling to enter the star path from here. Peng and I also have saint crystals. It's the reward Yue gave us last time." He took the half-shield. Dragon Rebel and Golden Peng will stay behind and prepare to fight against the foreign races. Hearing Black Dragon's words, Zichun nodded. After saying goodbye, he went to the Five Elements clan again. His path ahead was not obstructed at all. During this time, Zichun did not talk to the 2 clan leaders. He only said a few words to Dragon Rebel and Golden Peng. Compared to the 2 tactful clan leaders, Zichun preferred Dragon Rebel and Golden Peng's personalities. They arrived at the Five Elements aristocratic family. Zichun could see the city from afar. Unlike the last time, Zichun headed straight for the Five Elements aristocratic family. Chapter 2053. Zichun arrived outside the Five Elements city and raised his head to look at the floating city. Around the city, 5 colored lights circulated. The city gates were completely open, but no cultivators entered or exited. All the array formations had been shut down, including the Five Elements Great Array. Zichun looked ahead and listened to the panicked voices coming from the city. He mocked, "Have they completely lost their resistance?" At this moment, figures appeared at the city gate. There were 20 people, led by the 5 family heads, followed by the Heaven Realm cultivators. Just as they said earlier, the fake Heaven Realm cultivators were not qualified to stand beside Zichun. "I didn't know Zichun was coming. Sorry for not coming out to meet you." The 5 family heads came, and the Jean family head spoke. They all cupped their fists and bowed, as if they were welcoming an important figure. "Please enter the city for a chat." The crowd parted, and the Jean family head bowed and said. His attitude was somewhat humble, but he did not mention any grudges. "Do you know why I'm here?" Zichen asked in a deep voice. The expressions of all the Heaven Realm cultivators, including the 5 family heads, changed. The Jean family head's expression was not natural, but he still nodded and said sincerely, "We know. If we do something wrong, we must be punished. Today, Zichun, you have the final say in how you want to punish us." The other 4 family heads nodded one after another, all showing an excellent attitude of admitting their mistakes. Zichen's expression was indifferent as he walked forward. The current him was no longer afraid of the 5 elements' great formation. He believed that the 5 elements family did not have the courage to use the strength of their entire family to fight him to the death. When he walked into the city, the chaotic scene in the city had already disappeared. It was obvious that it had been forcefully suppressed. Then, Zichun was led by the 5 family heads to the highest meeting hall of the 5 elements family. These Heaven Realm cultivators followed behind Zichun expressionlessly, but they felt too much pressure in their hearts. Zichun, who could easily become a heaven-defying cultivator, was like a peerless, ferocious beast. And they were so close to such a ferocious beast. If they were not careful, they might be slaughtered. Naturally, they were terrified. As they moved forward, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of many Heaven Realm experts. Zichun sat at the head, and the head of the Jean family sat beside him. He once more cupped his fists and said, "Zichun, we have to admit that the 5 elements were in the wrong. However, ever since St. Rosefinch came last time, our enmity has been resolved, and we haven't taken the initiative to cause any more trouble. Instead, it was you, Zichun, who stole the 5 pages of the heavenly book in the martial heaven continent that shook our foundation. You're blaming me now." Zichun frowned as a chill surged through his body. "We wouldn't dare. We only want to say that the matter this time is not directly related to the 5 elements family. If you truly want an explanation, us 5 old guys are willing to take the blame. If you want to kill us or torture us, do as you please." Zichun looked at the head of the Jean family. His expression was still indifferent. His words seemed very sincere, but in reality, there was a hidden meaning behind them. For example, when the head of the Jean family brought up the 5 pages of the heavenly book again, his meaning was that they wouldn't pursue the matter of the heavenly book anymore. Furthermore, Zichun was indeed in the wrong in that matter. "If possible, we can also give you some compensation as long as you mention it." Looking at the frowning Zichun, the head of the Jean family said once more. The enmity between Zichun and the 5 elements family had existed for a long time. Just the enmity between them had been resolved countless times. However, it had always involved benefits. If one were to count them one by one, although the 5 elements family was in the wrong, they were still very sullen. It seemed that they hadn't gained any advantage in this enmity. The most disastrous loss was naturally the loss of the 5 pages of the heavenly book. That had practically damaged the foundation of the 5 elements family. Putting aside their previous enmity, this time, the 5 elements family's attitude was extremely good. They seemed to have guessed Zichen's nature and didn't push all the blame onto the 5 elements family. They expressed that they were willing to take responsibility. After pondering for a moment, Zichen said, "Forget about the compensation. As for the 5 of you, you can stay behind and command your clans to fight against the outsiders." Hearing Zichen's words, the heavenly realm experts all sighed in relief. However, just at this moment, Zichen's tone changed. However, that one word made everyone's hearts rise to their throats. They all knew that most of the things that came after wouldn't be good. "However, you have to promise me one thing. Just one thing." Everyone was stunned. As long as Zichen didn't pursue the matter, let alone one thing, even 10 things wouldn't be a problem. Sweeping his gaze over the heavenly realm experts, Zichen said, "This matter is to destroy the transportation formation to the martial heaven continent." "What? Destroy the transportation formation?" The 5 elements family's transportation formation to the martial heaven continent had been constructed at an enormous price. Once the 5 elements family was in danger, they would be able to quickly send reinforcements. For example, when Zichun had stolen the 5 pages of the Heavenly Book, the 5 Elements family had sent reinforcements. Although they hadn't been able to take back the Heavenly Book in the end, they had been able to quickly send reinforcements. A war can break out at any time. I don't want the flames of war to spread to the Martial Heaven continent, so this transportation formation must be destroyed. Zichen's words were cold and resolute. The 5 family heads exchanged a glance, clearly troubled. Destroying the transportation formation was cutting off one of their paths of retreat. They would lose their connection to the Martial Heaven continent. That would be a huge loss. However, after considering the current situation, the 5 family heads nodded their heads in agreement after weighing the pros and cons. Under Zichen's request, the 5 Heavenly Realm experts brought Zichen to the 5 transportation formations in the 5-element city. As expected, Zichen hadn't started a massacre in the city. Many of the cultivators in the city were curiously sizing up Zichen. This is the transportation formation to the Jin family. The head of the Jin family pointed at the heavily guarded building in front of them. Such a place naturally had many experts guarding it. This was the Jin family's escape route. Under the Jin family head's lead, Zichun walked into the building. At the center of the building, he saw the transportation formation emitting golden light. Zichun went to the transportation formation and released his spiritual sense to investigate it. Then he activated a powerful energy that poured into the transportation formation. Under the influx of berserk energy, the transportation formation began to distort crazily. Waves of berserk energy wreaked havoc. In the end, the transportation formation exploded. The transportation formation was completely destroyed. Following the collapse of the transportation formation, the space above the Jin family on the Martial Heaven continent also began to distort violently. Following that, an explosion rang out in the sky. It was a spatial node that had exploded. A golden energy ripple spread out. The berserk energy surging above the city caused the expressions of the cultivators in the city to change. They raised their heads to look at the sky, mistakenly thinking that they had been attacked. The transportation formation disappeared. Could it be that something has happened to the family? Hurry up and send a message to ask. It couldn't be that the foreign races have invaded and attacked the family, right? Following the disappearance of the spatial node, the entire city fell into chaos. Following that, the same thing happened in the other 4 cities. However, in this short period of time, they already knew what had happened. They no longer panicked. Zichen actually became the world's #1 Heavenly Realm expert. It seems that we need to have a good relationship with the Everlasting Sect. News of what had happened on the Martial Heaven continent quickly spread to the 5-element aristocratic families. Zichen had personally destroyed the 5 transportation formations of the 5-element aristocratic families. That was the main reason he had come to the Martial Heaven continent. He had too many things to worry about in the Martial Heaven continent. Before he stepped onto the star path, he needed to make some guarantees for the continent. Other than that, Zichen also asked the 5 families which powers possessed a transportation formation to the Martial Heaven continent. Following that, the 5-element aristocratic families told 2 families. One of them was the Sword Sect. That surprised Zichen. Thus, Zichen left the 2nd continent, preparing to go to the 4th continent's Sword Sect. The 5 family heads personally sent Zichen off. They even escorted him all the way to the border of the 2nd continent. Only when they saw Zichen's figure disappear did they relax. The 5-element aristocratic families had passed this calamity. News of Zichen going to the 3rd continent quickly spread. During that time, the Luo family's reaction was the most intense. They immediately summoned all their experts back to the city, afraid that Zichen's target was them. However, that worry was unnecessary. Zichen didn't go to the Luo family. Instead, he used a transportation formation to go to the border city of the 3rd continent and directly went to the 4th continent. The 4th continent, the Sword Sect. According to his master, Qingsheng would be coming out of seclusion in a few days. Jin Na had been waiting for her in seclusion. At the same time, he held an ice lotus in his hand. He had found it in the 10,000-year-old ice. It was extremely beautiful. He was planning to give it to Jin Qingsheng. It indicated that she had the cold temperament of an ice lotus. When he thought of Qingsheng, his heart burned with passion. His eyes were filled with adoration. However, he soon thought of Zichun. Although he had become the #1 expert, Jian Na still looked down on him. That kind of character was too bad. So what if he became the #1 expert in the world? Because of Zichun, Jian Na looked down on those two in the sect. Those two fellows were Zichen's friends, so they definitely wouldn't be any better. And because of him, the other people in the sect didn't have a friendly attitude towards Manshur and Wuxia. The tightly shut stone door opened with a creak. The aura of a heavenly realm expert spread out. Jian Na's heart was filled with excitement as he stared at the front. He saw two figures walking out of the stone room hand in hand. Qingcheng. Looking at the tall and perfect Jin Qingcheng with a few scars on her face, Jian Na couldn't help but call out, "It's you, Jian Na. Why are you here?" Jin Qingcheng looked at Jian Na outside, and a look of surprise flashed across her eyes. "Master said that you would be coming out of seclusion in a few days, so I have been waiting here. This is an ice lotus that I personally picked. It's for you." While speaking, Jian Na handed the ice lotus over. "Jian Na, aren't you a little too stingy? Why did you only give it to Qingcheng?" Dong Qing couldn't help but tease. "There's only one here. Besides, didn't you ask someone to give it to her?" Jian Na's tone was a little unfriendly. The two of them weren't angry at Jian Na's attitude because they knew why Jian Na was angry. "Oh right, how is Zichen now?" Dong Qing purposely asked. "He's dead," Jian Na replied unhappily. Chapter 2054. The aura that surged between heaven and earth was abnormally huge and terrifying. When Jin Qingcheng and Dong Qing sensed it, their faces revealed surprise and joy. The two of them were too familiar with this aura. The two of them raised their heads and stared at the sky, their eyes filled with anticipation. Jian Na did not understand what was going on. When he sensed this aura, his expression immediately changed. He could sense how terrifying this aura was. The aura between heaven and earth became more and more oppressive. Rays of powerful light soared into the sky and turned into experts of the sword sect. Their expressions revealed vigilance and fear as they looked into the distance. On the horizon, a figure was rushing over at an extremely fast speed. It was a young figure wearing a black robe. He had a face that all the cultivators in the world recognized. There were many versions of the legend about this figure, and it was being spread every day. "Zichun, it's Zichun. Why is he here?" Zichun just chased away the foreign race's heaven-defying expert. "Why is he here in our sword sect? Be on guard. Zichun is here. Everyone, be on guard." Zichen's arrival caused the expressions of these newly advanced Heaven Realm cultivators to change drastically. Their expressions became extremely solemn and nervous. "Zichen, you're here." A burst of hearty laughter resounded in the sky as an aged voice soared into the sky. "Ancestor." As the old man soared into the sky, many Heaven Realm cultivators shouted in unison, "Master!" Below, Jian Na also cried out loudly. His expression became extremely unsightly. Although he did not like Zichun, the latter was indeed very strong. He was afraid that Zichun was here to cause trouble. "Everyone, don't panic. Zichun is a friend of the Sword Sect." The Heaven Realm Elder waved his hand and comforted the Sword Sect cultivators with his aged voice. "Zichun greets Senior." Zichen's polite voice sounded from afar. With regards to Zichen's reputation, the older generation experts of the Sword Sect naturally understood his difficulties. Therefore, they did not pay too much attention to the rumors in the outside world. Immediately after, the Heaven Realm experts that Zichun had seen before rose into the air. These were all seniors, and they all had smiles on their faces as if they were welcoming Zichun back. When the new cultivators saw that a senior who never commented on Zichun in front of others was actually so familiar with Zichun, they were all very puzzled. On the other hand, Zichun responded to everyone one by one. He didn't look like the ungrateful, murderous person that was rumored to be. The people of the younger generation were clearly unable to understand the scene before them. They stood there in a daze. "Zichun, you're finally here." A voice of pleasant surprise rang out from below. This voice was very loud, and it suddenly exploded like thunder. It spread throughout the entire sword sect. Even the cultivators who originally didn't know that Zichun had come to the sword sect would know that Zichun had come after hearing this voice. Looking towards the direction of the voice, two figures turned into two streaks of light and shot into the sky somewhere in the sword sect, heading straight for Zichun. One of them was tall, and his muscles were as firm as steel. His rough expression was filled with pleasant surprise. As for the other person, he had strange vertical pupils. He looked very strange. However, at that moment, the two of them had excited and joyous expressions on their faces. Manshur, Wu Xie. When he saw the two of them, Zichun had a face of surprise. He never thought that he would actually be able to meet the two of them here. The two of them stepped forward and gave Zichun a bear hug. Manshur said in a muffled voice, "I thought you didn't recognize us anymore." Manshur was still thinking about the matter of Zichun, ignoring him last time. "I almost couldn't recognize you." Zichun laughed loudly and also joked. Back then, he was worried that the heaven-defying cultivators would attack his companions. Now that all the heaven-defying cultivators had left, Manshur and the others had all broken through to the heaven realm. Even if they faced the foreign races, they would have the strength to protect themselves. At this moment, Zichun felt a strange gaze coming from below. He lowered his head and saw Jin Qingqing and Dong Qing. The two of them looked up at the sky. When they saw Zichun and the other two, their faces were filled with excitement and joy. I didn't expect the two of them to come out of seclusion as well," Manshur exclaimed in surprise. Speaking of which, after the two of them obtained the heavenly weapon, they had headed straight to the sword sect. Unfortunately, the two women were in closed-door cultivation, so the sword sect's elders had explained why Zichun didn't recognize them and at the same time invited them to stay. Thus, the two of them stayed here and broke through to the heaven realm one after another. Because the two women had not come out of seclusion, they had been waiting here. Who would have thought that Zichun would come? Beside the two women, Zichun also saw the young man from back then. Speaking of which, the reason why his bad reputation spread so quickly was because of this young man. At this moment, the young man was holding an ice lotus in his hand. It seemed that he was going to give it to Jin Qingqing. The other party was looking up at Zichun. As their gazes met, the young man felt thunder rumble in his sea of consciousness. He lost his mind, but he stubbornly refused to look away. Zichun had no intention of hurting the other party, so he quickly shifted his gaze. As his gaze swept over them, he guessed that the two women had just come out of seclusion. The smile on his face did not fade as he began to descend. When he was not far away from the two women, Zichun looked at them and said softly with a smile, "I've let you two suffer." Dong Qing's eyes were filled with tears. She immediately threw herself into Zichun's arms. She was very excited. In a chaotic world, reuniting was naturally a joy. Jin Qingqing also took a few steps forward. Her scarred face was filled with excitement as she came to Zichun's side. She looked at Zichun and said, "You're the one who suffered." After hearing the news about Zichun, they knew about Zichun's situation. They only felt pity and helplessness in their hearts. They blamed themselves for not being able to help Zichun. The two of them did not take Jian Na's words seriously. They had been in contact with Zichun before and had gone through life and death together. Naturally, they knew what kind of person Zichun was. Zichun reached out and pulled Jin Qingqing into his arms. The latter's body trembled at first and seemed very stiff. However, her body soon softened and she leaned her head on Zichun's shoulder. At this moment, Zichun hugged the two women. In front of him, Jian Na held the ice lotus in her hand. She stood there in a daze as if she had been petrified. In the sky, many heavenly realm experts watched and did not deliberately disturb them. After a long time, Dong Qing was the first to leave Zichun's arms. After wiping away the tears on her face, she said to Zichun, "It's okay now. We're also in the heavenly realm. We can help you." Zichun nodded and smiled, and, "You're getting stronger and stronger." The two of them still did not know that the heaven-defying cultivators had been chased away. After leaving Zichun's arms, Jin Qingqing's expression was a little unnatural. She was also a little disappointed. She did not even dare to meet Zichun's gaze. Originally, she did not care about her appearance. However, After coming into contact with Zichen at such a close distance, she felt a little inferior in her heart. Looking at Jin Qingqing, Zichen smiled. He approached Jin Qingqing and slowly reached out his hand. Jin Qingqing's body trembled, and she subconsciously wanted to dodge. "Don't move. It's been so long. This shouldn't be your shackles and fetters anymore," Zichen said softly. He reached out his right hand and touched the scar on Jin Qingqing's face. The latter's body was obviously trembling. At such a close distance, she could clearly feel Zichen's breathing and heartbeat. On Zichen's right hand, a golden light surged. Streams of energy gently landed on Jin Qingqing's face. As the energy passed by, the scar on Jin Qingqing's face disappeared. A beautiful face that had disappeared for a long time appeared once again. "This is the real you." Looking at Jin Qingqing, Zichen said with a smile. Jin Qingqing's appearance was restored just like that. Logically speaking, Jian Na should be very happy. This was the Jin Qingqing in his heart. However, seeing Jin Qingqing standing together with Zichen, he could not feel happy at all. "Why are you here? Where are the alien races?" At such a close distance, she could clearly feel Zichen's breathing. Jin Qingqing was a little confused. She did not dare to look into Zichen's eyes and immediately changed the topic. "Those heaven-defying cultivators have already left. They won't come back for a while. I came to the sword sect to confirm something, so I can meet you guys." The heaven-defying cultivators have all left. Jin Qingqing was very surprised. "Yes, they have all left. However, there will be a great battle soon, so we can't let our guard down," Zichen said. At this moment, the cultivators in the sky descended one after another. The old man from before asked, "Zichen, why are you here this time?" Zichen turned to look at the old man and said, "Yes, there are some things." Because the teleportation formation was a secret of the sword sect, Zichen did not mention it in front of them. He gestured for them to wait for a while, and then he went to discuss the matter with the old man and some of the core members of the sword sect. Everyone left, and only Jian Na stood there in a daze. He felt that the distance between him and Jin Qingqing was getting farther and farther. The gap between him and Zichen was like heaven and earth, even though the two of them were in the same realm. Perhaps it was because of his identity as the number one person, or perhaps it was because he had a great relationship with the sword sect. The discussion went very smoothly. Under Zichen's request, the old man decisively agreed to break the teleportation formation. After the discussion about the teleportation formation, Zichen went to look for Jin Qingqing and the other three. At this moment, the four of them were at Wu Xie's residence. A supreme being led Zichen there. Along the way, the supreme being looked at Zichen with eyes full of fanaticism and worship. Obviously, in a short period of time, someone had told them about Zichen's relationship with the sword sect. Not to mention Jin Qingqing and Dong Qing, Zichen had a confidant named Wang Xian who was nurtured by the sword sect. Moreover, they also knew that the rumors about Zichen were just rumors that Zichen purely wanted to protect his friend. For a moment, those who were once prejudiced against Zichen immediately worshipped Zichen. On the contrary, Jian Na, who spread the news, was gradually alienated. Zichen soon met the four of them. At this moment, the four of them were chatting excitedly. During this time, Mansher's voice was the loudest. He kept talking about Zichen's deeds. Unknowingly, Mansher talked about Yiqian. He said with an excited face, "Zichen is really popular with women." This time, he took Yiqian back from Yue. "I'm afraid it won't be long before Zichen enters the Saint Realm." Chapter 2055. All the information Mansher got about Zichen came from the sword sect. The two girls who were in seclusion didn't know about it. Because they were far apart, first-hand information couldn't be transmitted quickly, so Mansher didn't know that Yiqian had entered the star path. In fact, there weren't many people who knew about this. In everyone's opinion, Zichen would marry Yiqian and become a saint. Because no one could resist the temptation of becoming a saint. Is this a deal? Dong Qing looked up at Mansher. She hadn't seen Yiqian before, but she heard from Jian Na that she was a very beautiful woman who had followed Zichen all the way. Of course it's a deal. You should know that she's from a different race, and Zichen is a human from the Zhanwu continent. They can only make a deal. Manshur insisted. The two girls looked at each other and saw a trace of sadness in each other's eyes. This sadness wasn't directed at them, but at Ichien. A woman who couldn't even control her own happiness was indeed a very sad thing. As for Zichun, he deliberately destroyed a person's happiness in order to become a saint. They didn't object to it, but they couldn't accept it. Manshur was still talking excitedly because he had seen Ichien before. She was indeed a great beauty. This time Zichun defeated Jiwei and got Ichien. It can be said that he has made the people of the Zhanwu continent proud. At this moment, Manshur was very excited. He didn't notice that Wuxia was constantly winking at him, and the two girls were getting more and more depressed. Ahem. A light cough interrupted Manshur's words. Zichun walked over from afar and looked at Manshur, who was talking nonsense. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know what he was talking about, but Manshur seemed to have seen it with his own eyes. He even made the Zhanwu continent proud. Ichien was a neutral party. Zichun, you're finally here. Tell me, did you beat off Jiwei and get Ichien? Manshur asked Zichun with a somewhat nervous look on his face. Is this a good place to talk? As he spoke, Zichun took the initiative to walk out of the hall. When the others saw that Zichun's expression was somewhat serious, they all followed him. Arriving at the main hall, Zichun closed the door. A beam of energy turned into a seal, isolating the entire room. Seeing how cautious Zichun was, everyone was puzzled. Wuxia asked, "What happened?" Zichun waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Everyone, don't be nervous. I won't be staying in the sword sect for long this time because I still have many things to do. Once I'm done, I'll return to the martial heaven continent and enter the star path from there." You're not going to fight the alien tribes anymore after entering the star path? Manshur asked doubtfully. It seems that you also know that the alien races will start a war soon. I won't participate in the following battles. Moreover, it's not a big deal if I'm not there. As for you guys, you must take care of yourselves. Zichun said. Although they were somewhat reluctant, they still nodded. Originally, we were discussing returning to Huping City with you this time. Since you're leaving, then we'll return by ourselves, said Wuxia. That's fine too. If the war starts, Huping City will need your strength. But remember to be careful. That's right, before I leave, I'll give you something. As he spoke, Zichun raised his hand and tapped his chest. A sickly redness instantly appeared on Zichun's face. Following that, his face paled as a drop of golden liquid appeared on his chest. The moment this liquid appeared, it brought with it a tremendous pressure. Under the pressure of this pressure, the expressions of the four people changed. What is this? Asked Wuxia in shock as he looked at the drop of golden blood. He actually felt a trace of danger from it. This is essence blood that I obtained by accident. I'll give each of you a drop. Refine it carefully. Don't let anyone else know. Zichun gritted his teeth as his face paled once more. As the second drop of liquid appeared, the pressure in the room became even greater. Afterwards, Zichun tapped his chest twice, and 2 more drops of golden liquid appeared. The 4 drops of golden liquid were the essence blood of the god that Zichun had obtained before. However, as he had consumed too much of the heart of the god earlier and had been trapped by the formation for so long, his cultivation had already fallen. As a result, the effects were greatly reduced. If it were true essence blood of the god, let alone Wuxia and the others, even Zichun would not be able to withstand the pressure from a single drop. His body would crack under the pressure, and refining it would be even more impossible. Right now, the essence blood of the god was only equivalent to special saint blood at most. Bang, bang, bang. As the 4 drops of essence blood appeared, the pressure in the room soared. The restriction that Zichun had set up earlier began to distort, and a series of explosions rang out. Some of the porcelain decorations in the room were unable to withstand the pressure and exploded. Zichun paled. Zichun's hand shook, and the 4 drops of essence blood flew towards the 4 of them. The shocked 4 of them subconsciously released their own energy and began to envelop the essence blood. Although the essence blood was ownerless, it was still somewhat difficult to tame it. It had to be known that the heart of the god had only used half a drop of essence blood, which had consumed a great deal of energy, to cause Zichen's body to explode. "Don't refine it yet. Tame it first, then slowly refine it," said Zichen in a low voice. The four of them released their spiritual senses and could clearly sense the enormous energy contained within the essence blood. They all carefully tamed it. Looking at the four of them taming the essence blood, another golden sphere appeared in front of Zichen. After this sphere appeared, Zichen's aura clearly weakened. Looking at the golden sphere in front of him, Zichen's expression changed. He once again pointed at his chest. The pressure that had disappeared earlier reappeared, and another drop of golden blood appeared. At this moment, a drop of essence blood and a golden sphere floated in front of Zichen. Zichen closed his eyes and quietly waited for the four of them to tame the essence blood. After a while, the four of them completely enveloped the essence blood with their energy. Then, they forcibly pulled the essence blood into their own world. After doing this, the four of them opened their eyes and looked at Zichen with joy and excitement. However, this joy and excitement was replaced by astonishment when they saw the two glowing objects in front of Zichen. This drop of essence blood is for Shangwan Hong. As for the golden sphere, it contains my 3 most powerful strikes. You can place it in the statue in Huping City. Once there's danger, just activate the seals. As he spoke, Zichen shook his hand again, and the 2 golden lights, one large and one small, flew directly towards Dongqing. The pressure within the essence blood had already been suppressed by Zichen's energy, so there was no need to tame it. Dongqing directly took the 2 items away. Zichen was still pale, and his aura was slightly weaker than before. Clearly, giving out these items had taken quite a toll on him. Zichen smiled gently when he saw how worried everyone was. "I'm fine. I just can't control this power. I'll be fine after some rest." Seeing how tired Zichen was, Dongqing couldn't bear to see him like this, but she was also very conflicted. She was still thinking about what Manshur had said earlier. After a moment of hesitation, she still asked, "Are you not going to become a saint?" He turned his head to look at Dongqing. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the smile in Zichen's eyes. The latter blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. Clearly, her little scheme had been completely seen through by Zichen. Yichen has already left. She's embarked on the star path. Zichen smiled. "Left? Why did you let her go? That was a great opportunity." Manshur was stunned and felt that it was a pity. Wuxia felt the same way. "How could I use this kind of thing as an exchange?" Zichen still had a smile on his face, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. Although they felt that it was a pity, Manshur and Wuxia looked at Zichen with admiration. Zichen was Zichen, and he was still Zichen. After only staying here for half a day, Zichen headed towards the first mainland. The Heaven Plane cultivators who stayed in this world were destined to be unable to break into the Saint Plane. They had to fight the foreign races here, and their cultivation levels would only end at the peak of the Heaven Plane. However, Zichen didn't persuade the 4 of them to enter the Holy Road. He didn't even suggest that they could explore the Holy Road after the battle. The Holy Road was very dangerous, especially the star path of the Zhanwu continent. It was known as the most dangerous star path. He didn't want his friends to take risks. Even if they were weaker, it was fine as long as they were alive. After the battle, we'll set foot on the star path. Seeing Zichen leave, the 4 of them thought to themselves. Zichen didn't want them to take risks, but they also didn't want Zichen to face all the pressure alone. They wanted to share the burden with Zichen and become Zichen's companions and followers. After returning to the first mainland, Zichen went to the second clan. The negotiations went very smoothly. This didn't mean that those clans were easy to talk to, but that in the Zhanwu continent, where there were no saints, Zichen was now the number 1 person, the true number 1 person. His words naturally carried a lot of weight. 2 days later, Zichen came to the Thunder clan again. This surprised the people of the Thunder clan, but then they cheered. They thought that Zichen was going to stay here for a long time. "Send me to the Tianwu continent. After I leave, destroy this teleportation formation." Zichen explained the reason for his visit. This caused the Thunder clan members to be extremely disappointed. This transmission array hadn't been used for many years, but now that it was destroyed, the Thunder clan members were unwilling to part with it. After the suggestion failed, everyone had no choice but to agree. Hence, The pale-faced Zichun entered the teleportation array. As the light of the teleportation array flashed, Zichun's figure disappeared in a flash. Just after Zichun disappeared, Lei Ming put away the sphere in his hand. At the same time, he sent out a beam of energy. This energy landed on the teleportation formation. With a rumbling sound, the teleportation formation exploded. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.